Chapter 943. Li Zixuan did not have much confidence in getting Sun Simiao to join them. Now that the results were out of his expectations, he left the third courtyard with satisfaction. Then he prepared to go down the mountain to find his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, to discuss the matter of organizing the villagers to go into the mountains to collect herbs. Recently, he had planned to set up a school hospital department in Yanhuang College. When the time came, he would need to buy a batch of herbs. It would be better to buy them from the villagers. As for the herbs that Yunshan did not have, he would buy them from the pharmacies in Chang'an. After all, Yanhuang College was a highly ranked institution. If it did not even have a school hospital, wouldn't it be lacking in style? As for the doctors in the school hospital, Li Zixuan had also thought about it. He wanted to poach some old imperial physicians who were about to retire from the imperial medical department. For doctors, the older they were, the more diseases they had seen and the more experience they had. When the time came, the old imperial physicians would bring in a group of apprentices. Wouldn't the problem of inheriting talents in the school hospital be solved? Marquis, Master and Madam want you to go back to Chang'an. Li Zixuan had just reached the mountain gate when he saw Pang Feiji walking quickly towards him and saying such a strange sentence. My parents want me to go back to Chang'an. For what? Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks and asked with a strange expression. Pang Feiji's face showed a trace of difficulty. Under Li Zixuan's gaze, he finally answered, Marquis, it's your grandfather, grandmother, and uncle who have come to Chang'an. They are in the mansion now. Li Zixuan opened his mouth and took a long time to recover. What? What the F***ck? I have a grandfather and grandmother? It was no wonder that he was surprised. In the memories of his predecessor, there was not a single bit of information about his mother's family. After transmigrating for so long, he sometimes wondered why his mother's parents and brothers never came to visit him. It was impossible to say that they were too far away. After all, he was his mother's precious son and had finally returned from Mount Longhu with great difficulty. His body had also fully recovered. No matter how far away his mother's family was, they would still have to come and visit, right? Although he had many questions in his mind, he had never asked them in his long time in the Great Tang, because he was afraid that he would be exposed. What if the previous owner of the body knew about this, but the fusion of memories wasn't complete? Wouldn't that be exposed? Now that Li Zixuan suddenly heard that his maternal grandparents had come to Chang'an, he was a little dumbfounded. Hearing Li Zixuan's strange words, Pang Feiji's face twitched a few times and said, Marquis, everyone has a maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and his expression returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, That's not what I meant. I was asking where my maternal grandparents came from. Cough, cough. When I left home to go to Mount Longhu, I was still young, so I don't remember some things clearly. This last sentence was purely to deceive others and prevent them from being exposed. Pang Feiji didn't have such thoughts. Besides, he was just a guard. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never think that Li Zixuan in front of him was an outsider who had transmigrated from more than 1,000 years in the future. At this time, when he heard Li Zixuan's question, he bowed and answered, Marquis, your maternal grandparents came from Nanyang. Madam used to be from Nanyang. Nanyang? Li Zixuan was even more puzzled. Nanyang was not far from Chang'an, only about 400 li. If they rode a horse carriage, they would arrive at Chang'an in at most 5 days. But his grandson, who had been away for treatment, had returned to Chang'an for so long. Why hadn't his maternal grandparents come to visit him? It didn't make sense. Pang Feiji definitely didn't know the answer to this question, so Li Zixuan was too lazy to ask. He ordered, Feiji, go to the Han family village and find my father-in-law. Tell him to inform the 8 villages under my rule that there are large amounts of herbs in the west of Mount Yunshan. Each village can organize young adults to go into the mountain to collect herbs. The herbs that they collect can be sold in Chang'an by themselves, or they can be sent to the academy to exchange for money. The academy recently wants to purchase a batch of herbs. In short, This matter is voluntary and not forced. But you must travel together to ensure your safety. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji bowed and left to receive the order. Li Zishuan turned and walked towards the side yard. He definitely couldn't go back alone and leave Han Yushi here alone. When he returned to the side yard, he explained the situation to Han Yushi. The husband and wife took the two young maidservants and boarded the horse carriage back to Chang'an. On the way, Han Yushi seemed to be very uneasy. Li Zishuan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Wife, don't be nervous. You're just going to see the two elders. They won't eat you. Han Yushi said uneasily, but, husband, what if grandfather and grandmother don't like me? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, my wife is so beautiful, how could they not like her? Besides, we are officially married under the orders of our parents and the words of the matchmaker. Even if they don't like her, what can they do? You're living with me, not with them. Ah. Husband, don't say such nonsense. If grandfather and grandmother don't like me, then it must be my fault. How can we say that the elders are wrong? If others hear this, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your reputation. Han Yushi said hurriedly. In this era, filial piety was greater than heaven. Unfilial people would be despised wherever they went, and it was extremely detrimental to their official career. If someone used this as an excuse to impeach them, they would basically be demoted. Li Zishuan said carelessly, filial piety lies in one's heart, not in one's mouth. Besides, grandfather, grandmother, and wife have never met before. How could they not like you for no reason? Wife, don't think too much. Han Yushi nodded and felt a little relieved. In the midst of their conversation, the horse carriage rolled towards Chang'an City. It didn't take long for them to enter Chang'an City. Around noon, the horse carriage entered Yong'an Lane. Looking at the familiar streets and neighborhoods outside the window, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't been back for a long time. Ever since he built Yanhuang College in Yunshan, he spent most of his time in Yunshan and rarely came back here. If this continued, he would probably forget that he was from Chang'an City. It was quite funny when he thought about it. He was born and raised in the capital. Instead of being a rich second generation in the capital, he insisted on running to the suburbs of the capital to start a business. If this happened now, he would probably be called a fool. Young master. Young master, you're back. While his thoughts were running wild, the horse carriage had already arrived in front of the Lord Protector's mansion. When Sanbao saw the horse carriage, she hurriedly ran out and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, where are my parents? Young master, old master, and madam are in the front hall. You should go quickly. Chapter 944. Yongla Lane, House of Marquis. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked toward the main hall. However, he felt that the atmosphere in the house was a little strange. If he had to describe it, it would be that it was oppressive. The house was not like this in the past. With doubts in his heart, the couple came to the front hall. He saw an old man with a dignified face and a slightly plump figure sitting on the left side of the main hall. The old man was wearing a black robe and a hat similar to a Taoist's crown on his head. Next to him sat a kind-looking old lady in her 60s. Mrs. Li sat below the old lady and was whispering something to the old lady. Below the old man was a middle-aged man in his 40s who wore a Taoist robe. He had a stern face and a stern look on his face. He looked very serious. Old man Li sat next to the middle-aged man, holding a cup of tea in his hand. His face revealed a trace of an awkward fawning smile. Below Li Jingma sat a handsome young man in a white robe with his hair tied up. The young man looked to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. From his appearance, he looked very young and inexperienced. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the special armchair of the Marquis estate. His eyes were slightly closed, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. There was a kind of calmness and sage-like aura that did not match his age. Li Zishuan had just stepped into the main hall with Han Yushi when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also felt the oppressive atmosphere in the house. Father, mother. Your son is back. Li Zishuan's expression did not change as he entered the house and shouted to his parents. As for the other people's expressions, he did not have the time to care. Xian, rude. Mrs. Li got up and was about to greet her son when she heard a cold snort from the seat above. It was the old man. Your grandfather and grandmother are here. Why don't you greet them first? Mrs. Li's expression changed as she hurriedly said, Father, when you came to Cheng and Xian, was still young, mother, please sit down. Li Zishuan frowned as if he understood something. He stepped forward and interrupted his mother. Then, he looked straight at the old man and said, So, you are my grandfather. So you're my grandfather. Pardon my rudeness. Grandson left home when he was young and followed master to Mount Longhu to treat his illness. After cultivating for 8 years, there are many things that I don't remember clearly. I hope grandfather won't blame me. After all, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you don't have the label of grandfather on you. Grandson can't possibly call everyone grandfather every time he meets, right? When the old man heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, he felt quite comfortable in his heart. However, when he heard the second half, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, How dare you? What an eloquent tongue. Jade bamboo. Did you hear that? Is this how you talk to your elders? Is this how you and Li Jingma teach your children? Humph. I've already told you more than 10 years ago that the two of you aren't suited to be together, but you refuse to listen. In the end, you gave birth to such an unfilial son who's plagued with misfortune. When Li Jingma heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his teacup. Madame Li reprimanded her son, Xian, don't be rude. Then, she hurriedly said to the old man, Father, Xian, doesn't mean any harm. Please don't blame him. The old woman sitting to the right of the old man finally spoke, Old man, don't be so picky. Let bygones be bygones. Xian has already grown up, and Jade Bamboo and Jingma are also living happily. Why do you have to bring up the past again? The old man's face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but in the end, all he could say was a sigh. The old woman looked at Li Zishuan and said lovingly, Xian, come, let grandmother take a look at you. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I've missed you so much. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and looked hesitant. Madame Li nudged her son and whispered, Xian, go, your grandmother is calling for you. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then finally walked forward and called out to the old woman, Grandmother. Hey. Good grandson, come to grandmother's side. The old woman held Li Zishuan's hand, the smile on her face never fading. The last time grandmother saw you, you weren't even a month old. There was one time when grandmother hugged you, and you even peed on grandmother's body, ha ha ha. It's been almost 15 years since we last met, and in the blink of an eye, you're even taller than grandmother. You're also in the imperial court, and you're valued by the current emperor. Grandmother can even hear news about you from Nanyang. Grandmother only found out that you've returned to Cheng and from Mount Longhu when she heard that you've been conferred a title. Thinking that your body has recovered, grandmother happily ate 3 big bowls of rice that night. After that, I heard that you created some kind of newspaper, so I asked your uncle, Hui Ming, to buy a copy for me every day. There were all kinds of interesting things in the newspaper. Every time I read the newspaper, I would think, is my good grandson happy now? Is he healthy? Is he well? In July, grandmother heard that Xian had founded an academy and was recruiting students from all over the great Tang Empire. Grandmother originally wanted to send your cousin, Fa Shan, to add to your popularity, but this child's ambitions were not there, so she gave up. Then, grandmother heard that Xian had been conferred a title of Marquis, and she was so happy. Good child. Sigh. It's all your grandfather's fault. Otherwise, grandmother wouldn't have worried about you every day, and not come to Cheng and to see you. If you blame grandmother in your heart, grandmother will accept it. To be able to see my good grandson today, grandmother is satisfied. Perhaps it was because she was old that she spoke more than usual. The old woman rambled on for a long time, and by the end of it, her eyes were filled with tears. Beside her, Madame Li was already sobbing. "Mother, don't say that. Xian, I won't blame you, right? Xian, come here and tell grandmother." Madame Li held Li Zishuan's other hand and cried. Li Zishuan had never seen his mother like this, and the hostility in his heart dissipated by half. Moreover, the old woman's love for him came from the bottom of her heart, and it touched him. At this moment, he pursed his lips and said, "Grandmother, grandson has never blamed you." The sadness on the old woman's face disappeared without a trace, and she revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. She held Li Zishuan's hand tightly and said emotionally, "Good grandson, you really are grandmother's good grandson. Xian, don't blame your grandfather, okay? There were some things that you didn't know back then, but your grandfather did it for your mother's sake. Now that we're finally reunited, let's forget about the past." The old woman sighed and said suddenly. When the old man next to him heard this, he snorted softly. He did not think much of it. Sitting below, Li Jingma's face was a little pale. When Li Zishuan heard this, he secretly thought that there were many secrets that he didn't know. He frowned and asked, "Grandmother, what happened back then? Can you tell me?" Chapter 945. Ahem. Xian, come out with me. I have something to tell you. In the main hall, Li Jingma, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly coughed and said. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to move when he heard the old man sitting at the top snort, "What can't you say here? If you don't want to say it, I will say it for you." Li Jingma turned around and said helplessly, "Father-in-law, it's not that I don't want to, You don't need to say more. After so many years, your nature of wanting to save face still hasn't changed. Let me say it for you." The old man mercilessly interrupted Li Jingma again. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "You were sick when you were young and followed spiritual master Ling Su to Mount Longhu to recuperate. There are many things you don't remember. I don't blame you. But you don't have the right to blame me." Speaking of this, the old man stood up and walked to Li Zishuan's side and continued, "I am Yi Guozhong, and this is your uncle, Yi Huiming. The Yi family has cultivated for 4 generations and is also a prominent family in Nanyang. Although I didn't have much opinion about family background, I also hoped that my only pearl could find a good husband to entrust her life to. But I never expected that your father, who was just a traveling merchant and a poor boy, would cheat away my beloved daughter's heart. Being poor is nothing. Although the Yi family is not a wealthy family, we still have some money to spare. As long as your father is someone who is worthy of being entrusted with her life, seeing that both of them are in love with each other, it is not a big deal even if this old man marries my daughter to him. But when I first saw your father, I noticed that your father's middle was flat and there was a deep vertical line between his eyebrows. I have cultivated for decades. Although I'm not as good as your master, spiritual master Ling Su, I know that your father's face is the child-killing sword in the study of physiognomy. It's hard for someone with this face to have a son. Even if he does have a son, he won't have a good ending and will most likely die prematurely. At that time, it will be another tragedy of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. I only have one daughter, your mother. How can I marry her to someone like your father, who curses children? Even if your father's family is rich and powerful, this old man will never marry my daughter to him. But at that time, your mother was already deeply in love with him and was unable to extricate herself. Even though your grandmother and I tried to stop her, your mother still tried to find a way to secretly meet your father. With no other choice, this old man locked your mother up and arranged another marriage for her. The other party was the son of the Nanyang County chief. He had a dignified appearance and was quite talented. When your mother found out, she resisted with her life. She didn't eat or drink for 6 days and 6 nights. In the end, she fainted in her room. When your father heard the news, he tried to break into the mansion several times, but he was beaten out of the mansion by the servants of this old man. Later, the doctor woke your mother up, but your mother still refused to eat, drink, or take medicine. Seeing that your mother's eyes were gloomy, I was afraid that she was about to die. Your grandmother's heart softened, and she begged me to agree to this marriage. How could this old man agree? But if this old man didn't agree, your mother definitely wouldn't have lived for more than 3 days. In the end, this old man's heart softened. But because of this, your mother was expelled from the family by the elders. This old man was also angry at that time, so I broke off my father-daughter relationship with your mother. We agreed that we would never meet again. But because of this matter, the Yi family also thoroughly offended the local chief. Both sides had constant friction. The Yi family sacrificed a lot of benefits, and their vitality was greatly damaged. However, in exchange for a temporary peace. Fortunately, not long after, Emperor Yang was killed in Jiangdu, and the Great Sui dynasty collapsed. The heroes of the world rose in revolt, and the Central Plains fell into the flames of war. The chief of Nanyang County died in the hands of a group of bandits. The Yi family accumulated virtue and did good deeds. They built roads and bridges, and had a good reputation in the Nanyang area. That was why they were able to survive in this chaotic world and gradually recover. Your mother gave birth to you many years after your father and your mother got married. At that time, your mother remembered that this old man once said that your father was a jinx. She was worried, so she came to Nanyang with your father and asked to see this old man. She wanted this old man to take a look at your face and examine your body. But because your mother and father eloped that year, it brought great losses to the Yi family. Many people in the Yi family hated your mother, and no matter what, they wouldn't let your father and mother take half a step into the Yi family. Later, your grandmother couldn't bear it and secretly went out by herself. She met your mother and you at the inn. After your grandmother returned, she begged this old man again and again, saying that this old man must see you no matter what. This old man couldn't persuade her, so I also went to the inn. But after looking at your face and taking your pulse, this old man only said 2 words, 6 years, and then left. From then on, this old man never saw you, your father, or your mother again. This old man also didn't let your grandmother go to Chang'an, because this old man knew that you definitely wouldn't live past 6 years old. Why should I let her go? If she saw too much, when the time came and you died, wouldn't your grandmother be even more sad? Besides, all of this was caused by your father. This old man doesn't want to see him for the rest of his life. Later, I heard that after you grew a little older, you often fell ill, and your health deteriorated. Your father and mother began to take you everywhere to find a doctor, but all of this was already predestined. Your illness was congenital, so how could ordinary doctors in the world cure you? The facts proved that this old man wasn't wrong back then. Your father shouldn't have been with your mother at all. But later, even this old man didn't expect that spiritual master Ling Su would take a fancy to you and bring you back to Mount Longhu. But even so, this old man still didn't think that your illness could be cured, so I didn't tell this news to your grandmother. It was better to let her treat you as a dead person, so that she wouldn't be happy about it. But this old man still underestimated spiritual master Ling Su's ability. He could actually help you go against the heavens and change your fate. Now, your face has already your physiognomy. At this point, Yi Guizhong subconsciously looked at Li Zishuan's face. With this look, Yi Guizhong's face suddenly changed. There was shock, and even more disbelief. Seeing this, Mrs. Li immediately panicked. She walked over and asked anxiously, "Father, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Xian Er's face?" Li Zishuan also looked at Yi Guizhong curiously. His predecessor had cultivated for 8 years. Although he wasn't very proficient in the 5 Taoist metaphysics, mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, he had dabbled in all of them. As an atheist from the 21st century, Li Zishuan didn't believe in these things at first. But after merging with the memories of his predecessor, he started to believe. A few days ago, Li Zishuan also stared at his face for a long time, but he was interrupted. Now, Yi Chongyang's expression made Li Zishuan curious. What's wrong with my face? Why does this old man have such a reaction? Chapter 946. Marquis Mansion, Main Hall. Yi Guozhong was shocked for a long time before he recovered. He shook his head and sighed. The problem isn't his physiognomy, but that I can't see his physiognomy clearly. Could this be the person of destiny? If this old man came from the modern world, he would definitely scold, "Why the f***ck is your face covered in mosaic?" Yes, Li Zishuan's face is indeed covered in mosaic. Ordinary people can't see it, but if a physiognomist looks, they will find that his fade is gray, as if he is in a fog, making it difficult for people to see through. Mrs. Li didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "Father, what do you mean? What is the destined person? Is this physiognomy good or bad?" Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. He was speechless and said, "The destined one, the destined person is also called the person outside of fate. The person who has this kind of fate is already out of the control of the heavens. In the future, he may conquer the world, intimidate the world, or he may be the enemy of the world and die an unnatural death. In short, it is difficult to predict whether it is good or bad. It is either great luck or great misfortune. It is all up to the destined person to choose." At this moment, the young man who had been sitting quietly on the chair stood up and said as he walked over. Madame Li and Li Jingma were both stunned. They never expected that this unremarkable little fellow would actually say such words that did not match his age. Li Zishuan was also a little surprised. From the moment he entered the room and saw this young boy, he felt that this child was somewhat different. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong. This child is most likely a Taoist, and his cultivation time is definitely not short. While talking, the young boy had already walked in front of Yi Guozhong. He raised his head and stared at Li Zishuan's face with burning eyes. But don't forget, he is only 11 or 12 years old. His face is still childish. Coupled with such a mature expression, it will make people want to laugh and think that he is pretending to be profound. Yi Guozhong's face didn't show any surprise. He was probably used to his grandson's behavior. At this moment, he put his hand on the boy's head with a comforted look on his face. A trace of kindness flashed across his solemn face. At this time, the old lady also stood up and walked over. She took the boy's hand with a smile and said to Li Zishuan, "Xiao Xian, this is your cousin, Xiao Shan. Since he was 4 years old, he liked to go to your uncle's study to read books about Taoist cultivation methods and talisman seal scripts. He is always mysterious and always likes to wander. This time, I brought him here to let him see the world in Chang'an. Xiao Xian, you are familiar with Chang'an. Take your cousin out for a walk when you have time." After listening to Yi Guozhong's narration, Li Zishuan didn't have much resentment towards his maternal grandmother. Instead, he had a lot of respect for her. It was said that in a big family, there were all disgusting and filthy fights for power. It was already not easy for his maternal grandmother to help his mother time and time again. At this moment, he nodded in response. "Well, grandmother, don't worry. I will often take Xiao Shan out for a walk." Then, in order to show the care of an elder brother to his younger brother, he reached out and patted the boy's head. He didn't expect that the boy deftly avoided it. "Cousin, please don't call me Xiao Shan. That's what grandfather and grandmother call me. My name is Yi Fashion. Please call me by my name." The boy raised his head and frowned slightly. He said with a serious face. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with Li Zexu's behavior and the way he called him. The old lady laughed and everyone laughed. Li Zishuan was amused and wanted to laugh too. But after hearing the boy's real name, the smile on his face suddenly froze. "Huh, father, mother, Xiao Shan is so cute. By the way, father, what Xiao Shan said about the destined one, is it true?" Mrs. Li smiled and returned to the topic she was worried about. Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and said with emotion, "Of course it is true. No one can say for sure about this child's future. No one can affect it. Only he can decide. But Yuzhu, you don't have to worry. From the fact that Xiao Xian has been conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age, his future will definitely be smooth." Mrs. Li heard this and felt a little relieved. She smiled and said, "Father, mother, sit here. I'll go to the kitchen to arrange the food. The old lady smiled and nodded. At this moment, she saw Han Yushi, who had not made a sound since she entered the door. She smiled and said, "Oh, this is Xiao Xian's wife, right? Come and let grandmother take a look." A trace of panic flashed across Han Yushi's face. Mrs. Li saw this and came over to pat her on the shoulder. She smiled and said, "Yushi, go and talk to your grandmother for a while. Mother will go to the kitchen to arrange lunch." "Yes, mother." Han Yushi nodded reluctantly. Then, she walked to the old lady's side and bowed. She shouted, "Yushi greets grandmother, grandfather, and uncle." The old lady held Han Yushi's hand and smiled from ear to ear. "Yushi, right? Your name is nice, and you're really handsome. You and my good grandson are really a match made in heaven." Yi Guozhong did not show any expression this time. Instead, he nodded at Han Yushi rather kindly. Yi Huiming, who was sitting on the chair, also stood up and nodded in greeting. The old lady of the Yi family looked Han Yushi up and down. The more she looked, the more satisfied and happy she was. She pulled Han Yushi to the side and sat down. She rolled up her sleeves and took off the bracelet on her wrist. She smiled kindly and said, Come. Grandmother came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare a gift. This bracelet has accompanied grandmother for most of her life. Today, I'll give it to you as a greeting gift. I hope that you and Xian heir can give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible." He. Mother. Yi Huiming was shocked when she saw this. Just as she was about to say something, the old lady glared at her. The expected difficulties did not appear. Han Yushi could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. Facing the bracelet that the old lady had worn for her entire life, how could she dare to accept it? She hurriedly said, "Grandmother, Yushi appreciates your kindness, but this bracelet is too precious. What's so precious about it? It's just a dead object. Come. Grandmother will help you put it on." The old lady grabbed Han Yushi's hand without any explanation. Then, she put the bracelet that had accompanied her for decades on Han Yushi's fair and slender wrist. The old lady sighed and said, "Beautiful jade matches a beauty. Grandmother is old. This jade bracelet is just right for you to wear." The old lady's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of reluctance. It happened to be seen by the attentive Han Yushi. She was moved and said, "Thank you, grandmother. Grandmother, you're not old. You look very energetic." Chapter 947. You are Yi Fashion? Seeing that his wife was fine, Li Zixuan looked at his cousin again. He paused and asked in a low voice. "Yes." The young man nodded, his words were as precious as gold. Li Zixuan swallowed his saliva and asked again, "Which dharma is it? Which is good?" The young man looked at Li Zixuan strangely and paused for a while before answering, "The dharma is not passed on to others. The best is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete for the goodness." Li Zixuan was finally shocked. He took 2 steps back and looked at the young man in front of him in horror. He muttered to himself, "Yi Fashion, you are really Yi Fashion." Previously, Li Zixuan still had a trace of luck, thinking that it was possible that they had the same pronunciation but different characters. At this moment, his heart really grasped the grass. He never thought that his cousin was actually Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion. In the Tang dynasty, other than Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, the most famous Taoist priest was Yi Fashion. His disciples were rare in the history of Taoism. According to historical records, Yi Fashion had the skills of nourishment and divination. He was good at writing talismans. He lived in Gaozong, Wuzetian, and Zhongzong for 50 years. He often went to the mountains and was summoned to the palace. In the Gaozong dynasty, Yi Fashion completely became the leader of Taoism in the world. Not only did he win the respect of the world, including the emperor, but he also actively participated in politics. He made a great contribution by helping Li Dan to ascend the throne and Li Longji to rise to the throne. He was once titled as the National Celestial Master and Duke of Yu. The status of the Yi family of Nanyang also reached the peak because of this. In the 10th year of Emperor Minghuang's Kaiyuan, Yi Fashion, who was 107 years old, died without any illness. It was said that the courtyard he lived in at that time was full of fragrance and celestial music. It was even more confirmed that Yi Fashion had ascended to immortality. 19 years after Yi Fashion's death, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty wrote the Inscriptions of Honored Master Yi, describing in great detail Yi Fashion's diving into the water palace, flying into the fire room, cutting open the stomach and cleaning the intestines, cutting open the eyes and selecting the membranes, conscripting the ghosts, running away from the gods and other mystical techniques. Gradually, Yi Fashion became the god worshipped by the Yulu believers. In the official history, Yi Fashion was a human, a noble and virtuous person. But in the folklore, he was a god, a Tao immortal with remarkable abilities. Such an awesome, national heavenly master and immortal of the mortal world had become his cousin? At this moment, Li Zixuan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation. At this time, he couldn't help but feel that his mother was really awesome. She was actually born in such a big family, and she even had such an awesome nephew. Yi Guozhong also noticed the commotion. He walked over and frowned. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the name Shan? Logically speaking, the two words Shan and Shan were originally based on the Book of Changes and the Taoist principles of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. It took him a lot of effort to come up with the name. How could there be a problem? Li Zixuan came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. No. This name is very good, very good. Grandfather, please take a seat first. I'll bring my cousin around the mansion to familiarize himself with the environment." After saying that, he dragged Yi Fashion out without any explanation. "Shan, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master?" Outside the house, Li Zixuan didn't bring Yi Fashion around the mansion. Instead, he went to the pavilion in the west courtyard to fish for information from this kid. After all, he was very curious about the legendary heavenly master Yi. Moreover, most of the historical records about Yi Fashion were too fantastical and legendary. Li Zixuan more or less had doubts in his heart. "Cousin, please don't call me Shan." Yi Fashion frowned and said seriously. Okay, I won't call you Shan." Meeting such a serious kid, Li Zixuan felt helpless. He could only change the way he addressed Yi Fashion. Then, "Fashion, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master?" Yi Fashion then answered, "Cousin, I started cultivating when I was 4 years old. Now, I've been cultivating for more than 8 years. However, the Tao that I cultivate comes from my own family. I haven't found a master yet. From next year onwards, I plan to leave Nanyang and travel around the famous mountains to find a master and find a way to transcend the Tao." The 4 generations of Yi family cultivators all used Yin arts and impeachment to save people. It could be said that the family had a long history. Even if Yi Fashion didn't go out, he could still learn the profound Tao. Before Yi Fashion, the Yi family had many famous Taoist priests. For example, his granduncle Yi Jingning was good at Tao, but he was good at literature. When his grandfather was still alive, he was a Taoist priest and a Taoist priest. He had more than 100 disciples. Yi Jingning's status in the Tao world was even higher than Yi Guozhong's. The old Tang book, Biography of Zhongzong Wei Shuren, stated, the Taoist priest Yi Jingning was good at charms and restrictions. He often served Qin Ku and was also good at medicine. Guanglu Shao Qin Yang Jun was good at cooking meals. They all went in and out of the palace. Yi Jingning not only obtained the position of Taoist priest because of his knowledge and Tao skills, but also became the favorite of the empress. He went in and out of the palace. His political status was extraordinary. This was really a mature child. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. He didn't know what kind of education Yi Fashion received in his childhood to develop such a strange personality. This was the Yi family's fortune. At the same time, Li Zixuan also felt that this was Yi Fashion's misfortune. This kind of life meant that he was destined to lose his carefree childhood. Li Zixuan was surprised to hear that this child was going to travel alone next year. He said with a straight face, "Fashion, do your father and grandfather know that you are going to travel?" Even though Yi Fashion was young and mature, he was still afraid of his father and grandfather. At this moment, he shrunk his neck and showed a rare guilty look on his face. He answered crisply, "So what if they know? So what if they don't? My goal is to cultivate and save the world. No one can stop me from going out to search for the Tao." What a stubborn child. Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Fashion, have you heard of the saying that parents should not travel when they are alive? You are still young. It is inevitable that you will encounter danger when you travel. Why don't you wait a few years before you consider this?" Yi Fashion raised his head and said solemnly, "My father and mother are still healthy. It is the best time for me to go out and search for the Tao. Besides, the love of family is just a small love. Saving the world is the greatest love. There are countless people in the world who are suffering from diseases. I want to search for the Tao and come back to save the world. Father and mother will definitely understand me." All right. Li Zixuan had been in the Tang Empire for so long and was used to seeing all kinds of weirdos. However, he was still defeated by this weirdo in front of him. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when suddenly, Lan Er's voice came from behind him. "Ah. Brother, you are here." Chapter 948. Lan Er. When Li Zixuan turned around, Lan had already skipped over. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rub the ponytail on his little sister's head. He smiled and said, "Lan Er, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you after so long?" Lan Er smiled and slapped Li Zixuan's big hand away. Then, she said weakly, "Lan Er was looking for little Gray to play in the backyard." Grandfather and uncle looked very fierce. Lan didn't dare to play in the front yard. Before Li Zixuan came back, the main hall was occupied with Li Jingma's being criticized special meeting. The atmosphere in the house had always been very oppressive. Children were usually more afraid of this kind of atmosphere, so Lan Er sneaked into the backyard to play with little Gray. Brother, isn't he that?" As she spoke, Lan noticed Yi Fashion standing behind Li Zixuan. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. At the same time, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her delicate little face. It was very cute. After all, she was bad-mouthing someone's father and grandfather in front of them. How could she not be embarrassed? Haha. Lan Er, this is your cousin, Yi Fashion. You should have seen him before. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and say. Lan had an "I know I was wrong" expression on her face. She said to Yi Fashion in a crisp voice, "Nice to meet you, cousin." Yi Fashion wanted to say something, but seeing Lan Er's cute appearance, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only mutter, "Nice to meet you, cousin." That's enough. Let's go back to the front yard to eat. Otherwise, mother will come and call us later. Li Zixuan stood up and patted both of them on the shoulder. Yes. Let's eat. Lan is starving. Mrs. Li was very happy to see her parents after so many years. She was also able to untie the knot in her heart. This level of happiness was almost comparable to the time when she saw her son return from Mount Longhu. Although she had been expelled from the family back then, Mrs. Li understood that being able to be together with the person she loved in such a big family under such circumstances was already the best ending. Haven't you seen other young ladies of noble families fight to the death for marriages they don't like? In the end, their parents are still unmoved and watch coldly as they commit suicide. The living conditions of big clans were good, but most of the so-called big clans were cold-blooded. She, Yi Yuzhu, was able to walk together with Li Jingma in the end because Yi Guozhong was soft-hearted at the last moment. Expelling him from the family was just an explanation to the other members of the family. Mother, try this mushroom celestial steamed pigeon. Yi Yuzhu picked up a small piece of pigeon and placed it in the old lady's bowl. The Yi family was also considered a wealthy and influential family. What kind of food had they not eaten? However, the old lady had never heard of this dish before. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Yuju, why is the name of this dish so strange? This old lady has never heard of it before? Yi Yuju chuckled and said, Mother, this dish is a new dish that Yushi came up with a while ago. Put the pigeon into a pot in advance, add mushrooms, scallions, ginger, garlic, immortal wine, and salt, and mix it well. After marinating it for 2 hours, put it into a pot and steamed it for 2 hours. This dish is the most nourishing. Mother, quickly try it. The old lady said in surprise, Oh. It's actually a dish that my granddaughter-in-law came up with? This old lady has to try it properly. After saying that, she picked up the white and tender pigeon and put it into her mouth. Who knew that the pigeon meat would melt in her mouth? It was even more tender than tofu. Moreover, a strong mushroom fragrance and wine fragrance instantly exploded in her mouth. The old lady had lived for most of her life and was not a greedy person at all. At this moment, her eyes widened and she picked up another piece for herself. After eating, the old lady sighed. Yuju, this pigeon tastes really good. It melts in the mouth, is smooth and tender, and leaves a fragrance in the mouth and teeth. It's simply endless aftertaste. The kitchen maids of the Marquis's mansion definitely can't do this. It should be you who made it, right? I didn't expect my Yuju's cooking skills to be so good now. Jingma, Lan, and Xiao Xian have been blessed these years. Mrs. Li smiled and said, Mother, your eyesight is really good. It's not easy for you and father to come. Of course, Yuju has to personally cook a few delicious dishes for you. Actually, Yushi is better at doing this than me. I learned it all from her. If she personally cooks, Mother, you will know what true delicacies are. The old lady smiled and said, not only is my granddaughter-in-law beautiful, but she also cooks so well. Xiao Xian, you have to treat Yushi well and strive to give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible. Yes, grandmother. Li Zishuan did not want to dampen the old lady's mood, so he agreed. Han Yushi's face was flushed red, and everyone in the room laughed. Of course, other than the other two little fellows who were engrossed in eating. Mother, you don't know. Actually, the one with the best cooking skills in our family at first was Xian. The new dishes in the Zuaxian restaurant in the West City were almost all made by him at the beginning of the year. But later, this child was put in an important position by the emperor and became busier and busier. He didn't have the mood to think about food anymore. One look and you can tell that she's his biological mother. She can say that her son is lazy so tactfully, naturally, and in a dignified manner. Later on, when Yushi married into our family, this child followed the new dishes that Xiao Xian made in the past and came up with many dishes himself, such as fried chicken with black bean sauce, fresh shrimp with sweet wine, mushroom chicken pot, fried crab meat with rice flavor, shrimp scallops, kung pao shredded taro, abalone mushrooms, colorful beans fried rice cake, snow pear and white fungus stewed meat soup. All right. Yuju, stop talking. If you continue, your mother's saliva will flow out. The old lady narrowed her eyes and quickly interrupted Yi Yuju's words. She looked at Han Yushi next to her and said with a loving expression, These dishes, just hearing the names makes grandmother salivate. Yushi, Xiao Xian is really lucky to have married you. Mrs. Li smiled and said, Isn't that so? Mother, look, Xiao Xian has been married for less than half a year, and he's already a little fat from eating. The old lady smiled and said, It's good to be fat. It's good to be fat. Xiao Xian is still too thin. He should eat more. Who asked this child to be so lucky to have married such a good wife? It's just that my granddaughter-in-law has suffered. Han Yushi was a little overwhelmed by this fierce praise. She hurriedly said, Mother, grandmother, this is what Yushi should do. Don't praise me like this. Husband is out handling official business all day long. It's much harder than Yushi. Haha. Wife, you don't have to be modest. Mother and grandmother are telling the truth. However, the one who deserves the most praise should be me. Who asked me to have such a good eye to choose you as my wife and marry no one else but you? At this moment, Li Zishuan, who had silently made a fortune, suddenly began to boast shamelessly and shamelessly. There was a hint of humor in his voice, but it was more of his gratitude to his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the dining table laughed. Han Yushi covered her mouth and her heart was filled with sweetness. At this moment, she felt that all the previous hardships were worth it. Yi Guizhong frowned. He wanted to say that it was not polite to laugh while eating, but then he remembered that this was not his home, so he gave up. In fact, ever since he entered the Li family, he felt that this place was very different. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't quite pinpoint it. If he had to pinpoint it, it was probably happiness. Everyone here, including the servants, was happy. It was the kind of happiness that came from the heart, not a forced smile. He had cultivated for decades and had his own way of seeing through people's hearts. Mother, it's not easy for you and father to come here. Stay in Chang'an for a few more days. It will be the end of the year in a little more than a month. How about you spend the new year in Chang'an? It will be very lively here during the new year. After laughing for a while, Mrs. Li looked at the old lady and said. Han Yushi also said, yes. Grandmother. It's getting colder and colder, and the road will be difficult to walk. Why don't you and grandfather stay in Chang'an for a few more days? I can take this time to be filial. Husband, what do you say? The old lady patted Han Yushi's shoulder and narrowed her eyes. Yi Guizhong also looked at Li Zishuan. Han Yushi's last sentence seemed ordinary, but it was actually a question. She was asking if Li Zishuan had forgiven the Yi family for driving Mrs. Li out of the family back then. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Zishuan was in charge of the Li family now, not Li Jingma. Yi Guizhong also wanted to take this opportunity to see Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Yi family. From a father's point of view, what Yi Guizhong did back then was not wrong, and he had never regretted it over the years. But how could the things in the world be measured by a simple right or wrong? As Yi Yuzhu's son, Li Zishuan certainly had a reason to take revenge for his mother's past. And now, Li Zishuan also had the ability to do so. Although the Yi family had a good reputation in Nanyang, they were not qualified to go head-to-head with Li Zishuan, the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire who was favored by the emperor. But if Li Zishuan really shed all pretense of cordiality, he would also be cursed for being unfilial. In this era, if anyone was labeled as unfilial, then that person's future was basically over. Therefore, it could be seen that the Yi and Li families were in a delicate situation where both sides would benefit if they cooperated, and both sides would lose if they fought. Although Yi Guizhong looked indifferent on the surface, as the former head of the Yi family, how could he really not care? Li Zishuan's choice was directly related to the fate of the Yi family. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Seeing that most people were looking at him, Li Zishuan also put down his chopsticks. He was not wise, so naturally, he could understand the key points. There was no doubt that he had resentment towards the Yi family in his heart. Not to mention how well his mother usually treated him, even if she did not treat him well, he should be grateful to his mother. Because if it were not for his mother's insistence, there would not be a person like Li Zishuan in the Tang Empire, and there would not be a story of spiritual master Lingxiu accepting a disciple. Then, as a person who had transmigrated from the modern era, he might have transmigrated into someone else's body. Anyway, no matter who he transmigrated into, Li Zishuan felt that his identity would not be as perfect as his current one. A rich second generation, a martial artist, and a disciple of a hidden expert. It was really difficult to have such a perfect identity. Therefore, not only was Mrs. Li a good person, but she was also Li Zishuan's great benefactor. In the end, he did not expect that his mother had been expelled from the family many years ago, and his father had been beaten by the Yi family servants with sticks. How could Li Zishuan not be angry? To be honest, when he first heard about this kind of thing, he even had the thought of burning down the Yi family. But, seeing that his mother looked at him with a trace of pleading in her eyes, Li Zishuan's heart suddenly softened. It seemed that even though his mother had been hurt by the Yi family, she still had a lot of feelings for the Yi family. Also, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. His mother, Yi Guizhong, and the old lady of the Yi family were connected by blood. How could it be broken just like that? Forget it, forget it. Li Zishuan sighed silently and said with a smile, "My wife is right. Grandmother, you should stay in Chang'an for a few more days. Yushi knows how to cook a lot of dishes. She can take advantage of these days to cook one by one to show filial piety to you." The heavy atmosphere in the house suddenly disappeared without a trace as Li Zishuan's voice fell. The old lady laughed heartily and said, "Okay. Since my good grandson and granddaughter-in-law like me so much, then I will stay in Chang'an for a few more days to enjoy my life and try my granddaughter-in-law's cooking while I'm at it." Hee hee. Okay, okay. Grandmother, don't worry. Yushi guarantees that you won't eat the same dishes every month, and all of them will be delicious. Han Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. She actually understood Li Zishuan's current situation better than anyone else. She was afraid that Li Zishuan would let his emotions affect his decisions. For the sake of the resentment in his heart, he would disregard everything and do the unfilial act of putting righteousness before family. At that time, he would be spurned by the world. Fortunately, Li Zishuan made a wise choice and did not let his emotions affect his decisions. Yo! There won't be the same dishes every month? What you're saying makes your grandmother want to stay here forever. The old lady said half-jokingly. Mother, what do you mean by staying here? If you like it here, what's the harm in staying here forever? Yuzhu can fulfill her filial piety by your side. Mrs. Li heard and hurriedly said. Hee hee hee, good, good, good. Old master, what do you think? The old lady replied with a smile and then asked Yi Guizhong. Yi Guizhong coughed twice and said reservedly, I think there's nothing going on in the family recently. There's no harm in going back a few days later. However, as the current head of the Yi family, Huiming can't stay outside for too long. After 3 days, Huiming, you will return to Nanyang. As for Shan, stay in Chang'an to accompany me. Logically speaking, although he did not like Li Jingma and had made things difficult for Li Jingma many times in the past, now that Li Zishuan had given him a way out, wouldn't he be too insensible if he still put on the airs of an elder? It seemed that Yi Huiming respected Yi Guizhong very much. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said solemnly, Yes, father. When you and mother want to go back, please send someone to inform me in advance so that I can come and pick you up personally. Li Zishuan interrupted, Uncle, there's no need. When the time comes, I will send guards to escort grandfather and grandmother. Chapter 949. Cousin, after your master passed away, why didn't you stay at Mount Longhu to continue your cultivation? Why did you return to Chang'an? Is it because you didn't have a good life at Mount Longhu? The next morning, after breakfast, Li Zishuan planned to bring his cousin to Cloud Yamacho to broaden his horizons. On the way, Yi Fashion asked. From his point of view, Mount Longhu was the holy land of cultivation for all the Taoists in the world. Li Zishuan had been cultivating for 8 years, but he suddenly left to return to Chang'an. This was something that Yi Fashion, who was determined to use his Taoist skills to save the world, could not understand. When Li Zishuan heard this question, he subconsciously thought to himself, if the original Li Zishuan had really stayed at Mount Longhu to cultivate, how would I have the chance to transmigrate here? I might have already been reported to the King of Hell. Although this was what he thought, he could not say it out loud. He smiled and said, No, the head of Mount Longhu and junior marshal uncle are very good to me. The reason why I returned to Chang'an is because my parents are getting old. If I don't return to fulfill my filial piety to them, how different would I be from a beast? Yi Fashion's expression was a little unnatural. He said, Then cousin, how will you continue your cultivation in the future? Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Yi Fashion's young face, which was pretending to be mature. He said, Fashion, I think you have a misunderstanding about cultivation. Who said that you can only cultivate in a Taoist temple? As long as you have the Tao in your heart, where can you not cultivate? What is not Tao? What is not cultivation? The heavenly Tao is not kind-hearted, it is always with good people. The level of a cultivator depends on the depth of their use of Tao. Tao is not the private property of any immortal, God, or true saint. Why should we care about where we cultivate? Yi Fashion was stunned. After a long while, he bowed to one side and put his hands together in front of his stomach. He bowed from bottom to top and said, "Cousin, you are wise. Fashion has learned a lot." Li Zishuan's expression changed. Yi Fashion's etiquette was very particular. Taoists had 3 etiquettes and 3 kowtows. Towards mortals, they would bow and kowtow. Towards gods, immortals, and immortals, they would bow and kowtow. Yi Fashion's etiquette was the standard Taoist kowtow. This was usually done towards the elders of the sect. From this, it could be seen that Yi Fashion was really touched by the words just now. Li Zishuan returned the etiquette by cupping his hands and said, "Monk, everyone has their own Tao. Cousin's Tao is the Tao of the mortal world. In the world of mortals, treat your family well and help those around you that you can. Of course, I also hope that you can be a Taoist of the mortal world in the future and not hide in the mountains to cultivate. You don't have to sit and watch the change of dynasties and not think about the people of the world." Yi Fashion bowed again and said, "Cousin, don't worry. Fashion wants to learn the profound Tao and walk the world to save the people of the world. I will not be a blind Taoist who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. He brought Yi Fashion and continued walking towards the Cloud Mountain. Yes, they were walking. He didn't know what was wrong with this cheap cousin of his. The home mansion clearly had horses, but he wasn't willing to ride them. Even if there was a carriage, he wasn't willing to sit in it. He said that he wanted to see how the people were living. Although Li Zishuan didn't want to, he couldn't just tie this kid up on a horse, right? Even though he had only spent a day with Yi Fashion, Li Zishuan already knew that when his cousin was stubborn, even 8 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Therefore, he might as well accompany this unlucky kid and walk together. Bang, bang, bang. Use more strength. The soil is still loose. How can you do it? Han Xiaodong, didn't you eat? Second Master Lu, I won't hide it from you. I really didn't eat this morning. Hey, you little rascal. You only know how to talk nonsense with me. Motherf asterisk cur, work harder. The weather is getting colder. If we can't fix it by the time it freezes, we will delay Marquis' important matter. Look at the construction team of the 4th Regiment. How fast are they progressing? After they left the city, they walked through a section of the official road and arrived at the small path leading to the Cloud Mountain. They walked forward for about 2 or 3 miles. Then, they heard a series of loud crashing sounds as well as the noise of some people. Yi Fashion looked over curiously. In the end, he was blocked by a small hill. He asked, "Cousin, what's going on over there? Why is it so lively?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The construction team of the academy and the villagers are repairing the road. We will see it after we turn this corner." Repairing the road? Yi Fashion thought to himself. How could there be such a big movement when they were repairing the road? However, even though he was doubtful, he still lowered his head and quickened his pace. After a while, the 2 of them had circled around the mountaintop. What entered their eyes was a dense mass of people. Some were hammering the ground with large hammers, some were shoveling soil to fill holes, some were pushing carts to dump sand and stones, and some were dumping mud onto the flat road. However, the mud was greenish-gray in color, which made Yi Fashion feel surprised. "Cousin, what is that slurry thing in the carriage?" Li Zishuan looked in the direction of his finger and replied, "That is cement. In the beginning, it can be shaped like mud. However, it will solidify after a period of time. Once solidified, it will be as hard as a rock. Even if it is raining, it will remain in its original state." Oh. There is such a magical thing in this world? Why have I never heard of it before? Yi Fashion could not help but feel that the capital was indeed different. A small place like Nanyang could not be compared to it. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Cement has only been around for half a year. It has not spread to Nanyang yet. It is normal that you have not seen it before. While they were talking, the two of them had already approached the road construction site. A hale and hearty old man with white hair and a white beard walked towards them. It was Master Lu. "Yo, Marquis, you are here? Why did you not ride a horse today?" "And this is?" Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "I wanted to train my legs so I did not ride a horse today." "Oh right, Master Lu, this is my cousin. He just arrived in Cheng'an yesterday. He wants to visit the academy today." Yi Fashion saw that when Li Zishuan spoke to the old man in front of him, he did not put on any airs like Marquis. His tone was also not arrogant and condescending. Instead, there was some respect for an elder. Yi Fashion was surprised but did not show it on his face. He saluted Master Lu and said, "Greetings, Master Lu." Master Lu was flattered and said, "Hey, little Lang Jun, you are too courteous. Since you are Marquis' relative, I should be the one greeting you." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "What are you saying, Master Lu? You are my elder." "Oh right, Master Lu, this road looks like it is almost finished, right?" Master Lu wiped his sweat and said, "Hey, Marquis, it is almost over, almost over. There are only about 3 miles of road left to be repaired. It will take about 10 days to completely repair it. It is just that I am ashamed to say that we farmers are not very good at repairing this kind of cement road. We are dragging Regiment Commander Gong and the others down." When Li Zishuan first divided the construction corps, he set up 5 regimental commanders. They were Hu Hanyun, Master Lu, Chao Xiaofu, Gong Minyong, and Ni Taifeng. Later, in order to repair the cement road and the academy's project was almost completed, Li Zishuan disbanded 2 construction regiments, with a total of nearly 5,000 people. One was the 2nd Regiment of 2nd Master Lu and the other was the 4th Regiment of Gong Minyong. Master Lu's prestige in this area was still very high. Later, the farmers who came to help repair the road were also under his command. In this way, Master Lu's 2nd Regiment now had more than 3,000 people in name. However, these farmers who came to help had not experienced the big project of Yanhuang College. Naturally, they lacked experience. As a result, although Master Lu's 2nd Regiment had more people, the overall progress was not much different from Master Lu's 4th Regiment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's okay, there is no rush. Don't let the villagers be too tired. By the way, Master Lu, I asked my father-in-law to inform everyone to go into the mountains to pick herbs. Do you all know?" It was out of good intentions that the farmers were willing to help with the road repairs. At first, Li Zishuan wanted to pay the workers who came to help, but the farmers refused to accept it no matter what. It was only after he changed the wages to a bucket of rice that the farmers reluctantly accepted. The price of a bucket of rice was much lower than the wages of the construction site. Facing such a group of kind-hearted farmers, what else could he complain about? Master Lu heard Li Zishuan's question and grinned, "Marquis, we all know. In the afternoon, it is said that each village will organize some young men to be guards. Even if they encounter wild beasts, they will not be afraid. Then, each family will send one person to go into the mountains to pick herbs. It is a pity that I am not free now. Otherwise, would also go into the mountains to hunt wild beasts and let the kids in the village see Master Lu's archery skills." Li Zishuan could not help but laugh and said, "Haha. Other people's treasured swords are not old, but Master Lu's divine arrows are not old. Haha." Master Lu said proudly, "Of course. Back then, the villagers were hungry and wanted to go to the west of Yunshan to hunt. I, Master Lu, went as well. I met a big tiger with white forehead. Master Lu, I." Master Lu began to explain the heroic deeds of the past to the two of them. Li Zishuan was also happy to rest at the side. Yi Fashion, on the other hand, was frowning deeper as he listened. Half an hour later, they bid farewell to Master Lu and continued to walk on the wide and flat cement path towards Yunshan. Yi Fashion suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Cousin, if the farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs, then just pick herbs. Why do they have to fight wild beasts in the mountains? Everything in the world has spirituality. Wild beasts are also living creatures. That mountain forest originally belonged to them. Let's not talk about the farmers taking over the magpie's nest. Why do they have to search and exterminate them? Cousin, as a Taoist, not only did you not stop them, but you even secretly encouraged them? When it came to killing, many people would think of benevolence like sweeping the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants, and covering the lamp with gauze to protect the moths. However, some Taoist priests did eat meat. The Taoist doctrine did not support killing, but it did not forbid it either. Li Zishuan was inexplicably stunned. He did not expect Yi Fashion to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Fashion, you are not wrong. Everything that is bloody has spirituality. That is to say, they have Taoism. There are early and late stages of enlightenment, and there are also differences in the speed of cultivation. Wild beasts are also living creatures. Logically speaking, they should not be killed easily. But sometimes, killing is to protect them. When a wild beast wants to attack a person, what should you do? Kill? Or use your Taoism to influence it? The people are just mortals. They only care about food, clothing, and taking care of the old and young. Everything they do is for survival. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Zishuan remembered that during the war of resistance against Japan in his previous life, Taoists held guns in one hand and incense in the other. After killing the Japanese, they also worshipped the gods. Compared to those Taoist priests who only knew how to cultivate in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests, and did not care about the suffering of the people, such Taoist priests were the ones he admired. Killing is to protect them? Yi Fashion muttered under his breath and fell into deep thought. When the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, the two finally reached the top of the cloud mountain. When they stepped through the mountain gate and saw the tall and majestic Yanhuang College building, Yi Fashion was still greatly shocked even though he had mentally prepared himself. That small face of his that liked to pretend to be mature was now filled with shock and astonishment. "How is it? Fashion? Cousin, this college is not bad, right?" Li Zishuan saw that Yi Fashion finally showed a rare look of shock and was somewhat proud of himself. Gulp. "Yes, it is not bad." Yi Fashion swallowed his saliva and said. This was more than just not bad. It could be called a celestial palace. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. Let's go. I'll show you around the college." After that, he led Yi Fashion into the college. They visited the red building, the auditorium, the sports field, the cafeteria, the student dormitory, the laboratory building, and so on. Finally, the two returned to Guanghua building and went to the courtyard where the telescope was placed. He did not expect to meet Li Chunfeng here. "Oh, Taoist Li is here too." Li Zishuan walked up to him and said with a smile. "Marquis." Li Chunfeng was focused on fiddling with the telescope. When he heard the voice, he quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Zishuan, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Marquis, please don't blame me. I've discovered a few celestial bodies recently, so I've been using this telescope more frequently." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Isn't this thing made for humans to use? Use it as you please." "Oh, the light is so strong now. Aren't you afraid that it'll hurt your eyes?" Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "I can't use it now. I could use it when the sun was just rising." "Oh, who is this little friend?" It was then that he noticed Yi Fashion behind Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan introduced him. "This is my cousin, Yi Fashion, from the Yi family of Nanyang. He has been cultivating for more than 8 years. Fashion, this is Taoist Li Chunfeng, currently working in the Taisher Bureau. He's an expert in Taoism and has a noble character." Yi Fashion walked up and saluted. "Greetings, Taoist Li." Li Chunfeng returned the salute and said in surprise, "The Yi family of Nanyang? Are you the Yi family of Sanzhou? Who is Yi Jing to you?" Yi Fashion answered, "Yes, the Yi family of Sanzhou. The person you're talking about is my granduncle." Li Chunfeng mumbled, granduncle? You're the descendant of Elder Yi. What a coincidence. Chapter 950. The Yi clan of Nanyang had a long history. They were the descendants of Yi Wang, the founder of the Yi clan of Jiangnan. Yi Wang was originally from Yi County of Nanyang Commandery, now part of Hunan. He was once the governor of Yanmen and became the Guanglu minister at the end of the Han dynasty. In the second year of Jianmen, he came from Qingzhou to Jiangnan and lived in Danyang Jurong, now Jurong, Jiangsu. He was the founder of the Yi clan. Yi Ju was the governor of Qiantang, now Hangzhou, Zhejiang. He loved the people like his own children and was known as Father Yi. Yi Ju settled down in Qiantang under the persuasion of the people and became a prominent family there. After Yi Ju passed away, he was buried on the right side of Mao Mountain in Songyang of Kuo Prefecture. He was known as the founder of the Yi clan of Kuo Prefecture or Mao Mountain. Yi Ju had 4 sons. The second son, Yi Jianshi, was promoted to General Zhichong and stayed in Songyang. Yi Jian's descendants lived on the right side of Mao Mountain. Because of the long history of the temple, they were known as the Yi clan of Mao Mountain. Yi Fashion was Yi Ju's 19th descendant. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Yi Fashion was from the Yi clan of Kuo Prefecture. Taoist master, you know my granduncle? Yi Fashion heard Li Chuanfeng's mumbling and was confused. His granduncle Yi Jingning was in his 70s. Li Chunfeng looked like he was in his 20s or 30s at most. Logically speaking, he should not have any connection with his granduncle. When your granduncle was still the chancellor of the Imperial College, I had a relationship with him. However, your granduncle might not remember it clearly. Li Chunfeng smiled but did not want to go into details. Yi Fashion did not want to force him. The two Taoists who had left a deep mark in the history of the Tang dynasty talked for another hour. Seeing that it was almost noon, Li Zishuan invited the two to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Li Chunfeng could not help but sigh at the grandeur of Yanhuang College when he saw the clean and luxurious cafeteria. Yi Fashion was not surprised because this kid had just visited the cafeteria. The students were still in school and there were no students who dared to skip classes to eat in advance. So the cafeteria was not crowded. Only a few teachers who did not have classes in the morning. When they saw Li Zishuan, they hurriedly greeted him. Li Zishuan greeted them with a smile and did not say much. The 3 of them ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. They found a seat by the window and began to drink. Daoist Li, my cousin plans to travel the world to seek Tao next year. You are his elder in this regard. You should teach him well. Li Zishuan took a sip of wine and a bite of soaring success. Then, he looked at Li Chunfeng and started talking about serious matters. He had only known Yi Fashion for a little more than a day. Logically speaking, they weren't close enough to worry about him, but he couldn't help but worry. Perhaps he, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew that Yi Fashion was destined to be extraordinary, so he couldn't help but worry. Haha. Marquis, you are worried that your younger brother will be in danger when he goes out, right? Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and looked at Li Zishuan as if he could see through the world. He smiled and said, actually, Marquis, you don't have to worry. When I was 9 years old, I left home to travel the world. I went to the Calm Cloud Temple in Nantua Mountain to learn Tao. I didn't meet any bad people along the way. Moreover, your younger brother's forehead is high, his eyebrows are raised, and his forehead is full. These are the signs of wealth and wealth. He won't encounter any accidents in a short period of time. Li Zishuan realized that this Taoist priest in front of him was even more powerful. He started to travel the world when he was 9 years old. He couldn't help but think to himself, are all the people in the ancient times so powerful? Thank you for your kind words. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. At the same time, he felt a little enlightened. If Li Chunfeng could see Yi Fashion's face, how could Yi Guizhong not see it? No wonder that old man was not worried at all. Everything was probably under his control. I should be the one thanking Marquis. I'm afraid that my son has caused trouble for Marquis in Yanhuang College. Li Chunfeng said politely. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, you must be joking. Your son has always been one of the top students in the college. How could he cause any trouble? The college would like to thank you for your good upbringing. Cultivators were also humans. Even though Li Chuanfeng's heart was as calm as still water, he couldn't help but smile when someone praised his son. He raised his wine glass and said with a smile, "Ah. It's boring to keep thanking me. Let me toast to Marquis to thank you for your hospitality today." Li Zishuan nodded and drank his glass with a smile. Suddenly, Li Chunfeng said, "Marquis, I've found a celestial body that is very close to us. Although it's a little farther than the moon, it's much closer than the stars in the night sky. But what I find strange is that this celestial body can only be observed in the morning. It's impossible to find it at night. And there's a circle of light around this celestial body. It's very beautiful. I've looked through all the astrological maps left behind by our ancestors, but I couldn't find any record of this celestial body. It's really strange." Astrological maps were not the patent of modern people. The ancient people of China had been observing the heavens for a long time. They had made many achievements that modern China was proud of. They invented astronomical tools such as the celestial sphere, and many others. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, people combined astrology and numerology, and the astrological theory was born. It was based on the idea of heaven and man as one, and used the changes of the stars to predict the good and bad luck of people. By observing the changes of the stars in the sky, people could predict the good and bad luck of people. The 3 enclosures and 4 signs, the 28 mansions, the 7 political systems, and the 4 miscellaneous elements were the basis of the astrological theory. After Li Chunfeng finished speaking, Yi Fashion's eyes widened. He never thought that the cylinder with a support frame in the courtyard of Guanghua building was actually used to observe the stars. Furthermore, from what Li Chunfeng said, it was to observe the stars during the day. Why did it sound so mysterious? Li Zishuan was secretly shocked. Based on Li Chuanfeng's description, it was very likely that he had found Saturn by accident. Saturn could be regarded as one of the more peculiar planets in the solar system. Through a telescope, its appearance was like a straw hat. The existence of the halo made Saturn the most beautiful planet among the stars, causing the viewers to exclaim in admiration. At first, people thought that Saturn was the only planet in the solar system with rings. However, from the late 1970s to the late 1980s, the discovery of the rings of Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune changed this view. The telescope made by Mo Lingwei did not have a large aperture and magnification, so the imaging effect was not good. Therefore, it ruled out the possibility that the celestial bodies Li Chunfeng saw were Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. Compared to these celestial bodies, Saturn's rings were more obvious and easier to find. If one was lucky, they could see Saturn's rings with their naked eyes even without the help of a telescope. Congratulations, Taoist priest. You have found a new planet. In time, you might be able to perfect the existing astrological map. By then, your name will be recorded in history. Li Zishuan clasped his hands together and smiled. He did not tell Li Chunfeng about the 9 planets in the solar system. Oh, it should be the 8 planets. Some things were too easy to get and people would not cherish them. Sometimes, it felt good to be a quiet prophet and let people discover things that they already knew. Li Chunfeng quickly waved his hand and said, "This is not my credit. If it wasn't for the help of Yanhuang College's telescope, I wouldn't have found this. Besides, there is still one thing I don't understand. Why can't I see this planet at night? And why is there a ring around it?" At this time, Li Chunfeng was talking about his new discovery. He forgot about the rule of not talking when eating and sleeping. Although Li Zishuan had never shown any talent in astronomy, Li Chuanfeng's intuition told him that Li Zishuan must know something. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Taoist priest, you can think about it. Why can't you see the moon during the day but only at night? The principle of the celestial body that can only be seen during the day might be similar to the moon. The angular distance between Saturn and the Sun was smaller than that of Mercury. Saturn basically rose and set with the Sun. Therefore, when the Sun rose in the morning, as long as the weather was clear and the air visibility was high enough, Saturn's rings could be clearly seen with ordinary telescopes. This was how Galileo discovered Saturn in the past with his self-made telescope. As for the ring around the planet, as long as you understand why the moon shines, you will know what the ring is. Saturn's ring was formed by the debris of comets and asteroids colliding with the larger moon Saturn. The ring could contain a lot of water. It was made of ice and snowballs with diameters ranging from a few centimeters to a few meters. Under the sunlight, these substances formed the light belt that people saw through the reflection of the sun. Li Chunfeng fell into deep thought. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, you're really knowledgeable. I've learned a lot. You're too kind. When the telescope is improved in the future, I believe that you will be able to find more planets. We will celebrate for you then." Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were rushing to produce a batch of military telescopes for the military. Therefore, the improvement of the astronomical telescope was temporarily put on hold. However, Li Zishuan believed that as the telescope technology in the workshop became more mature, the telescopes produced would be more advanced. By then, Li Chunfeng might be able to find all the planets in the solar system with the help of the telescope. In that case, Li Chunfeng might bring up the heliocentric theory. However, he did not know if he would be seen as an outlier. After all, when the theory was first brought up in the West, many people suffered because of it. Yi Fashion was stunned as he listened to their conversation. In the past, he was proud of his knowledge. Of course, he had heard a lot about Li Zishuan. He thought that his cousin was quite capable since he was able to reach such a high position with his own efforts. However, he did not expect him to be so knowledgeable. There were many things that he had never heard of, but Li Zishuan was able to talk with his cousin. This was the difference between them. At this moment, Yi Fashion was even more determined to go out and seek Taoism. If he did not step out of the house, he would be a frog at the bottom of the well for the rest of his life. The lunch lasted for almost an hour. When the students were about to leave school, the three of them finally left. After lunch, Li Zishuan went back to the Yunshan residence to rest for a while Yi Fashion meditated in the backyard. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan prepared to return to Chang, and with Yi Fashion, who had gone out to collect wind and had a bountiful harvest. Originally, he wanted to bring his cousin to the west of Yunshan to see if the farmers would encounter any beasts when they were gathering herbs. However, Yi Fashion could not bear to see the beasts killed, so he gave up on the idea. When they came to Chang'an, Li Zishuan did not want to continue walking. He felt that it was a waste of time, so he borrowed 2 horses from the guards of the academy. Each of them rode 1 horse and rushed back to Chang'an. Da. All the horses of Li Zishuan's guards were equipped with horseshoes. When they walked on the hard and flat cement road, the sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground was particularly clear. Not only did people like to walk on the cement road, horses also liked to walk on it. Once they were on the cement road, they could clearly feel that the horses were running faster. At this speed, it didn't take long for them to reach the end of the cement road. After another quarter of an hour, they finally left the small path and walked onto the main road. Who would have thought that they would be greeted by a large group of soldiers? It was a grandiose group of about a few thousand people. Whoa! When Li Zishuan saw the leader of the group, he hurriedly stopped his warhorse and jumped off to greet him. "Your Highness, are you leading the soldiers to the south?" Li Zishuan asked. Yes, the person was Li Shaogong. There were dozens of officials behind him. When Li Shaogong saw that the person who had come was Li Zishuan, he had the army move forward slowly first. He would catch up with the officials in a while. Then he replied to Li Zishuan, "That's right. Now that the prototype of the Department of Shipping has been completed and the officials of the key departments are in place, His Majesty is in a hurry, so this prince can only bring them to Guangdong in such a hurry." It was obvious that Li Shaogong did not want to go to the south at this time. After all, it would be the new year in a month. If Li Shaogong went to Guangdong now, it was very likely that he would have to spend the new year there. "Your Highness, please be careful." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said. "Oh. This little guy is..." Li Shaogong saw Yi Fashion and asked curiously. Li Zishuan introduced, "Your Highness, this is my cousin, Yi Fashion. He is from the Yi family in Nanyang. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday. Cousin? Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and said, oh. Your mother's family is willing to come and find your mother? I know a little about your mother's matter. I didn't expect the Yi family to give in the end, Li Zishuan was speechless. Hearing Li Xiaogong's words, he already knew about the Li and Yi families. However, this guy was really tight-lipped. He had never mentioned it before. He was really cunning. By the way, Xiao Xian, take a closer look at my team. Is there anyone you know? Li Xiaogong suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Li Zishuan. Chapter 951. On the official road outside Chang'an City. Li Zishuan's mysterious words had piqued Li Zishuan's curiosity. He had been so focused on talking that he hadn't noticed the lineup Li Xiaogong had brought with him to the south. He calmly glanced behind Li Xiaogong. Although Li Zishuan didn't know the names of these officials, he had seen them all in court before. There were officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Appointments. When he saw the gloomy-faced official at the back of the line, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. Who else could it be other than Cui Shanfu? Speaking of which, Li Zishuan hadn't even had the time to take revenge on the old fellow when Cui Shanfu had urged the diplomatic corps to go to Yanhuang College to watch the military training exercise. He hadn't expected Li Xiaogong to be so supportive, silently bringing this old fellow to Lingnan. Let's see how this old fellow can jump around once he's there. Yo! Isn't this Minister Cui? You've been promoted. Congratulations. When dealing with villains, one had to beat them while they were down. Li Zishuan wasn't willing to give up such an opportunity. He walked over to Cui Shanfu and cupped his hands with a smile. The officials turned to look in Li Zishuan's direction and saw Cui Shanfu's old face as black as the bottom of a pot. Humph. The Marquis of Yong and is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'm afraid you've lost your status as a marquis. At this point, Cui Shanfu felt that there was no need to pretend to be nice, so he snorted coldly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was surprised and said, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Why would Minister Cui say that? This marquis was clearly congratulating you on your promotion and wealth. All my colleagues here can testify for me. How can you slander me? Assistant Minister Wang, please be the judge. Was this marquis taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Li Zishuan pulled over an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights and asked. That assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had originally been doing well as an official in the capital. Inexplicably, he had been pulled in by Li Xiaogong. However, this fellow was also a smart person. He knew that on this trip to Lingnan, their fates were completely in Li Xiaogong's control. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong's relationship with Li Zishuan was probably known to everyone in Chang'an. How could he stand on the wrong side at this time? Cui Shanfu? Cui family? 5 surnames and 7 hopes. No matter how big it was, could it be bigger than his own future? Assistant Minister Wang opened his mouth and pretended to be stunned. With an exaggerated expression, he said, Ayaya. Minister Cui, the Marquis of Yong, and is clearly congratulating you with good intentions. How can you not recognize his good intentions? As His Majesty's subjects, we have to share His Majesty's burdens. Although Lingnan is a barren land, if His Majesty wants us to go there, we have to serve His Majesty without hesitation. Being able to serve His Majesty is a blessing for us subjects. Therefore, we have indeed been promoted. Your attitude isn't right. My fellow colleagues, don't you think what I said is right? That's right. Going to Lingnan this time, we are serving His Majesty. It is indeed the same as being promoted. That's right, that's right. Minister Cui, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by gloating? We are going to Lingnan to serve His Majesty. Where is the talk of calamity? Assistant Minister Wang's words had just landed when the surrounding officials instantly began to denounce Cui Shanfu. This kind of matter was related to political standing. If they didn't know how to choose, then they had really lived for so many years in vain. Cui Shanfu's face instantly turned even darker. Shameless. Extremely shameless. A bunch of vile people who invert black and white. This old man disdains to be associated with you. Saying that, Cui Shanfu flung his sleeves and walked to the other side of the road. Ai. Minister Cui, what you said is wrong. How are we shameless? That's right. That's right. Minister Cui, you are clearly flying into a rage out of humiliation. The officials weren't willing to be sinister, vile people and immediately began to stab Cui Shanfu. Every stab stabbed into his heart, making Cui Shanfu almost vomit blood. All right. Everyone, get on your horses and catch up to the army. At this moment, Li Xiaogong roared. Everyone hurriedly acknowledged. Speaking of which, when it came to Lingnan, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Li Xiaogong held a large number of troops in his hands and represented the imperial court. Even the local emperors like Feng Ang and Tan Dian in Lingnan had to be respectful to him. Therefore, these officials were truly obedient to Li Xiaogong because their lives were all in Li Xiaogong's hands. Although Cui Shanfu was unwilling, he didn't dare to say much. Presumably, he had resisted before but later realized that resistance was futile. Now, he could only accept his fate. Little Xian, this prince will be leaving. Help me look after that stinking brat Huiran. If you need to beat him, beat him. Don't be courteous to this prince. Li Xiaogong urged his horse to go to Li Zishuan's side and smiled. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, don't worry. I will keep an eye on Huiran. The mountain is high and the road is long. I wish Your Highness a smooth journey. Li Xiaogong laughed. I'll count on your auspicious words. But if there's an emergency at the Bureau of Shipping, you, as the right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping, can't refuse. Li Zishuan hastily replied, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. But then, he suddenly remembered something and whispered, Your Highness, the Bureau of Shipping deals with an enormous amount of money every day. You must prevent the people below from being corrupted and forming factions. After saying this, he meaningfully glanced at Cui Shanfu's back. Li Xiaogong's lips curled into a cold and profound smile. Ha! Don't worry about that. This king was worried that he wouldn't jump around. His Majesty has already made arrangements. Otherwise, how could one of the 9 ministers be moved by this king? Li Zishuan instantly understood. At this moment, he was completely at ease. Since Cui Shanfu had already been targeted by Li Er, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the Great Tang. For the rest of his life, he could only obediently live out his days. The moment he made a move, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Li Er would probably use this chance to eliminate him. The imperial treasury was now plentiful and had many soldiers and generals. Even the great clans weren't afraid. Moreover, Li Er had the time bomb Li Zishuan at his side to intimidate them. The great clans didn't dare to act rashly, because Li Zishuan was a true bomb. Feng Jidai had been able to see the clues in the overnight destruction of Snake Spirit Mountain, so how could those old foxes not see it? This was also why the Chui clan didn't dare to retaliate when the second young master of the Chui clan, Cui Yunhan, had been exiled to Cheongzhou because of Li Zishuan. This was because they were afraid that Li Zishuan would do the same thing to their clans as he had done to Snake Spirit Mountain. If that happened, who the hell would be able to bear it? Since Your Highness and His Majesty have already made arrangements, then this little nephew won't say anything more. Once again, I wish Your Highness a safe journey. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and cupped his fists. Haha. Until we meet again. Hiya. Li Xiaogong laughed out loud and spurred his horse to leave. Chapter 952. In the Sweet Dew Hall of the Imperial Palace. Xiaogong's group should have left the city by now, right? Li Er softly asked from his throne. Your Majesty, His Highness has already left the city. Zhao Song bowed and replied. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered, whether or not the Great Tang's treasury can withstand the war with the Turks will depend on whether Xiaogong's Bureau of Shipping can shoulder the burden. And also, the Chui clan, Chui Shanfu, humph. Earlier, when Prime Minister Aluo Nazhan of the Jianri dynasty wanted to marry the great Tang princess for King Jianri, Li Er was naturally unwilling. Changle was his most beloved daughter. How could he marry her off to a barbarian? But as the sovereign of a country, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Even if he was just going through the motions, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials. In the end, Li Zishuan's bravery and righteousness had satisfied him, but Chui Shanfu supported the marriage of the great Tang princess and vigorously advocated for a peaceful marriage between the two countries. At that time, Li Er had wanted to kill Chui Shanfu, but he had never found a good opportunity. He had never imagined that Chui Shanfu's name would be on the list of officials selected to go to Lingnan that Li Shaogong had brought a few days ago. Logically speaking, Chui Shanfu, as an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and one of the 9 ministers, should not have been sent to Lingnan. But when Li Er saw the name, Chui Shanfu, on the list, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and so, the final list of the Bureau of Shipping shocked everyone. After all, Chui Shanfu was not only an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, but also the successor of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Did Li Er not take the great clan seriously by making such a decision? But on second thought, many people realized that Li Er really did have the confidence to not take the great clan seriously. In the past, the Great Tang did not lack good generals, nor did it lack elite soldiers, but it lacked money. If a war broke out, the Great Tang's supply of provisions might run into problems. But now, the imperial court's treasury was abundant. It did not lack soldiers, generals, or provisions. If the great clans dared to be impudent, they would have to consider whether or not they could withstand Li Er's thunderous strike. Would the great clans dare to be impudent? Of course not. Since Li Er had dared to make this decision, it meant that he had already made preparations for the counterattack of the great clans. If the great clans made any strange movements, they might just be playing right into Li Er's hands. After all, for Li Er, stabilizing the rear before dealing with the Turks was not a bad choice. Because of this, East Commandery Duke Chui Junshuo, who had not been to court for decades, came to Ganlu Hall with a walking stick to plead for Chui Shanfu. Of course, Li Er did not neglect, but he did not agree. In the end, he sent Chui Junshuo back with the reason that Chui Shanfu's trip to Lingnan is only temporary. Once the Department of Shipping is on the right track, he will be summoned back. Just like that, under Li Er's strong insistence, the matter of Chui Shanfu following Li Shaogong to the south was completely settled. However, even Li Er did not understand why Li Shaogong would write Chui Shanfu's name on the list. If one were to say that this old man was talented, there were many ministers in the imperial court who were more talented than him. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed that Li Shaogong had deliberately written Chui Shanfu's name. But what enmity did Li Shaogong have with Chui Shanfu? Li Er was not too sure about this. Recently, pay more attention to the Chui family. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me. A cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes as he instructed in a deep voice. He was now really confident because the Ministry of Works research on gunpowder had made great progress. If the great clans chose to make a strange move at this time, he did not mind giving them another round of justice from the heavens. Marquis, I have found the information you wanted. At night, in the study of the Marquis's residence in Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Pang Feiji cupped his fists behind him. Oh. Tell me about it. Recently, he had not paid attention to the situation in the imperial court. After meeting Chui Shanfu on the road today, he had the heart to ask Pang Feiji to find out more information. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and reported, Marquis, according to my investigation, Chui Shanfu was in the first batch of officials selected by the regional prince to go to Lingnan City. Many people in the imperial court were against it, but I did not expect His Majesty to agree in the end. After that, the Chui family's ancestor, the East County Duke, personally went to the palace to plead for leniency, but it did not seem to have any effect. That is why Chui Shanfu went south with the regional prince today. Oh. I see. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and then asked doubtfully, but why did the royal prince want Chui Shanfu to go to Lingnan? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Cui Shanfu, right? Pang Feiji's expression was a little unnatural as he said, this. I asked young Master Huiran. He said that the regional prince did not like Cui Shanfu for a long time, so, did not like him? Li Zishuan was stunned. This reason was so strong and so willful. Well, I just don't like you and want to do you. What's wrong with that? People from the royal family are really awesome. In fact, Li Xiaogong's dislike of Cui Shanfu mainly came from the time when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty proposed marriage for King Jianri. When he saw Cui Shanfu shamelessly insist on marrying the Tang princess to a distant country, Li Xiaogong felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He did not know why, but when he saw Cui Shanfu's face later, he felt that this old man wanted to marry his daughter to another country. Perhaps this is the fate of the heavens. In history, Li Xiaogong's daughter, Li Shuyan, was married to Tubo thousands of miles away because of a political marriage. Although she left behind the beautiful story of Princess Wenxing came to Tubo, who knows the pain of the separation of father and daughter and the inability to see each other again? Marquis, I inadvertently found out a piece of news about young Master Huiran. Pang Feiji glanced at Li Zishuan cautiously and said in a low voice. Oh. What news? Tell me. Li Zishuan's interest was piqued and he quickly asked. Pang Feiji said, according to the news I found out, young Master Huiran was very famous in the Nanyang area since he was young. He was even called the fairy child. Seeing that Li Zishuan was very interested, Pang Feiji continued, it is said that young Master Huiran's mother had a dream during the day. She dreamed that a meteor entered her mouth and swallowed it. When she woke up, she was pregnant and gave birth to young Master Huiran 15 months later. This has become a legend in the area. When young Master Huiran was 7 years old, he accidentally drowned in the river and disappeared inexplicably. His uncle only found young Master Huiran's clothes by the river bank. 3 years later, young Master Huiran returned home. His uncle asked him where he had been all these years, but young Master Huiran said, the fairy child led me to drink the cloud juice, so I did not leave any ears. Marquis, do you think this is amazing? Young Master Biao must have met a boy by the side of a deity. The more Li Zishuan listened, the deeper his frown became. In the end, he said with a straight face, don't talk about strange things. Just some hearsay and you're scared to this extent. The monk is just a mortal. Don't talk nonsense. Get lost and go to sleep. Yes, yes, yes. I will take my leave. Chapter 953. Your Majesty, this is the first batch of military binoculars developed by the Academy. Would you like to try it? On the afternoon of the second day, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were personally escorted by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. They brought the binoculars to the home mansion and handed them to Li Zishuan. Since there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Li Zishuan brought the binoculars to the imperial palace. Li Er, who was in front of the dragon desk, was immediately energized. He quickly walked down and said, so fast? Let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan handed the binoculars to Li Er. Li Er took it and said in surprise, so small? Can you see it clearly? Brat, are you cutting corners for me again? He had personally played with the telescope in the academy before, but the one in his hand was only a little bigger than his palm. Compared to the big one in the academy, it was completely dwarfed. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Your Majesty, you have wronged me. This kind of military binoculars is specially designed to spy on the enemy during war. Of course, it has to be portable. If it's too big, how can it be brought to the battlefield? Don't be fooled by its small size, its ability is not much different from the Academy's telescope. Is it? Li Er did not believe it. He looked at the binoculars in his hand and said, Follow me upstairs to take a look. After that, he took the lead and walked outside. Taiji Palace was the main palace of the Tang Empire, so it was also called the Inner Palace. It was usually the place where officials gathered. Of course, it was also Li Er's office. Taiji Palace occupied a large area, including Taiji Palace, Yin and Yang Palace, and Ganlu Palace. Taiji Palace was not a group of palaces on the first floor, it had a second floor. Li Zishuan and Zhao Song followed behind Li Er and came to the corridor on the second floor of the Taiji Palace. At this time, the sun had already set halfway down the mountain. Standing at their position, they could see the gorgeous red clouds on the horizon. The sky was dyed a deep red by the sunset glow, like a magnificent red sea. It was very spectacular. It was really, such a scene should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one see it in the human world? Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at the magnificent sunset for a while. Then, he picked up the binoculars and held the binoculars in front of his eyes. In order to protect the lens, Mo Lingwei added rubber to the edge of the lens. Compared to the hard and cold iron frame, the soft rubber was undoubtedly more comfortable for the eyes. Li Er raised the lens and looked at the front. Suddenly, a head wearing armor appeared in his field of vision. He could even see the hair on the person's face clearly. Although Li Er had killed many people in his life, he couldn't help but be startled by the sudden appearance of a head. Li Zishuan could clearly see Li Er's wrist tremble slightly before returning to normal. "Your Majesty, how is it? The effect of this military binoculars isn't bad, right?" Li Zishuan laughed secretly, but asked softly. It's okay." After adapting to the ultra-long vision provided by the binoculars, Li Er was now using the binoculars to look for other sceneries. How could he have the time to comment on Li Zishuan? Therefore, he only gave a short reply and went back to playing. In fact, the effect of the binoculars was not only okay, it was simply too good. When Li Er was playing with the astronomical binoculars, he could see the moon and stars hundreds of thousands of miles away. Those stars were originally far away, so he didn't have much of an intuitive feeling about the magnification effect of the binoculars. But now, it was different. Standing here, he could even see the appearance and clothing of the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the Imperial City. It was exactly the same as the scene he couldn't see when he stood next to those people. This kind of intuitive visual impact shocked Li Er. For a moment, he was addicted to playing with it. "Ahem. Your Majesty, it's getting cold, you." After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan estimated that Li Er should have seen everything that could be seen from this angle. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from the west. Zhao Song could not help but let out 2 dry coughs. Li Er reluctantly put down the binoculars and said, "Let's go back to the Ganlu Palace." After a while, the 3 of them returned to the Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of smiles and said, I'm very satisfied with this binoculars. Just based on this, my full support for you to establish Yanhuang College was not in vain. This binoculars was produced by the Chitsu Pavilion Workshop, right?" Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, this binoculars was made by Yan Shaoning and Mr. Mo's beloved daughter, Mo Lingwei. The workshop can now mass-produce them based on the technology they provided." Mo Lingwei? Li Er muttered once, then suddenly seemed to remember who Mo Lingwei was. He smiled and said, the idea of this binoculars was originally thought of by you, right? You still want to use them to fool me?" Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Your Majesty, this was indeed the idea that I provided. However, the work after that was completed by Shaoning and Ink Girl. The fact that this binoculars could be produced so quickly is due to the 2 of them." Li Er smiled and did not waste his breath on this issue. He paced 2 steps with his hands behind his back and said, "Your workshop will produce another batch of binoculars like this. Medicine Master and Jijia have mentioned this to me more than once." Li Zishuan nodded and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. However, how much does Your Majesty want? After all, the production of this thing is extremely complicated and the materials are also extremely expensive." Li Er said with a toothache, "You brat, don't try to fool me. How would I not know that the most important part of this binoculars is the 4 pieces of colored glass? As for the colored glass in your workshop, it is all made from sand." Li Zishuan never expected old Li to know so much. He quickly coughed dryly and said, "Your Majesty, don't think that the materials are cheap. However, the process is complicated. To turn a bag of sand into colored glass, it requires dozens of processes. To grind the colored glass into the lenses of the binoculars, the workshop's old craftsman would have to grind it for several days. Furthermore, it might not even succeed. This is the cost. Shut up. Then tell me, how much are you planning to sell this binoculars to me for? Li Er said with a black face. Li Zishuan stretched out 5 fingers and carefully said, Your Majesty, I'll give you a friendly price. 500 strings of coins for one. How about that? 500 strings of coins? Li Er stared and sneered, 500 strings of coins, you brat, aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? At most 150 strings of coins. Get the workshop to make 50 for the imperial court as soon as possible. Don't try to bargain with me. This is my bottom line. Li Zishuan said with a pained expression, Your Majesty, you are cutting my flesh. Sigh, fine. 150 strings of coins it is. Just treat it as my contribution to the great Tang Empire. Chapter 954. After finishing the deal for the binoculars, Li Er sat back on the throne in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this deal, and so was Li Zishuan. The price of 500 strings of cash that he quoted to Li Er was just a bluff. He had already expected Li Er to bargain with him. Although the final price of 150 strings of cash was not high, it was not low either. The workshop could make a small profit from this deal. At this moment, Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan. He said, This binoculars is a national treasure. The technology used to make them must not be leaked. In order to prevent people from sneaking into the workshop, I will send a team of imperial guards to guard the workshop. Do you have any objections? Li Er had fought in wars all his life. He understood the importance of binoculars in battle. Because of this, he knew better than anyone else that if the enemy had binoculars, it would be a great misfortune for the Tang army. That was why he was so concerned about the safety of the workshop. Li Zishuan thought for a while and gritted his teeth. He said, I don't mind if your Majesty sends imperial guards to guard the workshop, but your Majesty's men are not allowed to interfere with the daily operations of the workshop. Otherwise, I would rather close the workshop. Li Er narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a dangerous light. The hall immediately fell into silence. Zhao Song could not help but reveal an anxious expression as he silently blamed Li Zishuan for daring to say anything. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily, Bastard! Do you think that I will swallow your workshop? Ridiculous! I have the wealth of the world. Do you think that I lack your workshop? In fact, he knew better than anyone what was most valuable about the workshop. It was Li Zishuan's endless and amazing ideas. Without Li Zishuan, the workshop was worthless. That was why he had never thought of swallowing the workshop and taking it for himself. I have misspoken. I hope that your Majesty can forgive me. When Li Zishuan heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately cupped his hands in surrender. Although his words just now were suspicious of gauging the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick and might have even infuriated Li Er, he had no regrets. There were some things that had to be made clear from the start. He did not want his workshop to be a tool for the imperial court to make money. His workshop was to represent the most advanced productivity of the Great Tang. Humph. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. I will remember this and settle it with you in the future. Li Er snorted coldly, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and said, You know about Cui Shanfu, right? Li Zishuan was suddenly confused. He didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly mention this. Your Majesty, I happened to meet Cui Siqing outside the city yesterday. I didn't expect that Cui Siqing would follow Commandery Prince Hejian to the south to serve the country after not seeing him for a month. I admire you very much. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then pretended to be confused and said in a strange tone. Li Er widened his eyes and had the urge to curse. He secretly thought that this brat's mouth was getting more and more despicable. If Cui Shanfu heard this, he would probably be angered to death. However, he didn't know that Cui Shanfu was almost angered to death by Li Zixuan outside the city. According to my investigation, the reason why the Nanyang envoys suddenly wanted to visit Yanhuang College last time was because of Cui Shanfu's instigation. He probably wanted to embarrass you in public. This person actually disregarded the imperial court's reputation because of personal grudges. He really deserves to be killed. If it weren't for the old commandery Prince Chui's face, would definitely kill this person. What do you think? What do I think? Stand and watch. Li Zixuan mischievously said in his heart. In fact, when he heard Li Er say this, he was quite shocked. He didn't expect Li Er to know about this matter. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and replied with a serious face. Your Majesty, I think that the country is the country. Only when there is a country can there be a home. The country is first and the home is second. At any time, the country's interests are above everything else. Although I don't know how I offended Cui Siqing shouldn't have disregarded the Tang Empire's reputation to seek revenge on me. His intentions are truly deserving of death. Li Er looked at Li Zixuan with a faint smile and nodded. Yes, so I sent him to Lingnan. I hope that he can properly reflect on himself. Your Majesty is wise. The ruler and the official chatted for a while more before Li Zixuan took his leave. Outside the palace, pedestrians hurried to and fro on Vermilion Bird Avenue. It seemed that they all wanted to rush home before the curfew. Li Zixuan rode on his horse and happened to meet an old acquaintance. Yo! Dr. Qin. You just came out from the Imperial Physician Bureau and are preparing to go home? That's right, it was the doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau, Dr. Qin, who had attacked Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zixuan and tested the poison with his own body. Hey! So it's Marquis. I've seen Marquis before. Marquis, how have you been recently? This old man has just been dismissed from the Imperial Physician Bureau and is about to go home. Dr. Qin hurriedly greeted with a smile. Li Zixuan dismounted and stood beside Dr. Qin. The two walked side by side. Li Zixuan said as he walked, Haha. Dr. Qin, we are people who have been on the battlefield together. There's no need for you to be so polite. I wouldn't dare. Dr. Qin shook his head and laughed. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Oh right, Dr. Qin, this Marquis intends to establish a medical school. In the next few years, I will establish public medical centers in all the states of the Tang Empire. The Academy's medical school will cultivate medical talents for these medical centers. Dr. Qin's medical skills are superb and your medical ethics are noble. I wonder if you can recommend some similar talents to this Marquis? To fill up the Academy's medical faculty. Well, this was a rather old-fashioned way of recruiting people. He just had to wait for the willing to take the bait. Public medical centers? Marquis is indeed bold. I admire you. But I've been in the Imperial Physician Bureau for most of my life. I'm afraid that those friends of mine are no longer practicing medicine, right? Dr. Qin praised and then said regretfully. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Since there's no one else to recommend, Dr. Qin, why don't you come to Yanhuang College yourself? Don't you want to pass down your lifelong medical skills? Now that priest's son has a disciple, you. Dr. Qin said in surprise, Is priest's son also in Yanhuang College now? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Yes. And not only that, when the medical students officially enroll, priest's son will occasionally substitute for them. At this time, Sun Simiao was the idol of many medical students. Dr. Qin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, Good. Since priest's son has already entered Yanhuang College, what's there for me to hesitate? Just as well, I'm getting old and I'm planning to resign from the Ministry of Personnel in a few days. When the time comes, don't look down on my old bones. Li Zixuan smiled and said, why would I? The Academy's doors will always be open to Dr. Qin. Chapter 955. "Oh, I'm a little tired of eating fish and meat every day. I'll get the kitchen to buy more vegetables and fruits for a change of taste." On this day, Li Zixuan was eating lunch and subconsciously complained when he faced the table full of fish and meat. Although Han Yushi and the kitchen maid at home were very good at cooking, no matter how delicious they were, they couldn't rely on eating meat every day. Moreover, a healthy life required vegetables. These days of eating fish and meat every day had been going on for more than a month. Li Zixuan couldn't bear it anymore. "Child, have you been too busy recently? It's already winter. Where do you want the servants to go to buy vegetables for you? You don't want to eat pickles. It's already good enough to have meat to eat." Mrs. Li knocked on the bowl. Her eyes were full of love and helplessness. Han Yushi also said, "Yes, husband. In this season, other than the warm soup bureau, there are vegetables and cold melons in other places. Husband, why don't you make do for a while?" The so-called warm soup bureau was a department set up by the Tang Dynasty palace to cultivate off-season fruits and vegetables. Don't be surprised. Off-season fruits and vegetables were not the patent of modern people. Off-season fruits and vegetables had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. Back then, Qin Shi Huang planned the burying of Confucianism incident because of this. According to the historical records, Qin Shi Huang secretly planted melons in the warm place of Li Mountain's Mausoleum Valley. The melons were ripe and he ordered the scholars to say it. People said different things, so the order was different. In the end, these Confucian scholars didn't know the reason. After seeing that the melons were rare in winter, they were all killed. In the Han Dynasty, the royal vegetable base, Taiguan Garden, began to use the method of storing fire to grow off-season vegetables on a large scale. At that time, there was an official named Xiao Xinchen. He said that off-season vegetables were illegal food and couldn't be eaten. It would hurt people if they ate it. However, these words were obviously to fool people. His real purpose was to persuade the royal family not to be too extravagant. However, the Taiguan Garden, which produced and supplied off-season vegetables for the royal family, was not abolished during the Han Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the Warm Soup Bureau replaced the Taiguan Garden and began to provide off-season vegetables for the royal family. However, the cultivation method of vegetables at this time was obviously more environmentally friendly. They provided heat to the vegetables through hot springs instead of storing fire. Warden of Warm Soup. After hearing what his mother and wife said, Li Zixuan finally remembered the era he was in. But when he heard about the Warm Soup Bureau, he subconsciously understood. After all, this guy had read a lot of Tang Dynasty novels in his previous life, so he knew what the Warm Soup Bureau was. Then I'll go back and ask Qin for some vegetables. I'm sure he has some at home. Everyone was speechless. How could a teacher snatch food from a student? Li Zixuan's skin was really thick to the extreme. Cough, cough. Actually, this fellow also wanted to get his own greenhouse vegetables, but distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. He would first get some vegetables from Li Tai to quench his thirst. As for the greenhouse vegetables, he would also get them. Put it here, put it here. You guys, go to the front yard and help me move those brackets in. Li Zixuan was never careless when it came to his diet. In the afternoon, he asked someone to buy a batch of materials and planned to build a greenhouse in his yard. Young master, why do you need so many oilcloth and wood? He looked at the open space in the yard, which was full of coarse cloth and wooden sticks, and couldn't help but wonder. Li Zixuan smiled, hee, I'm going to build a house. Build a house? Young master, why do you want to build a house? Isn't the house enough for us to live in? He was even more puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. Li Zixuan didn't explain much and ordered the servants to start building the house. First, in an open space in the west courtyard, according to the length and width of the greenhouse that was designed in advance, the four corners of the greenhouse were determined. After making the four corners at right angles with the law of the Pythagorean string, positioning piles were placed, and positioning lines were drawn between the piles. Then, the foundation of the bamboo frame was leveled and compacted along the lines. Then, he let the servants use shovels to flatten the ground, followed by drilling holes and inserting wooden supports into the ground. In a short period of time, the sound of pile driving in the west courtyard resounded throughout the entire Li residence. Such a big movement naturally alarmed Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the Yi family. Xian, what are you doing? Although Father Li had already retired and didn't care about the family's affairs, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his son destroying the house's courtyard. Li Zishuan saw that the main members of the family were basically all present, and understood that his movement was too big. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Father, I'm planning to build a house specially used to grow vegetables in the winter. When the time comes, if our family wants to eat vegetables, we don't have to beg others. Build a house? Grow vegetables? Li Jingma's eyes widened, and then he scolded with a straight face, nonsense. I've lived for so long, and I've never heard of growing vegetables in a house. You've been following your master since you were young, and you've never been involved in farming. Now you're actually doing such a ridiculous thing. It's simply wishful thinking. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. Li Zishuan wasn't convinced. Father, you haven't tried it. How do you know this method won't work? Besides, it's not like no one has ever tried growing vegetables in the winter. Can't you just do it in the hot spring department? Li Jingma said angrily. There's a hot spring in the hot spring department to keep it warm all year round. How can it be the same? Stop fooling around and get them to remove these things as soon as possible. In fact, if it were any other time, Li Zishuan could do whatever he wanted at home, but now Yi Guizhong and the others were still living in the Li family. When Li Jingma saw his son fooling around like this, he felt a little embarrassed. If he didn't do it well, he would be reprimanded by his father-in-law again. Li Zishuan didn't have as many twists and turns as his father. He waved his hand and motioned for the servants who had stopped next to him to continue working. Then he turned to Li Jingma and said, Father, since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I grow vegetables in this house, will you eat them or not? How could Li Jingma believe Li Zishuan's nonsense? He stroked his beard and said proudly, Humph. Don't try to deceive me. If you can grow vegetables in the winter, I won't eat a single one even if I starve to death. Humph. You old man have nothing better to do. Why are you being so serious with your son? When your son really grows vegetables, I'll see if you'll eat them or not. Mrs. Li, who was next to them, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that the old man and the young man were actually betting. In her opinion, although her son's actions seemed ridiculous, countless facts in the past had proven that her son was always right. Chapter 956. Madam, I'm not being serious. Why don't you ask your parents-in-law if they've ever heard of planting vegetables in a house? Madame Li's words were obviously biased. Li Jingma was immediately dissatisfied. Speaking of which, he could be considered an official now. Why was his status in the family still so low? This was intolerable. Yi Guizhong saw that Li Jingma had turned the topic to him. He thought for a moment and said, It didn't exist in the past, but it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Little Xian has been good at creating miracles in the past year since he returned to Chang'an. Jingma, as his father, how can you not believe in your own son? It was rare for Yi Guizhong to actually speak up for Li Zishuan. Old Madame Yi smiled and said, Old master is right. Little Xian doesn't look like someone who would boast casually. Jingma, if you speak so confidently now, you'll have to starve in the future. Old Madame Ye's words immediately made everyone laugh. Lan clapped and said, Hee hee. Daddy is going to starve. But Daddy, don't worry. Lan will send you food when the time comes. Send food? Your father, I am not going to jail. Do I need a little girl like you to send me food? Li Jingma's old face darkened. Everyone laughed again. While they were talking, 2 rows of wooden sticks of the same height were inserted into the ground in the courtyard. The top of the 2 sticks was supported by a curved bamboo strip. It really looked like the frame of a house. Li Zishuan didn't have time to chat with his father at this time. He personally went down and ordered the servants to tie the custom-made white tarpaulins one by one to the supports. There was no plastic in this era. Li Zishuan thought about it and could only use tarpaulins instead. Although it was white tarpaulins, how could they remain white after being soaked in tung oil? It looked dark yellow, but even so, it was much better than black. After all, black tarpaulins absorbed light and didn't transmit light. It was not conducive to the growth of vegetables. These tarpaulins were specially made by Li Zishuan. There were 2 lengths of rope attached to them at specific intervals, which were used to tie them to the brackets that were inserted in advance. The winter in the north was especially cold. To be safe, 1 layer of tarpaulin was not enough to solve the problem. Li Zishuan made the greenhouse into a structure with 2 layers of tarpaulin. This way, the greenhouse would be even more insulated. Of course, in addition to this, Li Zishuan also prepared a thermal insulation plan, which was the natural heating method. The so-called natural heating was not an increase in temperature for no reason, but the effect of a mysterious substance, which was the fermentation agent. The specific method is, when preparing the ground, making beds, or making seed beds, the soil is filled with cow dung, pig dung, fresh garbage, manure, and crushed straws, then an appropriate amount of wheat koji or xiaoziu is added to make fermenting agent, and finally the soil of the vegetable garden is filled, so that the microorganisms in the fermenting agent can use the raw materials to work. These raw materials can slowly release heat, gradually increasing the temperature of the soil and the air to ensure the normal growth of the plants. Although Li Zishuan had never farmed in this life, don't forget that he was born into a farmer's family in his previous life. At that time, his family had built a greenhouse, and at that time, they used this method of releasing heat through fermentation to ensure the greenhouse's temperature. Reality proved that the effect was quite good. However, the fermenting agent they used at that time was also an industrial fermenting agent, so the effect might be slightly better than wheat koji or xiaoziu. More than 20 servants used more than 2 hours to build the greenhouse that was less than half a mu in size. It was the first time Lan saw such a long house, and she was extremely excited. The little girl shuttled back and forth in the greenhouse, not knowing the meaning of tiredness. She could not be dragged out, as if she wanted to make this her new home. However, when Sanbao came in with a load of dung, the little girl ran out at her fastest speed without needing anyone to say anything. Stinky Sanbao! Why did you bring 2 buckets of dung over for no reason? Ah, it stinks, you're so disgusting. Lan covered her nose and scolded as she ran. Miss, I. Young master asked me to. Sanbao looked wronged. Actually, he did not want to pick such smelly things. Wasn't it Li Zishuan's request? Alright, Sanbao, quickly get someone to evenly fill the fields with horse and cow dung, then sprinkle wheat koji over it. Then, plant the seeds of water spinach, cold melon, leeks, and shepherd's purse. Li Zishuan interrupted Sanbao and ordered. Speaking of which, the excrement was not ordinary excrement, but fresh horse and cow excrement. It was not easy to obtain such excrement. Dozens of servants and Pang Feiji's personal guards went out together and took away almost all the cow and horse excrement in the mansions of every household in Chang'an. The reason why they used cow and horse dung instead of human dung was mainly because cows and horses were herbivores. Their dung contained undigested residues, which were easier to ferment. Moreover, the fermented products were better for the vegetables. All right. Young master. Sanbao responded and led the other servants to work in full swing. In an instant, the west courtyard was filled with the stench. Li Jingma, Madame Li, Yi Guizhong, and the rest could not stay any longer. They hurried out of the west courtyard. Although Li Zishuan could hold his breath and was not afraid of the stench, his wife, Han Yushi, was afraid. Hence, he also pulled Han Yushi out. Cousin, are you really confident that you can grow vegetables in this house? Yi Fashion followed behind and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, of course. If nothing goes wrong, Fashion, you should be able to eat the vegetables here during the new year. Haha. You won't be able to eat these fresh things during the new year at Nanyang. It's all thanks to you, cousin. Yi Fashion smiled and said. Then, he continued to ask, planting in the spring and harvesting in the autumn is the way of the heavens. Cousin, aren't you going against the heavens by planting vegetables in the winter? Lisa Schwan looked at the unlucky child and said in a speechless manner, Fine, fine, fine. There's no need for so many rules. Your cousin just wants to eat some of the vegetables he grew. How is that against the heavens? Fashion, don't be so rigid all the time. It's life. If you want to live a good life, you have to. Tui. You can't be so calculative. Think about it yourself. After that, he patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and turned to Han Yushi and said, My wife, I'm going back to Yunshan later. Do you want to come along? Han Yushi thought for a while and nodded, I'll go too. Who knows, I might be able to help you. Lisa Schwan smiled and said, All right, I'll get someone to prepare the carriage. Chapter 957. Around 5 p.m., Lisa Schwan and Han Yushi arrived at Yun Mountain in a carriage with a large group of servants. The carriage was filled with oilcloth and wood. They were planning to grow vegetables in greenhouses in Yun Mountain. Speaking of which, more than 90% of the roads in Cloud Mountain had been repaired. This greatly reduced the travel time. In the past, it would take more than an hour for a carriage to travel this long path. Now, it would only take a little more than 15 minutes. More importantly, the road was wide. In the past, if two carriages wanted to stagger, they had to be careful for fear of bumping into each other. Now, the cement road was wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Compared to this, the official road outside the city was like a small road. Sanbao, bring them here and build me a greenhouse that is exactly the same as the one in the residence. I have something to do outside. Lisa Schwan said to Sanbao as he marked out an empty space behind the courtyard. In this era, there were no strict management methods for abandoned land like in the modern era. Usually, the land would belong to whoever developed it. Besides, Yanhuang College was built on Yun Mountain. The entire mountain was basically Lisa Schwan's private territory. He could plant wherever he wanted. Yes, young master. Don't worry and go. Sanbao took on the responsibility without hesitation. As Lisa Schwan's #1 henchman, this was a piece of cake for him. Lisa Schwan nodded and left with his wife. He wanted to go to his father-in-law's house. He wasn't going to monopolize the vegetables in the greenhouses. Planting vegetables was just for fun and to satisfy his appetite. He didn't plan to use it to make money. However, it was a good idea to let the villagers in his fief take care of it. As for Han Tianhu, due to his relationship with Lisa Schwan, he was now the head of one of the 8 villages in Lisa Schwan's fief. The Han family manor's position among the 8 villages was skyrocketing. Only Plum Village, which was close to Yun Mountain, could compete with them. The other 6 villages were envious of these 2 villages. However, their villages were now part of Lisa Schwan's fief. As long as they followed Lisa Schwan's footsteps, their good days wouldn't be far away. Previously, when Lisa Schwan mobilized the villagers to gather herbs in the mountains, the villagers were unusually enthusiastic. If there wasn't a quota, they would have brought their entire families into the mountains. It's Marquis. Hello, Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Since Cloud Mountain wasn't far from Plum Village, Lisa Schwan didn't choose to take a carriage. The couple hadn't gone far when they saw a group of villagers carrying bamboo baskets on their backs heading towards the 3rd courtyard in an endless stream. When the villagers saw Lisa Schwan, they stopped in their tracks and bowed. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yes, you're going to look for Dr. Sun? Some of them were familiar to Lisa Schwan, while others were unfamiliar. However, when he saw the herbs in their bamboo baskets, Lisa Schwan guessed that they were here to sell herbs. Yes. Marquis. We're all going to Dr. Sun to sell herbs. Why don't you go to the pharmacy in Cheng and City to sell? Lisa Schwan asked with a smile. When he decided to set up a school hospital in the academy, he put a sum of money in Sun Simiao's place for him to purchase herbs. The purchase price of herbs here wasn't much better than the big pharmacies in Cheng and City. Some herbs were even cheaper than the ones in Cheng and City. The main reason was that Sun Simiao didn't think it was worth the money. This old man had always been frugal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collected herbs himself to treat patients. When the man heard this, his face suddenly changed. He straightened his neck and said, "Marquis is kind-hearted. He pointed out a way for us to make money. Why would we do such a treacherous thing? Wouldn't that be like being criticized behind our backs?" An old man next to him also said, "Xuanzi is right. Marquis, you're kind-hearted. Besides, Dr. Sun doesn't charge for treating the poor. The herbs we collect don't cost anything. It's just a little effort. Even if Dr. Sun doesn't pay us, we have no reason to give these herbs away. Yes. Who knows, these herbs might even be used by divine Dr. Sun on us in the end. Yes, although we're poor, we can't let others criticize us behind our backs." The old man's words immediately gained the approval of many people. Li Zishuan's kindness to the people of his fief and Sun Simiao's kindness to the poor had been widely spread in the area near Cheng and city. People's hearts were made of flesh. In the face of good people like Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao, how could they only recognize money and not care about feelings? It had to be said that the feelings of kindness in this era were quite strong. If this situation was in modern times, it would be hard to say. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan, her heart full of love. She was happy that her husband had won the hearts of the people. Li Zishuan patted the man's arm and said, "Haha, good. 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 I appreciate your kindness. Since you are now the people of my fief, I will definitely take you to live a good life. Marquis is righteous. Marquis is mighty." The people had been looking forward to this promise in their hearts. Now that they finally heard Li Zishuan say it personally, they were suddenly very excited and shouted. Li Zishuan smiled and chatted with the people around him. Then, he took Han Yushi down the mountain. The villagers didn't go into the mountains to pick herbs every day. Now, the unified arrangement of the villages was to organize a group to go into the mountains every other day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan and his wife arrived at the Han village, Han Lijing didn't go out. Instead, he was playing chess with Old Hu in the courtyard. It was the slack period now. If Li Zishuan hadn't arranged a job to go into the mountains to pick herbs, Han Lijing would probably be even more free now. At this moment, the two bad chess players were happily playing chess on the stone table in the courtyard. "Father. Father-in-law." Han Yushi and Li Zishuan entered the courtyard. The two of them called out one after the other. "Yo! Yushi, Xiaoxian, you're back." Han Lijing heard and quickly stood up. His face was full of warmth. Old Hu also put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up with a smile. "Hey, Han girl, young master, you're here." He didn't call Marquis, nor did he call Marquis madam. However, this kind of address made Li Zishuan and Han Yushi feel very close. "Yes, Uncle Hu, you're playing chess." Li Zishuan smiled. Old Hu patted his head and said resentfully, "Hey. I was about to win just now." "Alright, Lijing, you lost this round." Chapter 958. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, how was the west side of Yunshan? Did you encounter any danger yesterday? After exchanging greetings for a while, the four of them sat around the stone table. Han Yushi brought 4 cups of water from inside the house. Li Zishuan took a sip and looked at Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Han Lijing smiled and said, "We didn't encounter any danger. There were so many of us. No matter how strong the beasts were, they would be scared away. We didn't even encounter a tiger." Hu Hanyun interrupted, "That's right, it was so boring. I remember that there were many tigers in the west side of the mountain in the early years. Yesterday, I was planning to hunt one back and use its skin as a mattress on my bed. In the end, we didn't even find a tiger's hair after searching for half a day. How infuriating." In the modern era, using tiger skin as mattresses was usually done by the rich. That was because tigers were protected by the country and were rare, so tiger skin was naturally even rarer. But in this era, even a farmer like Old Hu had a tiger skin, let alone a real rich family. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and couldn't help but say, Uncle Hu, it's a good thing that there are no beasts. At least there won't be any casualties, but we can't let our guard down. Father-in-law, even if we don't encounter any beasts in the future, we must have a group of young men accompanying us every time. Otherwise, we can't let farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs without permission. Many times, danger happens when people are not paying attention. Han Lijing stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Xian, don't worry. I will arrange it well. By the way, apart from this matter, this son-in-law has something else to tell father-in-law. Li Zishuan changed the topic and said, Hey! Young master, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Although Hu Hanyun looked rough, his heart was not rough at all. He realized that what Li Zishuan was going to say to Han Lijing next might not be suitable for him to hear, so he quickly got up and took the initiative to leave. Hey! Uncle Hu, it's not a secret anyway, and it's also related to you. Sit down. Li Zishuan knew what old Hu was thinking, so he quickly dissuaded him. Hee. Then I, old Hu, will listen. When Hu Hanyun heard this, he laughed awkwardly and sat down again. Li Zishuan then told him about his plan to popularize greenhouses and use this method to cultivate vegetables in winter. When Han Lijing heard this, his eyes widened. He said in disbelief, Little Xian, is this method of yours really feasible? This old man has lived for so long, but I've never heard of anyone growing vegetables in their house. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Hu Hanyun interrupted, Hey! Li Zheng, it's not right for you to ask this question. Since the first time young master came to our manor at the beginning of the year, when has he ever said anything wrong? From what I, old Hu, see, although this method sounds unlikely, but since young master said it, then it will definitely work. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed, Ha! Uncle Hu, don't praise me. How can I be as amazing as you say? Coincidentally, I've just built a vegetable shed in the side yard. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, why don't you come with me to take a look and learn how to build it and cultivate it? Later on, you can teach the other farmers in our manor who are willing to learn. When the vegetables are ripe, it will bring in a decent amount of income for the farmers, right? Good. Han Lijing said excitedly, Little Xian, this is not just a decent amount of income. It's simply a huge amount of income. You might not know how precious vegetables are during winter in Cheng'an City. This is truly a priceless commodity. If this method of yours really works, then the few manors around our Han Manor will really make a killing this time. That's right. Young master, you really have a lot of ideas. The farmers in our manor must have cultivated good karma in their previous lives to be able to look forward to your arrival. Old Hu laughed heartily. Han Lijing didn't even lock the door and followed Li Zishuan up Cloud Mountain with Hu Hanyun. Although the security wasn't so good that Tubu couldn't pick up his belongings, with the villagers around to look after them, Han Lijing wasn't worried at all that his belongings would be stolen. The four of them hurried along and arrived at Cloud Mountain's first courtyard in a little more than 15 minutes. At this time, a dark yellow tarpaulin shed about 10 feet long and 10 feet wide was revealed in front of them. San Bao and the servants were in the midst of finishing up the work. Young master, you're back. This place will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. San Bao saw that Li Zishuan had returned so quickly and quickly came over to inform him. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed, no rush. San Bao, you did well. San Bao immediately grinned, hee. It's all because you taught me well. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun, father-in-law, Uncle Hu, this is the shed I told you about just now. It's specially used to grow vegetables in winter. This shed is covered with 2 layers of tarpaulin. I'll add some fertilizer inside. When the time comes, when the door is closed, no matter how cold it is outside, it'll still be warm inside. Why would the soup bureau provide vegetables to the royal family in winter? Isn't it because it's warm there? If we use this, we'll most likely be able to achieve the same effect. Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he nodded, Xiao Xian, after hearing what you said, this method is quite promising. Perhaps we can really try it out. After saying that, he immediately frowned and hesitated, but with so many tarpaulins added together, I'm afraid it won't be cheap. I just don't know if the farmers will dare to take this risk. What Han Lijing said was true. After all, Li Zishuan's method of growing vegetables out of season had never been tried before. The capital invested in the early stage was not a small amount for the farmers. It would depend on whether the farmers believed in Li Zishuan or not. Hu Hanyun waved his hand carelessly and said, "Hey. Those who aren't willing don't have the life to earn this money. Lijing, no matter how much you force them, it's useless. Anyway, I, old Hu, believe in young master. I'll go to Chang'an tomorrow to buy tarpaulins. My family will build 10 of these big sheds. Anyway, there's a lot of land that's uncultivated now." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that old Hu had been reborn. His son and daughter both had their own achievements. Now, not only were they no longer the burden of the family, but they had also become the pride of the family and even the entire Han family manor. Because of this, the Hu family was getting richer and richer. At this moment, old Hu seemed to be rich and overbearing. He directly said that he wanted to build 10 of these sheds. But sometimes, honest people also had their blessings. It wouldn't be long before Hu Hanyun would be thankful for his current decision. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu's words are rough, but they are reasonable. When the time comes, the farmers will be free to build the sheds. If they don't want to, we won't force them. Chapter 959. Little Xian, you can't do this. In the Yunshan residence, Han Lijing listened to Li Zishuan and Hu Hanyun's conversation and quickly said, "Little Xian, you might not know the situation of the other villages. Take the Liujia village for example. Their village just joined your fief not long ago. During the previous autumn harvest, they still paid rent according to the previous landlord's request. In addition, this year's harvest is generally not good, making things worse. Their place is not rich to begin with. It's already not bad that they have enough food to eat. If you ask them to get so many oilcloths, even if they sell all the food in their house, it won't be enough. Little Xian, since you thought of this method to help the villagers increase their income, then you must also want all the villagers to receive this favor, right? Therefore, father-in-law still hopes that you can consider this matter carefully." After Li Zishuan heard this, he was silent for a while. He secretly thought that he had taken things for granted. The price of cloth in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was very cheap. The price of a spool of fine silk was the price of a bucket of rice. That is, 3 to 4 copper coins could buy a spool of silk cloth. As for the coarse oilcloths used to build the greenhouses, it was even cheaper. The cost of a greenhouse was actually only 200 to 300 copper coins. Li Zishuan's family had a ready-made clothing store, so he naturally knew the current price of cloth in Chang'an. It was because he knew that he subconsciously thought that the commoners could grit their teeth and bear the cost of a greenhouse. 200 to 300 copper coins was equivalent to a few $1,000s in the modern era. If a family squeezed together, they should be able to gather together. But he neglected a problem. The extent of exploitation of the farmers by the landlords of this era was far from comparable to the modern era. In this era, people who could not afford to eat enough and wear clothes were everywhere. Was 200 to 300 copper coins really a small amount? For some families, 200 to 300 copper coins could be enough for their family to eat for a year. Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law has indeed not thought it through. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He continued, "How about this? This son-in-law will take out 1,000 strings of money and leave it with father-in-law. If the villagers are willing to build greenhouses and have difficulties at home, they can come to you to borrow a sum of money. Each family can borrow at most 500 copper coins. They don't need to pay interest, as long as they can repay the principal within a year. Father-in-law, what do you think about this?" Capital loans were not unique to modern times. In ancient times, this was not a new thing at all. The reason why Meng Changjun, one of the 4 young masters of the Warring States period, was able to raise 3,000 retainers and recruit talents from all walks of life, was because of the business of lending money and collecting interest. According to historical records, there was a year when Shuedi failed to pay interest. Meng Changjun sent people to collect interest, but they still received an interest of 100,000. It could be seen that the scale of lending money was very large. Compared to that, Li Zishuan was not lending money at all. He was doing a good deed. After all, he did not charge any interest. Han Lijing said with a smile, "That's great. In this way, little Xian, you are truly working for the well-being of the common people." "Hey! Young master, you are so kind. The banks in Chang and city lend money to people, and they ask for 10% interest every month." Old Hu said with a grin. To be honest, he was a little tempted by this preferential offer. Regarding private lending, the Qin and Han dynasties was the first time in China's history that usury was at its peak. After the Tang dynasty, private lending developed even more rapidly. Various banks and pawnshops were set up in Shi City. Hence, it became the earliest financial street in China. Of course, in order to suppress usury, the imperial court also imposed many restrictions on private lending. There were clear records that the legal interest rate during this time was 10% per month, and 120% per year. Compared to the interest rate during the Qin and Han dynasties, this interest rate was more friendly. However, to the common people, this interest rate was still relatively high. Hence, when Old Hu heard that Li Zishuan wanted to lend money to the villagers without paying interest, he could not help but be tempted. After all, if he borrowed money from the banks, he would have to pay back 600 in interest a year later. In this way, borrowing money was profiting. Li Zishuan smiled and changed the topic. "Uncle Hu, father-in-law, take a closer look at this greenhouse. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. In the next few days, this greenhouse will be promoted to all the villagers. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you." Han Lijing nodded and said, "Okay. Old Hu and I will take a closer look." Although he and Hu Hanyun had an unruly time when they were young, later on, they obediently stayed at home and farmed. They could be considered as genuine farmers. Imitating others to grow vegetables was a piece of cake for them. The next day, Old Hu went out early in the morning. Today, he did not follow the village's young men into the mountains as a guard. He had more important things to do, and that was to buy cloth. There was no ready-made oilcloth, so he bought coarse cloth, and then some tung oil, and went home to make it himself. When he went there, it was an empty ox cart. When he came back, it was full of coarse cloth, and there were 2 barrels of tung oil hanging on the side of the cart. "Yo! Isn't this Old Hu? Why did you buy so much cloth? Are you making clothes for your son? That's not right. Why didn't you buy silk cloth, but so much coarse cloth?" On the way, it was inevitable that he would meet some acquaintances. Old Hu usually laughed and said carelessly, "Haha. Recently, the family is short of firewood, so I bought some coarse cloth to burn at home." If it wasn't someone from the village, Old Hu was determined not to reveal the secret of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. It was just that his response was a little too shocking. Buying coarse cloth to burn as firewood? Hearing Old Hu's response, people all suspected that Old Hu's brain was fried. Although the situation of Old Hu's family was much better this year, it was not to the point of being extravagant enough to burn coarse cloth as firewood, right? "My son's mother. I'm back. Come out and help me carry the things." The road from the Chang, an official road to the Han village, was now flat and wide. After a while, Old Hu returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, master, you're back so soon." When Lu Yue heard the noise, she hurriedly ran out of the house. When she saw the mountain of coarse cloth on the ox cart, she was stunned. This, husband, how much did you buy these cloth for?" Hu Hanyun wiped away his sweat and said with a grin, "Hey. It's only 3 strings of coins worth of cloth. The shopkeeper said that if I bought more, he would give me more, so I bought more. It's not a loss, not a loss." "It's not a loss? What did you say when you left? You only bought 2 strings of coins worth of cloth. Now that you've bought such a big cart, What are you going to do with the extra cloth? Lu Yue said angrily. Do what? Burn. Bah, I'm going to grow vegetables. Old Hu answered this question too many times along the way, so he couldn't help but say that word directly. Chapter 960. Hearing Hu Hanyun say burn, Lu Yue was so angry that smoke almost came out of her head. Husband, we've built so many greenhouses. What if we lose money? After all, growing vegetables in winter doesn't sound very reliable. Hu Hanyun glanced at his wife and said in annoyance, what does a woman like you know? Young master is the son of a god. How can he be wrong? If it weren't for young master, we would still be living in this rundown house. We would still be cooped up at home with them. You don't have to believe other people, but you have to believe everything young master says. Although Lu Yue liked to take advantage of others, she wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. In this kind of situation, she was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. Understood, husband. Hu Hanyun said with satisfaction, take down these coarse cloths and dip them in tung oil to dry. I'll go to the mountains to chop some wood. We'll go build the greenhouses in the afternoon. Lu Yue agreed and said, then, husband, go quickly and come back quickly. Okay. At the same time, the news of Li Zishuan's intention to promote greenhouses to grow vegetables began to spread among the 8 villages. Of course, what was more attractive was Li Zishuan's interest-free loan, which ignited the hope of many poor people. Wife, tie up the old hen at home. I'll bring it to the Han village later and borrow 500 copper coins from Han Lizheng. Our family also wants to follow Marquis and build greenhouses. In a dilapidated courtyard in the Liujia village, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a thin figure suddenly seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up abruptly and said to the house. Husband, you're going to borrow so much? What if we can't pay it back when the time comes? A woman in coarse clothes walked out of the house and said anxiously. The man gritted his teeth and said, we have to pay it back. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to pay it back. Wife, think about it. As long as we can use these greenhouses to grow vegetables, let alone 500 copper coins, we'll have a few thousand copper coins. You know old Hu from the Han village, right? It was said that his son was cured by Marquis. Who knew that he would be admitted to Yanhuang College a few months ago? He was really lucky. Our Huzi isn't young anymore. I have to hurry up and get him a package so that he can go to school to learn something. If he can also get into Marquis' Yanhuang College in 2 years, then our family's ancestral graves will be smoking. In ancient times, it was a kind of gift given to each other by superiors and subordinates, relatives and friends. In ancient times, when students and teachers met for the first time, they would first present gifts as a sign of respect. This was known as a gift. It had already been implemented during the time of Confucius. In the Tang dynasty, schools still used the ceremony of paying tuition, but many poor families could not afford to pay tuition, so naturally, they did not have the life to study. The woman hesitated and said, But, husband, what if? What if Marquis' method doesn't work and we can't grow vegetables? In fact, this woman's thoughts represented the thoughts of a considerable number of people. Most of the farmers who were still hesitating were not sure whether Li Zishuan's method could grow vegetables in winter. The man was suddenly speechless. After a while, he stamped his feet and said, It definitely can. Since Marquis dares to promote this method to us, then he must have confidence. You didn't see how rich the Han village and Plum village are now. That's all because of Marquis' help. Besides, if we really can't grow vegetables and can't pay back the money, then I'll sell my life to Marquis to repay the debt. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the courtyard. His steps were so firm, and his back was so bleak. However, hey! Husband, you forgot to take the chicken. Do you still want the old hen at home? Chang'an City, Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. After Li Zishuan finished his business in Yunshan yesterday, he came back directly. His father-in-law was in charge of the farm, and Li Gang and Yen Silu were in charge of the academy. He was very comfortable as a hands-off boss. Xiao Xian, I heard that you want to let the people in your fief grow vegetables with you? When it was almost noon, Yi Guozhong found Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes, grandfather. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, are you 100% sure that this method will work? You have to know that the people are not rich. If they can't grow vegetables, you'll be doing bad things with good intentions. In the end, this old man was still worried that Li Zishuan's good reputation, which he had painstakingly built, would be ruined because of a greenhouse. At the same time, the people who followed Li Zishuan to grow vegetables in the greenhouse would also be ruined. Grandfather, don't worry. I tested this method of growing vegetables with my master when I was at Mount Longhu. As long as it's done properly, we'll definitely be able to grow vegetables. Li Zishuan didn't want to keep talking nonsense, so he directly brought out his omnipotent master. When Yi Guozhong heard this, he was suddenly speechless. As a cultivation family, Yi family was certainly clear about spiritual master Lingshu's magical power and his status in Taoism. Since these greenhouse vegetables had been verified by spiritual master Lingshu, what else could he say? A kind-hearted person will be rewarded with good fortune. A family that accumulates kindness will have more to celebrate. Xiao Xian, you have to always remember this. People follow the laws of the earth follows the laws of the heaven follows the laws of the Tao, and the Tao follows the laws of nature. Taoism emphasizes karma. Your good deeds today will definitely be rewarded with good results. Grandfather is very pleased to see that you treat the people in your fief so well. Yi Guozhong came over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, and said with deep meaning. Old man Ye's words could be said to Li Zishuan's heart. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Grandfather, you flatter me. After lunch, Li Zishuan's uncle, Yi Huiming, carried a small bag of luggage and prepared to leave Chang'an and return to Nanyang. Father, mother. Take care of your health in Chang'an. I'll go back first. Yi Huiming bowed and cupped his hands. Good, good, good. Huiming, you also have to be careful on the road. Take the official road, don't take the small roads, so as to avoid encountering bad people. The old madam of the Yi family nagged. I know. Yi Huiming responded and looked at Yi Fashion. He really didn't know what to say to this son of his who had been like a sinner since he was young. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. In the end, he looked at Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu. Yi Yuzhu quickly said, Big brother, don't worry. I will take good care of father, mother, and Fashion. Yi Huiming nodded and whispered, don't resent father for what happened in the past. He did it for your own good. Then he turned and got into the carriage at the door. With the coachman's go, the carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 961. Okay, Lu Mang. Put your thumbprint here and you can borrow these 500 coins. Han Village, Han family's courtyard. There was a long line in the courtyard. Han Li was setting up a table in the courtyard. Beside him stood a middle-aged scholar. At this moment, Han Li was smiling as he spoke to the dark-skinned man in coarse hemp clothing. This man was the father of Liujia village's Hu Zi. He was the one who came here to borrow money but forgot to bring his hen. However, even if he brought it, it would be a waste because Han Lijing would not accept it. Hey! I will press it now. Lu Mang did not look at the content of the paper. He responded and without hesitation, bit his thumb and put a red thumbprint on the paper. Han Lijing's character was well known by everyone in the surrounding area. Therefore, Lu Mang was not worried that Han Lijing would cheat him. Besides, even if he did not believe Han Lijing, how could he not believe Li Zishuan? After all, Han Lijing was helping Li Zishuan. Okay. Here are 500 coins. You better count them carefully. Han Lijing nodded. He took out a string of coins from the wooden box behind him and handed it over to Lu Mang. Lu Mang took it with both hands. He wanted to count but he was a bit embarrassed. Han Lijing saw this and laughed. Hee hee. It is best to count the coins face to face to avoid any misunderstandings later on. Thank you, Han Lijing. Lu Mang was moved. He moved 2 steps to the left to give way to the line. Then he stood on the side and counted the coins face to face. Han Lijing shouted. Next. A young man in his 20s came over. Han Lijing found him unfamiliar and asked. Little brother, which village are you from? Han Lijing, my name is Wang Qingyuan. I am from Shirley village. Last month, my village was annexed to Marquis's fief. The young man quickly replied. Han Lijing looked at the middle-aged scholar beside him. He saw the scholar open the book on the table to a certain page. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded and said. There is indeed this person in Wang village. Han Lijing nodded and asked the young man. Wang Qingyuan. How much money do you want to borrow? Why do you want to borrow money? Wang Qingyuan replied, Han Lijing, I want to borrow 500 copper coins. I also want to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables. Han Lijing nodded and took out a piece of paper with a document written on it and said, just like Lu Mang, put your fingerprint here. Hey. I understand. Wang Qingyuan said excitedly. At this time, Lu Mang, who is next to him, has already counted the copper coins. He scratched his head and somewhat embarrassedly asked Han Lijing. Han Lijing, how should we build this greenhouse? I want to learn. Holding the heavy 500 copper coins, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. If he couldn't grow vegetables, then his family would be completely finished. His son wouldn't be able to go to school, and he was afraid that even eating would be a problem. Therefore, before he set up the greenhouse, he had to learn the technique well. Otherwise, the borrowed 500 copper coins would be wasted. Yes. Han Lijing, where should we go to learn how to build a greenhouse? The other people also looked at this side. The question that Lu Mang asked was also what they wanted to ask. Those who made up their minds to borrow money actually wanted to use this opportunity to completely improve their family's situation. No one didn't want to be able to grow vegetables in their greenhouse. Han Lijing raised his head and said to everyone. If you want to learn how to build a greenhouse, after you get the money, I can take you to Old Hu's house to have a look. His house has already built a greenhouse. At that time, if you have anything you don't understand, be sure to ask on the spot. Old Hu will also teach you some planting techniques. If you want to learn, you can wait for a while on the side. Lu Mang grinned and said. Hey. That's fine. I will wait for a while on the side. Thank you, Han Lijing. Yo. There are so many people. At this time, Li Zishuan came in from outside the courtyard. Looking at the long line in the courtyard, he was surprised. In the afternoon, after he sent his uncle away, he remembered the situation in the village and immediately rushed over. Things like greenhouse vegetables, for many people, were entrusted to their family's livelihood. If he didn't come personally to teach, in case something went wrong, it would be a big sin. Marquis? Marquis is here. Greetings to Marquis. Greetings to Marquis. Among the nobles of the Great Tang, Li Zishuan was one of the more down-to-earth nobles. He often interacted with the people of the lower class, so there were many people who recognized Li Zishuan. The moment he entered, many people recognized him, and the people in the procession instantly grew excited and enthusiastically bowed. Li Zishuan nodded his head to greet them one by one. He walked to the front of the line. The middle-aged scholar from before hurriedly straightened his clothes and quickly came over to salute. Lowly official Xiao Hai greets Marquis. Yuan Shikai? Li Zishuan was taken aback subconsciously. Could it be so coincidental? I actually met Yuan Datu in Tang Dynasty. The middle-aged scholar looked embarrassed and said carefully, Marquis, that lowly official is Xiao Hai, not Yuan Shikai. At this time, Han Lijing said to Wang Qingyuan, who had finished pressing his fingerprint, and handed over a string of copper coins. He hurriedly came over and said, Xiao Xian, this is County Deputy Yuan from the county government. I invited him here today to be a witness. It's more reliable this way. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He had also heard that in ancient times, it was often necessary to find a well-respected middleman to act as a witness. Generally, commoners liked to find a judge from the county government to act as a witness. This way, it would be easier to file a lawsuit. He had to admit that his father-in-law was very considerate. At this time, he also realized that he had misheard the name just now. He said apologetically, "Oh, it's County Deputy Yuan. I didn't pay attention just now and misheard the name. I'm really sorry. County Deputy Yuan, please forgive me." Xiao Hai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Marquis, you're too serious. You didn't mean it, and I didn't take it to heart." Li Zishuan nodded and smiled, "That's good." Then he looked at Han Lijing and asked, "Father-in-law, how many people came to borrow money?" Han Lijing replied, "In the morning, there were already more than 70 households coming to borrow money. Looking at the situation in the afternoon, there should be nearly 200 households coming to borrow money today." Li Zishuan was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many farmers who couldn't afford to build greenhouses. He secretly thought that it was fortunate that his father-in-law had reminded him. Otherwise, according to the previous policy, many people would be unable to build greenhouses even if they wanted to. "Well, father-in-law, have you arranged for the farmers to train them in building greenhouses and how to plant vegetables?" Li Zishuan asked again. Han Lijing nodded and smiled, "Yes, I have. I'll take them to Old Hu's house later. Old Hu's house has already built the greenhouses. I'll take them to the site to have a look. As for the farmers who came to collect money in the morning, I've already told them to go to Old Hu's house in the afternoon." Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He looked at the wooden table in the courtyard and the big box containing the copper coins. He turned around and said to Pang Feiji, "Feiji, go to Yanhuang College now and ask Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and Kusher Qin to come over and wait here." "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and accepted the order. He immediately turned around and left. Han Lijing didn't understand and asked, "Xiao Xian, you," Li Zishuan said, "Father-in-law, there are so many farmers. You can't handle it alone. Iron Egg and the others will come over later to help you count and distribute the money. Now, bring the farmers and follow me to Uncle Hu's house to have a look. If Uncle Hu makes any mistakes, I can point them out from the side." Han Lijing heard and felt that it was reasonable. He replied, "That's good. We'll go and have a look first." As he finished speaking, he called out to the villagers, intending to follow Li Zishuan to Old Hu's residence. Beside him, Ma Yinghai suddenly didn't know what to do. Should he follow along? Li Zishuan hadn't invited him. If he didn't go, what would he do if he stayed here alone? Moreover, there was still a pile of huge money in the courtyard. If he didn't have enough money, how could he explain himself? "County Deputy Yuan, if you're willing, you can come with us." Fortunately, Li Zishuan didn't forget about him. Hu Shihai hurriedly said, I'm willing, of course I'm willing." However, the farmers were a little unwilling. They were afraid that Hu Shihai would steal their knowledge and teach the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse to outsiders. However, the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse was Li Zishuan's. Since Li Zishuan didn't say anything, they naturally didn't have the right to say anything. They could only keep their unwillingness in their hearts. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't worried about the technology leaking because he didn't have the intention to monopolize the business of growing vegetables in the greenhouse from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught the technology to the farmers. He just wanted his farmers to be the first batch of farmers to grow vegetables in the greenhouse and be the first batch to taste the sweetness of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. This technology wasn't difficult to learn. After a period of time, it was inevitable that other farmers or other dignitaries would learn it. If he didn't want to leak it, he shouldn't have made this technology public. Since he planned to teach it to the farmers, it would definitely leak one day. However, the good thing was that there were basically no vegetables in the market now. The farmers under his rule could enjoy the first batch of dividends brought by growing vegetables in the greenhouse, which was also a huge profit. As more and more people grew vegetables in the greenhouse in the future, the price of vegetables in the greenhouse would correspondingly decrease. Naturally, the profit wouldn't be as big as it was now. Marquis, you're here. Under Han Lijing's guidance, Li Zishuan and his group came to a field in the south of the Han village. This field was actually beside the Han village and was very close to the village. Li Zishuan didn't expect that there would be a large group of people in the field. There were people from the Han village and Plum village. Second Master Lu was also among them. Although the old man was old, his eyes were very good. He was the first to notice Li Zishuan coming over. Second Master Lu, you're here too. Li Zishuan smiled in surprise. Hey! Aren't you here to learn? Not only me, but basically every family in Plum Village is here. Second Master Lu said with a smile. When Han Lijing informed the 8 villages that Li Zishuan wanted to promote Dapeng vegetables, the people from the other villages might have hesitated a little. However, the people from Plum Village and the Han village basically chose to join without hesitation. This was because Li Zishuan had helped them chase away the bullies, Lu Shiren and his son. It was Li Zishuan who led them to live a prosperous life today. Li Zishuan was a god in their hearts. They believed in Li Zishuan unconditionally. These 2 villages were under Li Zishuan's management at the beginning of the year. The people in the villages were basically considered wealthy. When others were thinking about whether to build a greenhouse or where to borrow money to build a greenhouse, they had already taken action. Most of them went into the city this morning to buy the coarse cloth and tung oil. When they were free in the afternoon, they ran over to Old Hu to learn the skills. Young master, you're here. Old Hu, who was not far away, hurriedly put down his work and ran over. Uncle Hu, your shed is not bad. Li Zishuan glanced at the greenhouse in the field and smiled. Old Hu scratched his head and said, Hey! It's still a little lacking compared to young master's greenhouse in the other courtyard. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's not bad, not bad. Uncle Hu, tell them about the techniques of building a greenhouse. I'll walk around and see if there are any flaws in your greenhouse. Old Hu naturally agreed. This was something that had been agreed upon earlier. He led everyone to the side of the greenhouse and began to explain, actually, building a greenhouse is very simple. I'll explain it to you once. You'll definitely know how to do it. If you want to build a greenhouse like this, first. Old Hu led the farmers into the greenhouse and explained as they walked. Li Zishuan wandered around the outside of the greenhouse. He was checking the airtightness of the greenhouse. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small patch of yellowish green in the mound not far away from the greenhouse. When he took a closer look, he found that there was a small patch of mung bean sprouts growing in the mound. Oh, to be precise, it should be called mung bean sprouts. Those that sprouted in water were called bean sprouts. Those that grew in the ground were called bean sprouts. Damn! Why didn't I think of making bean sprouts? Seeing this, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something. He could not help but pat his head and said regretfully. Bean sprouts? Marquis, what's a bean sprouts? Kuhai, who had just walked over and wanted to talk to Li Zishuan, could not help but be stunned and asked. Oh, nothing. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Kuhai. He changed the topic and said, Why didn't you go in with us, County Magistrate Yuan? Kuhai smiled bitterly and said, This greenhouse cultivation method was created by Marquis for the farmers under his rule. As an outsider, how can I eavesdrop? Li Zishuan looked at this person in surprise. He did not expect this county magistrate to be a gentleman. Haha. It's just a folk art. It can't be considered a secret. Since I've taken it out, I don't want to keep it a secret forever. If County Magistrate Yuan is interested, you can go in and listen. Villains were born in troubled times, while gentlemen were born in prosperous times. It had to be said that ever since Li Zishuan transmigrated to this world, he had met more good people than villains. He had a good impression of people like Ma Yinghai. Kuhai said happily, Marquis is so righteous. Actually, I've always been curious about how this greenhouse is used to cultivate vegetables in winter. Since Marquis has given me permission, it would be impolite of me to refuse. But don't worry, Marquis. Before I get permission from Marquis, I won't talk nonsense. Chapter 962. Li Zixuan hurriedly left after pointing out a few small mistakes in the shed that the Han family manor had built for Hu Hanyun. Wife, do you have soybeans or mung beans at home? Li Zixuan asked Han Yushi when he returned to his home in Chang'an. Yes, he wanted to get some bean sprouts to eat. Although the greenhouse vegetables could provide vegetables on a large scale during the winter, distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. At the very least, they would have to wait for close to 2 months before they could eat them. The vegetables that they ate yesterday were all taken from the Prince of Wei's residence. It was not a big deal to take it once or twice, but it would not be good if they took it too many times. The small bean sprouts in the Hu family's field in the afternoon made Li Zixuan's eyes light up. It took a long time for greenhouse vegetables to mature, but bean sprouts did not. In this season of shortage of vegetables, crisp and refreshing bean sprouts tasted much better than fish and meat. Hubby, there should be lioli, same pronunciation as green, beans at home, but what is yellow bean? When Han Yushi heard this, she thought for a moment and asked curiously. Mung beans and soybeans had a history of thousands of years of cultivation in China. They existed before the Western Zhou dynasty. The ancients called mung beans. Although they had different characters, they had the same sound. Therefore, when Li Zixuan said mung beans, Han Yushi could understand what he meant. But soybeans were different. At this time, there was no such thing as soybeans. Later generations generally believed that the word soybeans first appeared in the Tang dynasties, Kaiyuan Zhanjing. The book was written between 718 and 726, and Yuyang Zizu. Before that, they all used the word soybeans. There was also an interesting story about soybeans. During the reign of Emperor Wenzong of the Tang dynasty, a strange thing happened in the capital Chang'an. The price of soybeans, which were originally an agricultural product, soared overnight. 1 stone of soybeans was sold for 10 taels of gold. It was said that Emperor Wenzong loved women with big breasts. There was a palace maid surnamed Wang who became a phoenix just because one of her breasts was unusually prominent. She was promoted to Jiaoyi and became the favorite of Emperor Wenzong. With this successful precedent, the imperial concubines in the harem began to buy and store soybeans in large quantities. They would eat them every meal. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, soybeans had a certain breast enlargement effect. With the help of the imperial concubines, the price of beans in Chang'an rose faster than the price of houses in modern times. It's soybeans. Wife, do we have soybeans at home? Li Zixuan patted his head, recalled the memories of the previous owner of this body, and quickly corrected himself. Yes. There was. What do you want to do with soybeans and black beans? Han Yushi replied. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, Hey. Wife, you'll know when the time comes. After saying that, he rushed to the kitchen excitedly and asked for a ladle of green beans and a ladle of soybeans from the cook, Auntie Zhao. He then soaked the 2 types of beans in clear water. In his previous life, Li Zixuan's grandmother often made bean sprouts, so he was quite familiar with the steps of making bean sprouts. Soaking the beans in water was only the first step. According to his grandmother's experience, the beans had to be soaked for at least 8 hours before the next step could be done. Husband, why are you soaking the beans? Could it be that you want to grind tofu? Han Yushi followed in and couldn't help but ask after seeing what Li Zixuan was doing. Li Zixuan heard and turned around. He looked at Han Yushi's chest and said with a naughty smile, Husband, I only know how to take advantage of tofu. I don't know how to make tofu. Husband, what are you talking about? Auntie Zhao is still here. Han Yushi's cheeks blushed and she said angrily. Although she didn't understand what taking advantage of tofu meant, she guessed the general meaning when she saw the naughty smile on Li Zixuan's face. She secretly thought that her husband sometimes looked like a gentleman, but sometimes he was perverted and naughty. He was really special. Auntie Zhao, who was outside the door, quickly coughed and walked away. Li Zixuan saw Han Yushi's shy face and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He went back to the topic and said, I soaked the beans to let them sprout. Although we have 2 greenhouses to grow vegetables, it will take at least 2 months to eat the vegetables inside. After the beans sprout, take the sprouts and stir-fry them in the pot. It can be considered a delicious dish. Before the vegetables in the greenhouses come out, this dish is a very good substitute. Han Yushi was obviously not the kind of young lady who didn't eat food and didn't know about farming. She frowned and said, "Husband, these beans have been soaked in water. I'm afraid they won't sprout. Instead, they will become smelly." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Of course, I won't let them soak in water all the time. There are still many steps later. When tomorrow morning comes, I will take out the beans and put them in a bamboo sieve covered with wet gauze. The bamboo sieve will then be placed in a basin filled with water. The basin shouldn't be too big. It will be enough for the beans to breathe. Another wet gauze needs to be covered on top of the bamboo sieve. Finally, a slightly heavier bowl needs to be pressed on top. The weight of the bowl can make the bean sprouts thicker. After that, the beans have to be drenched 3 to 6 times every day to maintain the moisture of the beans. After the drenching, you have to continue covering them with wet gauze. By the 5th day, the bean sprouts at the corners will have grown out. Moreover, they will have roots. Then, they can be eaten." Han Yushi listened attentively. In the end, she asked, "Husband, how do you know so much? Have you made them yourself before?" It was mainly because Li Zishuan said it in such a serious manner that she couldn't help but wonder if Li Zishuan had made bean sprouts before. That was why he was so surprised. Li Zishuan touched his nose. Although he hadn't made them himself, he had seen his grandmother make them many times. Cough, cough. You can say that. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said vaguely, "In short, wife, you will be able to see what these bean sprouts look like in 5 days. Moreover, you will be able to taste this delicacy." Han Yushi put her hand into the water basin and gently stroked the soybeans in the basin. She raised her head and said, "Husband, the farmstead and Yanhuang College need you. You still have a lot of things to do. Leave this matter to me. I have remembered all the steps you mentioned earlier. Since it's not a troublesome matter, I will definitely do it for you." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and nodded, "That's good. Thank you for your trouble, wife." He was very confident in his wife's ability to do things. In some matters, Han Yushi's attentiveness even made him feel inferior. The wife he married seemed simple, but in fact, she wasn't. "Husband, father already knows that you want to promote greenhouse vegetables in the farmstead. He said that since you are confident that you can cultivate vegetables in winter using this method, then use this to make our other 6 farmsteads rich in one fell swoop. However, father said that there is one thing that you might have overlooked. He asked me to remind you." Han Yushi took her hand out of the water basin and suddenly said to Li Zishuan seriously. Chapter 963. Wifey, what did father say? After listening to his wife's serious words, Li Zishuan asked aloud. Han Yushi pursed her lips and said softly, "Husband, in the afternoon, father asked me to tell you that letting the people grow vegetables in greenhouses is a good deed, but you have to consider things more thoroughly. For example, the oilcloth needed to build greenhouses. Husband, there are thousands of people in your fief. Even if only 50% of the people are willing to build greenhouses and grow vegetables, the amount of coarse cloth needed will be quite large. When the time comes, the unscrupulous cloth merchants in Chang and will see a business opportunity and will definitely wait for the opportunity to raise prices. Although husband has given the people an interest-free loan of 500 copper coins per household, who knows how much the coarse cloth will cost? Maybe 500 copper coins won't even be enough to build a greenhouse." With Han Yushi's explanation and analysis, Li Zishuan's brows gradually wrinkled. Han Yushi saw this and said, "But husband, you don't have to worry. Father has already informed shopkeeper son of our family's ready-made clothing store to prepare a supply of coarse cloth in case of an emergency. Presumably, it will alleviate the situation of the shortage of coarse cloth in Chang'an." Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Father has considered everything thoroughly. I almost neglected this matter. Previously, when we lent money to the farmers, it wasn't just for them to buy greenhouses, but also for the seeds. If the price of cloth in Chang'an soars, even if the people have enough money, they may not be able to afford the seeds. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan's face revealed some disappointment and hurriedly comforted him. Husband, this is your first time doing this kind of thing. How can you be so considerate? Even a wise man will make a mistake once in a while. Li Zishuan heard this and laughed. Hee, wifey, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not that weak. Actually, with shopkeeper's son's connections, he may not be able to gather so much coarse cloth in such a short time. If we want to solve this matter quickly, we have to rely on the Chamber of Commerce. Wifey, you go ahead with your work. I'll go arrange it. Husband, go ahead with your work. Li Zishuan went to the front yard and found Wang Zhong. He asked him to send someone to invite someone over. About an hour later, when the sun was about to set, an old man in luxurious clothes came to the Li residence. San Bao, who had been waiting at the entrance, quickly went up to welcome him. Boss Chow, my family's marquis is waiting for you in the front hall. That's right, this well-dressed old man was Chow Wendong, the largest silk and cloth merchant in Chang'an City. He was also the third largest shareholder of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Please lead the way. Chow Wendong politely cupped his hands and said. Under San Bao's lead, Chow Wendong came to the front hall of the Li residence. When he saw Li Zishuan sitting at the head of the table, he quickly cupped his hands and greeted, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, No need to be so courteous. Then, without even exchanging pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Mr. Chow, I'm looking for you today because I need your help with something. I hope I'm not bothering you. Chow Wendong shook his head. No. I don't have anything to do at home. How am I bothering you? Marquis, if you need anything, feel free to tell me. Chow Wendong was so polite that Li Zishuan felt a little embarrassed to come. Whenever he needed help with something, he would drag him out. If he didn't need help, he would put him aside. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little unkind. Actually, he was thinking too much. His thinking was still stuck in the ways of the modern world, but he forgot that he was in the ancient times. In this era of scholars, farmers, businessmen, there was a strict hierarchy. If he didn't do this, Chow Wendong would find it strange. It's like this. Recently, the people of the Marquis Manor want to buy a large batch of coarse cloth. The amount is huge, but the people have limited money. Therefore, I intend to ask Mr. Chow to help me transport a batch of coarse cloth from other places to prevent the other cloth merchants in Chang'an City from increasing their prices. Li Zishuan asked someone to pour a cup of tea for Chow Wendong and said. Hearing this, Chow Wendong felt strange in his heart. Why did the farmers of Li Zishuan's manor need a large amount of coarse cloth? However, he didn't ask the question in his heart. After experiencing all kinds of ways of the world, he knew that there were some things that he shouldn't ask. Marquis, how much coarse cloth do you need me to prepare? Chow Wendong pondered for a moment and asked. Li Zishuan calculated a little in his heart and stretched out 5 fingers, 50,000 bolts. And all of them are white cloth. If they can't be sold out, I'm willing to buy them all at the market price. If each of the farmers under him was willing to build a greenhouse, he would need at least 100,000 bolts of coarse cloth. Moreover, this didn't take into account the situation like Old Hu's family who had built multiple greenhouses. The reason why he only asked Chow Wendong to prepare 50,000 bolts was mainly because he considered that not all of the 8 farms would be willing to build greenhouses. Moreover, in the existing stock market in Chang'an City, there was a considerable amount of coarse cloth in stock. If Chow Wendong prepared 50,000 bolts, it would be enough to control the price of coarse cloth in Chang'an City. Chow Wendong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to ask for so much cloth. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't curious. However, this kind of question, if Li Zishuan didn't take the initiative to ask, he wouldn't and couldn't take the initiative to ask. Marquis, don't worry. I can definitely gather 50,000 bolts of coarse cloth within a day. If I can't sell them in a short time, I don't need Marquis to buy them. I naturally have my own channels to sell them to other provinces and counties. Chow Wendong said with a confident smile. The reason why he could become the largest cloth merchant in Chang'an City was because of his extensive and high-quality supply channels. Li Zishuan's request might be a little difficult for others, but for him, it wasn't difficult at all. He only needed to move his mouth. Okay. Then I won't force you. Thank you, Boss Chow. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands. Chow Wendong quickly stood up and said, You flatter me. If there's nothing else, Marquis, I'll go back and make arrangements. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Take care, Boss Chow. The next day, the cloth merchants in Chang'an City welcomed a large number of special customers. The reason why it was special was that these people only came to buy 2 bolts of coarse cloth near the new year. However, there was still more than a month before the new year, and these people came in groups. Not only did they come, but they also bought cloth by cart. The craziness of this made many cloth merchants secretly speechless. When these people were asked why they bought so much coarse cloth, most of them were vague or gave very strange reasons. It was obvious that they were deliberately deceiving people. This strange phenomenon made the merchants very puzzled. Some cloth merchants saw a business opportunity. On one hand, they slightly raised the price. On the other hand, they urgently mobilized coarse cloth from other places. Although coarse cloth was less profitable than silk and fine silk, it couldn't be relied on the large quantity. An undercurrent of price increase was rapidly brewing. Chapter 964. Shopkeeper, do you have any more coarse cloth? Do you want white cloth? No more, no more. Just now, 3 people came and bought all of it. Do you want black cloth? I still have some black cloth here. No need. I'll ask the other shops. Shopkeeper, do you still have white coarse cloth here? Yes. That's great. Shopkeeper, give me 150 bolts of white cloth. Haha. Brother, white cloth is now 2 copper coins for a bolt. Do you really want 150 bolts? Wasn't it 3 copper coins for 2 bolts before? Haha. Brother, you said that was before. Now, the price of cloth in Chang'an changes every day. If you don't buy it today, it might be even more expensive tomorrow. But shopkeeper, this is too expensive. A bolt of fine silk is only 3 copper coins. How can your coarse cloth be sold for 2 copper coins? Hey. Brother, what you said is wrong. Now, fine silk is 4 copper coins for a bolt. Silk is 6 copper coins for a bolt. I'm not cheating you. In the eastern and western districts of Chang'an, similar conversations like this could be found everywhere. Farmers from several villages in Lantian County were all asking for white coarse cloth. Many cloth merchants were waiting for the opportunity to raise the price. The farmers were caught in a dilemma. If they buy 100 bolts of cloth would be 50 copper coins more than before. This was not a small amount. If they don't buy, what if the price continues to rise tomorrow? Mang, the white cloth from Li Ji garment shop in the western district is still 3 copper coins for 2 bolts. Go buy it quickly. If you're late, it might be gone. In the eastern district, an old man was walking quickly toward the entrance of the eastern district. He saw Lu Mang on the side of the road and quickly shouted. Third master, which Li Ji garment shop is it? Lu Mang's face lit up as he turned his head and asked. The old man grinned and said, You child, which Li Ji garment shop can it be? Of course it's Marquis shop. Go quickly. I heard it from Wang Dahai from the neighboring Wang family village. If you're late, it might be gone. Hey. Thank you, third master. I'll go with you. Lu Mang agreed and then left with the old man without any hesitation, leaving the cloth shop owner with an ugly face. Shopkeeper, should we reduce the price of our cloth? When the shop assistant saw the ugly expression on his boss's face, he carefully probed. What surrender? Don't you see that there are so many commoners who need cloth today? Even if Li Ji clothing shop is backed by the Marquis of Yong, and this old man doesn't believe that they can supply so much cloth. When these people can't buy cloth from them, they will definitely come back to us to buy. What are you afraid of? The cloth merchant thought for a moment and scolded with a cold face. The shop assistant shrank back and hurriedly flattered, yes, yes, yes. Shopkeeper has great foresight. You are truly wise. The cloth merchant frowned and ordered, go and find out why these farmers suddenly need so much cloth. This old man will have someone transport a batch of coarse cloth from Fuzhou. Yes, shopkeeper. Young master, the price of cloth in Chang'an is rising. Right now, only our shop and Chow family's shop have not increased their prices. After the commoners heard the news, they will flock here. I reckon that our stock won't last until today. Yonglu Lane, Li Mansion. Housekeeper Wang Zhong walked in from outside and reported to Li Zishuan. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Yi Fashion furrowed his brows and angrily said, preposterous. Cousin, these profiteers are hoarding and driving up the prices. Cloth is a necessity for the commoners. How can they be allowed to run amok? These people are guilty and should be punished. Yi Guizhong also worriedly said, Little Xian, if this happens, the farmers in your fief will have to pay a higher price if they want to continue building greenhouses. Li Jingma frowned and didn't say anything. Yesterday, he did ask Sun Huiming of the clothing shop to prepare a batch of coarse cloth in advance. However, the time was too short and the commoners' demand was too large. Even if they prepared in advance, it would be difficult to supply all of it. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, it's not the end yet. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Those cloth merchants who see an opportunity to increase their prices will soon suffer the consequences of their own actions. After that, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, Fashion, the world is full of people. Everyone is here for profit. I am not surprised that the cloth merchants have such a reaction. When the higher-ups encounter such a situation, they must not use brute force. They must use profit to balance the situation. Only then will they be able to make those people pay the price and accept it wholeheartedly. Yi Fashion's eyes lit up and asked, Cousin, do you have another trick up your sleeve? Li Zishuan smiled slightly. He didn't deny or admit it. Haha. Little Xian, it seems that you are prepared. Then I won't worry for nothing. I heard that Fashion recently met a Taoist priest from the Taisher Bureau. He is quite skilled in Taoism. I will go and meet him later. Yi Guizhong stood up and laughed when he saw this. The price increase of the coarse cloth in Chang'an city had awakened the villagers who were still hesitating about whether or not to take the risk of building greenhouses. In this situation, if they continued to hesitate and missed the opportunity, there would be no medicine for regret. Therefore, the number of villagers who went to the Han family village to borrow money suddenly increased. The number of villagers who went to the Han family village to borrow money suddenly increased from 200 to 600. The queue stretched from the Han family village's courtyard to the entrance of the village. With so many people flocking to the village, the Han family village suddenly became very crowded. Of course, when they saw the new houses that the Han Manor's commoners lived in, the new clothes that the Han Manor's children wore, and the extravagant village school, the commoners from other villages who came to borrow money were all the more determined to follow Li Zishuan and grow vegetables in greenhouses. Only by following Li Zishuan would they have the chance to live as blissful a life as the Han Manor's residents. Faced with so many villagers who came to borrow money, Han Lijing suddenly felt that Alexandria was too big. He knew that he could not solve this problem alone. Moreover, there was no one in the village who knew how to keep accounts. He could only ask for help from Yanhuang College. Fortunately, Mr. Li Gang was very open-minded. He also agreed with Li Zishuan's teaching philosophy of combining knowledge and practice. Therefore, when he heard that Han Lijing had sent people to the college to ask for help, he immediately informed the head of the mathematics department, Su Hongji, to send 10 students with excellent results to the Han family village to help. Su Hongji had recently heard that Li Zishuan wanted to encourage the villagers to grow dapeng vegetables. This kind of good deed that would benefit the people, he naturally raised both hands in approval. Thus, the top 10 students in the entrance exam were sent to the Han village. Han Lijing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The burden on his body suddenly became lighter. However, when he heard that the price of cloth in Chang'an had skyrocketed, he suddenly became worried again. Chapter 965. Your Majesty, the price of cloth in Chang'an has suddenly changed today. Coarse cloth, fine silk, and silk have all increased by varying degrees. In the sweet nectar hall, Zhao Song quietly walked in and spoke respectfully to Li Er. Li Er frowned and said with displeasure, Have you found out who is hoarding and driving up the price of cloth? In this era, the rulers of the upper class did not have much financial awareness. Naturally, there was no such thing as excessive currency devaluation and price inflation. Under normal circumstances, only in times of chaos would prices go out of control. When Li Yuan was in power, he did not lack in controlling the price of goods in the country. Because stable prices were often a symbol of a country's peace and stability, the price of goods in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was relatively low. How could Li Er not understand this? He was also very concerned about the price of goods in the country, especially in Chang'an. So when he heard about the price change in Chang'an city, his brows immediately furrowed. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, this is not a hoarding of goods by some merchants. Almost all the cloth merchants in Chang'an city are raising prices at the same time. Yesterday and today, the farmers in the villages outside the city have all entered the city and bought large quantities of coarse cloth. The amount is so large that it makes one speechless. Many of the cloth shops have been swept clean. When the cloth merchants saw this, they collectively raised the price. However, the clothing shop of the Marquis of Yong'an and the cloth shop of the number 1 cloth merchant in Chang'an city, Chao family, did not raise the price. There is such a strange thing. Why would the people buy cloth in large quantities? Li Zishuan, Chao family. Li Er was puzzled. He stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he said, Li Zishuan and the Chao family formed a Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce a few months ago, right? Zhao Song lowered his head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er seemed to understand and muttered, So, the reason why the Chao family did not raise the price of cloth should be because they were instructed by Li Zishuan? What is this kid doing? Why do I feel like he predicted that the price of cloth in Chang'an city would soar? This matter must have something to do with him. Zhao Song's eyelids twitched. Then, like an old monk in meditation, he remained silent. After a long while, Li Er ordered, Investigate why these farmers suddenly bought so much cloth. At the same time, order Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, to investigate the peddlers in Chang'an city who have been maliciously raising the price of cloth. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song cupped his fists and left. There was no shortage of well-informed people in Chang'an, especially for the bigwigs in the imperial court. There were few secrets in Chang'an that they did not know. Today, when the price of cloth in the city skyrocketed, they all received the news one after another. Some even knew that the bulk buyers came from Lantian County, Li Zishuan's fief. Combined with the fact that only Li Zishuan's and Chao Wendong's shops in Chang'an city did not raise the price of the cloth, the answer behind the incident was obvious. However, the truth of the matter was really puzzling. What was Li Zishuan trying to do? Why did he instigate the farmers to buy cloth in large quantities? What would be the use of the cloth he had bought? The bigwigs in the imperial court could not figure it out. It was not their fault that they were not well informed. It was just that the farmers were unusually tight-lipped. The cloth merchants had asked, the servants sent by the courtiers had asked, and the farmers of other farms had asked as well. However, they could not get anything out of them. Li Zishuan's seemingly simple decision had affected the nerves of many people. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's performance in Chang'an city over the past 6 months had been too outstanding. Now, any news about him would attract a lot of attention. Xiao Xian, I heard that the farmers of your farm are all buying cloth everywhere. Are you up to something mysterious recently? When it was close to evening, Qing Yaojin came to Li Zishuan's residence to find him. This old fellow did not beat around the bush. After taking a seat in the main hall of the Li residence, he asked directly. Li Zishuan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He already knew that the farmers had collectively kept the matter of the greenhouse vegetables a secret. Regarding the farmers' thoughts, he naturally understood. Moreover, he also hoped that his family's farmers would be among the first to enjoy the benefits of the greenhouse vegetables. However, the relationship between the Li family and the Qing family was not shallow. It could be said that the benefits that the Qing family's farmstead enjoyed were basically implemented by Qing Yaojin, imitating Li Zishuan's policies towards the farmers. Now that Qing Yaojin had personally come to ask about the sudden purchase of cloth, Li Zishuan was somewhat embarrassed. Should he say it or not? For himself, it did not matter whether he said it or not. However, for the farmers of his family, it was different. The market in Cheng and city was not small, but it was not big either. If more people were to share the market, Li Zishuan's farmers would naturally receive less profit. Uncle Cheng, to be honest, I have a method of growing vegetables in winter. It requires a lot of oilcloth. I have already passed this method to the farmers of my fief. That's why they have been wantonly buying cloth in Cheng and city these 2 days. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Li Zishuan decided to tell the truth. He believed that Qing Yaojin knew his limits. At the very least, he would give the farmers some methods to make money. How could there be enough money in this world? Even if the farmers of the Qing family's fief started to build greenhouses, Li Zishuan felt that his own family's profits would definitely not be low. What? You can grow vegetables in winter? Xiao Xian, did I hear wrongly? Qing Yaojin's first reaction was shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Qing, you didn't hear wrongly. Let me bring you to see something." Qing Yaojin did not understand, but he still followed Li Zishuan to the west courtyard. Seeing the greenhouses in the west courtyard that were half the height of a person, and with Li Zishuan's explanation, Qing Yaojin finally accepted the reality of the greenhouses. If your greenhouses can really grow vegetables in winter, then the farmers of your fief will make a lot of money this year. Lantian County will probably become one of the top 3 counties in Cheng and city. Haha. You little brat, you really treat your family's farmers well. Qing Yaojin stroked his beard and praised. Li Zishuan smiled and said noncommittally, "Perhaps." Qing Yaojin rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Forget it, forget it. I shouldn't have come today. This was supposed to be a benefit for your farmers, but I found out about it. I shouldn't have. Don't worry, I will pretend that I didn't hear anything today." Old Sheng was not stupid. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Although he was jealous of the huge profits from the greenhouses, he would not take advantage of his own family. Chapter 966. After hearing Qing Yaojin's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think that old Sheng was still very principled in dealing with matters. If it wasn't his, he would definitely not snatch it, even if it was something very attractive. Uncle Cheng, actually, haha. Xiao Xian, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Since this thing is a benefit that you're giving to your family, then this old man has no reason to meddle in it. Let's wait until next year. When the time comes, I'll send some farmers to your farm to learn and gain experience. Don't refuse. Li Zishuan opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Qing Yaojin. Old Cheng's attitude was very firm. Li Zishuan thought about it and said with a smile, "Haha, thank you Uncle Cheng for your understanding of my family's farmers. But actually, if you want to let the farmers of the public house grow vegetables in greenhouses, you don't have to wait until next year. You just have to wait half a month. At that time, the maturation period of the vegetables in our greenhouses will be staggered. Even if there is a small overlap, it won't have a big impact on my family's farmers. Besides, the stock of cloth in Cheng and is getting tighter and tighter. After half a month, there will be a lot more, so Uncle Cheng, you can wait a little longer." Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up and he said, "This really won't affect your farmers?" Li Zishuan said, "It won't affect them much. Even if the maturation period of the vegetables overlaps, we can still use the waterway to transport the vegetables to other provinces and counties to sell. Using the waterway to transport vegetables was actually an option. In this era, Chang'an had developed water transportation and benefited from the Grand Canal built by Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. From Chang'an, one could go straight to the south through the Grand Canal. However, the preservation and consumption of vegetables during the transportation process was a big problem. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't want to take this route unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Chang'an had a population of millions. This huge city could completely consume the vegetables in the greenhouses on his land. Besides, even if there was a certain amount of vegetables in the greenhouses, Li Zishuan wouldn't interfere personally. Didn't he have the Chamber of Commerce? The members of the Chamber of Commerce must be very envious of the vegetables in the greenhouses. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily and said, "Haha. If it really doesn't affect your farmers, then in half a month's time, the farmers of the Qing family will also start building greenhouses. By the way, how can second brother be left out of this kind of thing? This old man will tell him about this matter later. You won't mind, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Of course, I don't mind. Even if Uncle Qing didn't say it, I would tell Uncle Qin about the vegetables in the greenhouses. Our three clans share weal and woe, and our fates are the same. Why should we draw such clear distinctions?" In fact, if Qing Yaojin didn't come today, Li Zishuan planned to go to the Qin family tomorrow and ask Qin Xiong if he wanted to import the vegetables in the greenhouses. Qin Xiong was his wife's adoptive father. Usually, he treated Li Zishuan as his own son. Whenever Li Zishuan was in trouble, Qin Xiong would be the first to stand up for him. Moreover, he would always agree to Li Zishuan's requests unconditionally. For example, during the military training at the academy, Qin Xiong didn't hesitate to accept Li Zishuan's invitation and come to the academy to be a military training instructor for a month. Therefore, whenever there was something good, Li Zishuan would definitely think of giving Qin Xiong a share. As for Qing Yaojin, of course, he treated Li Zishuan very well. Old Sheng was loyal and valued friendship. Many times when Li Zishuan was attacked, his behavior would be more violent and direct. Li Zishuan respected this old man very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Qing Yaojin about the vegetables in the greenhouses today. Qing Yaojin looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said seriously, "Good. You are loyal and loyal. Chou Ox didn't misjudge you, and I didn't misjudge you either. But Xiao Xian, don't worry. Second brother Qin and I will never tell outsiders about the vegetables in the greenhouses. I will also tell the farmers in the village to keep it a secret. This winter, the vegetables in Chang'an City will depend on us three families. Haha. Now we don't have to ask Her Majesty for vegetables." The next day. Cheer up. There will be a lot of people coming to buy cloth today. Be more diligent. Early in the morning, the owners of the Eastern and Western cloth shops lectured their workers at the same time. Their faces were full of confidence. "Yes, yes, yes. Boss, don't worry. Boss, how can you be so sure that there will be a lot of people coming to buy cloth today?" One of the workers couldn't help but ask. The boss smiled proudly. His face was full of a strategist's expression. He said, "Humph. I received news that the cloth from Li Jiqing clothing shop and Chao family cloth shop were sold out yesterday. Since no one is disrupting today, the people can only come back to sell our cloth that has increased in price. Hey. I have already mobilized 5,000 bolts of white cloth from Fuzhou yesterday. They should be here soon. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper, you're wise." The workers immediately flattered him. The boss smiled and said, "Listen carefully. Today, the coarse cloth in our shop will be sold for 3 copper coins a bolt. Fine silk will be sold for 5 copper coins a bolt, and silk will be sold for 10 copper coins a bolt. Don't sell it for less than 1 copper coin. 3 copper coins a bolt." Compared to the previous price of 3 copper coins for 2 bolts, the price of the coarse cloth had increased by a whole fold. "Boss, what if the other shops sell it at a lower price than us?" a worker asked worriedly. The boss narrowed his eyes and said firmly, "Humph. I said 3 copper coins a bolt, and it will be 3 copper coins a bolt." Without the Marquis of Yong and Chao Wendong causing trouble, the coarse cloth in Chang and city today will only be sold at this price. Do you all understand? Yes, we understand. Many times, greed could blind people. When a person's heart was filled with greed, then danger was not far away from that person. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper. Not good. Not good. Eastern City, Lu Ji Cloth Shop. The market had been open for an hour, but there was not a single transaction. There were people who came to look at the cloth and silk, but after hearing the high price, they all flinched. At first, the boss was not anxious at all. He felt that when the buyers realized that Li Jiqing clothing shop and Chao family cloth shop did not have cheap cloth, they would definitely come back to buy their expensive cloth at a higher price. But after an hour, there was still no one coming to buy the cloth. The boss in the shop could not sit still and hurriedly sent someone to inquire about the situation. After a quarter of an hour, the worker who went to inquire about the situation returned in a hurry, shouting as he ran. The boss was immediately alerted. He quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Huff, huff. Boss, not good. Chao family cloth shop shipped a large batch of coarse cloth from somewhere today. Now, their shop's entrance is filled with cloth. There are at least tens of thousands of bolts. The commoners have all gone there to buy cloth." Chapter 967. What? Tens of thousands? Why do they have so many pieces of cloth? The shopkeeper's expression changed when he heard that. He grabbed the worker's shoulder and asked anxiously. The other workers in the shop didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They prayed that the shopkeeper wouldn't vent his anger on them when he got angry. The worker who was grabbed by the shopkeeper felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but he couldn't care less. He quickly said, "Shopkeeper, I don't know. I heard that old Master Chow had people place coarse cloth outside the shop early this morning. It was piled up like a mountain. I don't know how many pieces of cloth there are, but it seems that there are at least tens of thousands of pieces. I'm afraid there are almost 100,000 pieces." This was Chao Wendong's strength. He directly piled up some of the pieces of cloth in his hands, giving a strong visual impact. He took out more than 20,000 pieces of cloth, but achieved the effect of 100,000 pieces of cloth. It made people unsure how many cards he had in his hands. There was a lot of psychological warfare in this. The reason why he did this was mainly because Chao Wendong knew that the 50,000 pieces of cloth in his hands couldn't satisfy the appetite of the people in Li Zishuan's farmstead. If he wanted to complete the task given by Li Zishuan, he had to use some tricks. The method he used was exactly what Li Zishuan wanted to see. Why was Li Zishuan so sure that Chao Wendong only needed 50,000 pieces of cloth to stabilize the price of cloth in Chang'an? This involved the concept of the banker controlling the market. Take stocks for example. The banker usually collected chips in the low-priced areas to achieve the initial goal of controlling the market. Then, he took the opportunity to raise the share price. After that, he would make a profit and leave behind a pile of chicken feathers. If the banker wanted to control the market, he had to have at least 20% of the circulating shares in his hands. In other words, for a company with a market value of 10 billion, the banker only needed 2 billion chips to achieve the goal of controlling the market. This was also the quality that an outstanding trader must have. Now, the shortage of coarse cloth in Chang'an was about 100,000 pieces of cloth. Chao Wendong had 50,000 chips in his hands, which was about 50%. Under such circumstances, if he still couldn't control the price of cloth in Chang'an, Li Zishuan felt that he might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. Almost 100,000 pieces. After the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of concept was 100,000 horses? Chang'an City's monthly consumption of cloth was estimated to be around 100,000 bolts, right? How the F***ck are we supposed to play? You can't bully me like this. At this moment, the shopkeeper felt like crying. Shopkeeper, the 5,000 bolts of coarse cloth you transferred from Fuzhou yesterday have arrived. They're in the backyard. Would you like to take a look? At this moment, a servant in green ran into the shop and cupped his hands. The shopkeeper's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He panted heavily and roared, "Get lost." The servant in green was so scared that he trembled and fled. Who knew that after a short while, he returned. Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, no good. There's a team of officers from the Supreme Court at the Wang family's cloth store across the street. Shopkeeper Wang has already been arrested. What? The shopkeeper of Lu Ji cloth shop's old face turned pale. In the end, he couldn't resist the great fear in his heart. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Quick! All reduce the price of the cloth. Before he fainted, he said weakly, the Supreme Court's minister, Lu Dui, personally led the troops to the eastern and western cities. This was the last straw that crushed all the cloth merchants in Chang and city. In order to avoid trouble, the cloth merchants scrambled to reduce their prices. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be imprisoned. In fact, when the Chow family's cloth store released tens of thousands of bolts of coarse cloth, many cloth merchants saw the opportunity to reduce their prices. As for the other cloth merchants who wanted to resist to the end, the sudden appearance of the officers from the Supreme Court extinguished their last hope. Thus, just as the price of cloth in Chang and city showed signs of increasing, it was quickly pinched down. Your Majesty. After a secret investigation, I've arrested a total of 15 cloth merchants who collectively raised the price of cloth in an attempt to make huge profits. These people saw that there were many merchants in Chang and city who wanted to buy large amounts of cloth in the past 2 days, so they saw the opportunity to raise the price. Moreover, these merchants have cooperated with each other in an attempt to raise the price of cloth. Just today, the price of coarse cloth has been raised by these people to twice the previous price. In the afternoon, Ganlu Hall. The Supreme Court's minister, Lu Dui, walked into the hall and reported to Li Er. Lu Dui fought under Pei Rinji at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he joined Li Mi and returned to Tang with Li Mi. He was conferred the title of Left Marquis General and was conferred the title of County Duke Tang. In the first year of Zhongguan, he was conferred the title of Supreme Court's Minister. Bam! When Li Er heard this, he slapped the dragon table with a gloomy face and said angrily, "Twice the price?" This group of people was really daring. Cloth is a daily necessity of the people. How can they be allowed to commit such atrocities? Punish them severely. Lu Dui bowed and said, Your Majesty. These criminals have been detained by the Supreme Court. In 2 days, Your Majesty will interrogate and punish them. Li Er said again, Investigate. Continue investigating. If similar situations are found again, detain them directly. The prices of Chang and city must not be messed up. Your Majesty. Lu Dui bowed and accepted the order. Old Master, the price has fallen, the price has fallen. The price of coarse cloth from all the other cloth shops in Chang and city has fallen. In Shi City, the Chow family's cloth shop, a manservant who looked like a servant ran into the backyard and reported loudly. Chow Wendong narrowed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Is that so? Now it's good to report to Marquis. Haha. At the same time, in the Li residence in Yongla City, Li Zishuan also received the news not long after. Little Xian, did you expect that His Majesty would send people from the Supreme Court to intervene in this matter? Yi Guizhong asked Li Zishuan after hearing the news. Yesterday, when he saw Li Zishuan's scheming look, he knew that Li Zishuan had a trick up his sleeve and could settle this matter. However, he didn't expect that Li Zishuan could settle the price of cloth in Chang and so quickly. It was practically a miracle. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Grandfather, even if His Majesty didn't send people from the Supreme Court to intervene in this matter, those clowns who only know how to hoard and inflate the price of cloth won't be able to do anything. At worst, they'll just waste a few more days. Good and evil will be repaid. Justice will only be late, but it will never be absent. Yi Guizhong's expression suddenly became complicated. He murmured, good and evil will be repaid. Justice will only be late, but it will never be absent. Good. Good. Your master's spirit in heaven must be gratified to have a disciple like you. Chapter 968. Under Li Zishuan's and Chao Wendong's ingenious plan and Li Er's suppression, the price of cloth in Chang and city quickly returned to the previous price. Some shops' prices were even lower than before. As for the shopkeepers of these shops, it was unknown whether they had a guilty conscience or had found their conscience. After the incident, the Supreme Court arrested more than 20 cloth merchants who had jointly manipulated the price of cloth. These people were not wronged at all. Because just the night before, they had made an appointment with each other and finalized the price of cloth for the next day at the same time, using this opportunity to make huge profits. Hoarding and price gouging were things that no one would care about in modern times. However, in ancient times, especially in times of peace and prosperity, the imperial court strictly controlled such things. Marquis, young Master Yen sent someone to report that the cement road from Yunshan to the official road has been completed. He dismissed the construction team yesterday. A few days later, Pang Feiji came to Li Zishuan's residence in Cheng, and in the morning and told him this news. Half of the construction team from the college had been dismissed, and the other half was busy repairing the cement road. Yan Xiaoning was still the leader of the construction team. However, as the leader, besides supervising the construction, he was often caught by Mo Lingwei to be a strong man. Li Zishuan, who was inspecting the greenhouse in the courtyard, was stunned when he heard this. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Oh? It's been completed so quickly? Ask Sanbao to prepare a horse. I want to see it." The cement road in Yunshan was a road that Li Zishuan had spent a lot of money to build for the Han family village and Mei village. A total of more than 100,000 strings of coins were spent, and the construction team had reached more than 6,000 people. The total length of the road was more than 30 miles. It took nearly 2 months and a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources to finally be completed. Perhaps many people would feel that it was not worth it, but Li Zishuan did not think so. In his vision, Yanhuang College would definitely become the top engineering school in the Tang Empire in the future, and it would also have a strong research ability. At the same time, the new workshop of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion, which was backed by the Plum Village, would become the representative of the Great Tang's advanced productive forces. The two of them combined to form a complete closed-loop system of production, learning, and research. Cloud Mountain would gradually develop into the industrial center of the Great Tang. As the industrial center of Great Tang, how could it not have a flat and wide cement road to increase the efficiency of transportation? Riding on Big White, Li Zishuan led Pang Feiji on a mad dash. In the time it took for half an incense to burn, they had already arrived at the intersection of the cement road in Yun Mountain and the official road outside Cheng and City. Looking at the wide and flat cement road in front of him, Li Zishuan was in a trance. For a moment, he felt as if he had traveled back in time to the modern society full of reinforced concrete. Although the more developed the industry, the more serious the pollution would be, the industry could create a large number of high-tech products with added value. Even though Li Zishuan was doing very well in the Great Tang, had power, influence, and a beautiful wife, there were still times when he missed modern society. He missed his former family, and he missed modern mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Without experiencing the days without mobile phones and computers, one would never understand how important these things were. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan had been working so hard ever since he had traveled back in time. If he did not work hard, he would be bored to death. Marquis. Seeing Li Zishuan in a daze while staring at the cement road, Pang Feiji was confused. He waited for a long while, and seeing that Li Zishuan still did not move, he called out. Li Zishuan, whose thoughts were in a mess, heard the call and came back to his senses. He stroked the mane on Big White's neck and said to Pang Feiji, "Let's go. Let's experience this cement road and see how long it will take to reach Cloud Mountain." Hiya. This was the first cement road in Great Tang, but it would definitely not be the last. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Yes, Marquis. Hiya. Pang Feiji responded and hurriedly urged his horse to chase after Li Zishuan's back. The two of them, one in front and one behind, planned to race on this road. Oh, no, it should be a horse race. Da-da-da-da. On the quiet cement road in the mountains, only the da-da-da sound of horse hooves could be heard, and the sound was very hurried. The horses galloped on the wide and flat cement road to their heart's content. Due to the high speed, their hair and clothes were pulled straight by the wind. The carefree feeling brought about by galloping at such high speed made them feel heroic. However, their wish to ride the horses back to Cloud Mountain did not come true, because there were many naughty children playing with scooters on the road. Hee hee. Come and chase after me. Whoever is in last place will be everyone's horse in a while. Wah. Lil Rong, why did you bump into me? Lil Rong, you cheated. Shoo. After turning 2 hills, Li Zishuan saw more than 10 naughty children suddenly appear a few hundred feet ahead. They were chasing each other on scooters on the road. He hurriedly pulled the reins and ordered Big White to slow down. Pang Feiji, who was behind, saw this and hurriedly followed suit. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. When they were still a few feet away from the last naughty child, the two of them finally slowed down. Da-da-da. Due to the large number of naughty children, in order to avoid bumping into people, Dabai exhaled 2 breaths of white air. Under Li Zishuan's control, his 4 hooves began to stroll leisurely on the road. Feiji. Why are there so many naughty children here? Li Zishuan frowned and asked. He almost blurted out the words, naughty children. Marquis, this subordinate heard 2 days ago that the children in Chang and City saw that the road here was very flat and started to play with scooters on the cement road. I just didn't expect there to be so many people. Pang Feiji scratched his head and said awkwardly. In fact, there were already naughty children who started to play with scooters on the cement road more than 10 days ago. However, at that time, they were all naughty children from Plum Village and the Han Village. After all, the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. There was no need to doubt whether the villagers had the money to buy scooters for their children. The villagers from Plum Village and the Han Village were very rich now. It was not impossible for them to grit their teeth and buy scooters for their children. Later, the naughty children from Chang and City also joined in. They realized that the road here was smoother than the bluestone road in the city and more suitable for scooters. Word of mouth spread, and more naughty children came to Yun Mountain to play with scooters. Because of this, the sales of scooters in Strange Taste Pavilion even reached a small peak. Just like that, the first cement road in Tang Dynasty had now become the holy land for scooters in the eyes of the naughty children. Every one of them was having fun here. Li Zishuan was speechless when he heard this. No matter what, he would never have thought that the road that he had spent a lot of money on had become a playground for naughty children. The world was really unpredictable. When it came to ancient streets, many people might subconsciously think that ancient streets were all dirt roads and were full of potholes. In fact, that was not the case. In fact, the streets in Chang and City were not dirt roads with potholes. Instead, they were paved with bluestone slabs. Millions of people in the city walked on the streets all day long, and the bluestone slabs had been polished until they were quite smooth. In terms of smoothness, the cement road could not compare. It was because of this that Li Zishuan had bought scooters back then. If the roads were full of potholes, why would he buy a scooter? However, although the bluestone slabs were smooth, the joints between the bluestone slabs were not seamless. On this kind of road, the scooter would be bumpy, and it could easily cause a car accident. In comparison, the flat and wide cement road was like a God-given road for these naughty children who liked to play. There was nothing more suitable than a cement road. Let's go. Don't bump into these kids. Li Zishuan had wanted to race on the road, but he did not expect a group of naughty children to race on it. He could only sigh helplessly and gloomily. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji said embarrassedly. The two of them slowed down and continued to walk towards the cloud mountain. On the road ahead, they saw many naughty children again. The mountain road that used to be quiet and cold was now filled with the laughter of naughty children, and it was very lively. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Perhaps happiness was really contagious. Marquis, look at these kids. Their faces are all red from the cold, but they are still running around. It's as if it's the new year. After passing by the group of naughty children, Pang Feiji said happily. Li Zishuan heard this and did not even turn his head. He said, aren't all kids like this? When you were at this age, if you could also come across something as fun as a scooter, you would definitely be similar to them. Pang Feiji was stunned. He then said, "Ha. Marquis is right. Kids nowadays are really living a good life. When I was young, where would I get these things? It's good enough that I can eat my fill." Li Zishuan laughed. We can't be worse than the previous generation, right? The current emperor is working hard to govern the country, and the civil and military officials are working hard. The Tang Empire will only get better and better. When he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly became incomparably firm. Pang Feiji nodded vigorously. Marquis is right. Old Pang, had a hard life back then, but the next generation must not continue to have such a hard life. The soldiers of the Tang Empire fought with their blood to give their descendants a prosperous world. If anyone dares to destroy the peace now, Old Pang, will be the first to rush over and chop off his dog head. Haha. Well said. If anyone dares to make things difficult for us, we will make them suffer. Li Zishuan laughed. When Li Zishuan and the others appointed him as the Marquis of Yong'an, Li Zishuan understood the responsibility on his shoulders. Yong'an, he wanted to ensure the Tang Empire's eternal peace. Shouting. Not bad, not bad. You can multitask now, and you can even bring forward the cement road's construction by a few days. Impressive. When he arrived at Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan saw Yan Xiaoning, who was beaming with happiness. That's right, he was beaming with happiness. Compared to the last time, Yan Xiaoning's face was ruddy and full of smiles. Even an idiot could tell that this guy was very happy. Could it be that something shameful happened between this guy and Mo Lingwei during this period of time? Li Zishuan thought to himself. He couldn't be blamed for having unhealthy thoughts. It was just that Yan Xiaoning's expression today was too. Love was written all over his face. Furthermore, he had talked to Mo Lingwei last time and imparted to her a love theory of, if you love him, you must train him well. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Li Zishuan not to think about it. What multitask? Xiao Xian, you're too mean. I've been supervising people to help you build the road these days. Yan Xiaoning immediately retorted like a cat whose tail was stepped on after hearing Li Zishuan's words. Li Zishuan said, I'm praising you. Why are you in such a hurry to explain? Yan Xiaoning didn't fall for it. He rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Xian, don't try to trick me. How can I not know that? Also, you didn't come here today just to be sarcastic, did you? Li Zishuan restrained his smile and said in all seriousness, I came here today especially to thank you, Xiaoning. You've contributed a lot to Yanhuang College and the cement road from Yunshan to Chang'an. How about it? Are you interested in working at the college? In the end, Li Zishuan changed the topic and revealed his true thoughts. If it was half a month ago, Yan Xiaoning, who had been ravaged by Mo Lingwei, would definitely refuse without hesitation. But now, cough. Xiao Xian, it's not about whether I'm willing or not. It's just that I don't know much about your engineering and Confucianism. How can I work at Yanhuang College? Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and coughed dryly. The expected rejection didn't happen. Instead, he got this sentence. Li Zishuan was stunned at first, then he understood. It seemed that Yan Xiaoning, a straight man, was finally subdued by Mo Lingwei and fell under Mo Lingwei's pomegranate skirt. Haha. Xiaoning, what you said isn't a problem. Although you don't know much about engineering and Confucianism, you have a lot of engineering experience. Engineering is the study of engineering, and there are many similarities. Xiaoning, you can be the teacher in charge of student experiments in the college. You can participate in the college's daily teaching after you're fully familiar with engineering. Li Zishuan took advantage of the situation and followed Yan Xiaoning's words. Yan Xiaoning hesitated for a while and nodded, cough. I think that's fine. Then I'll stay at the college from now on. Li Zishuan glanced at Yan Xiaoning and pretended to ask casually, oh right, where's your family's ink girl? She. Damn. Xiao Xian, don't talk nonsense. When did she become part of our family? Yan Xiaoning was about to answer subconsciously, but he suddenly realized something and scolded Li Zishuan angrily. However, only he himself knew how much of his anger was genuine and how much of it was fake. Haha. It was a slip of the tongue. Don't mind it, Xiaoning. Li Zishuan blinked his eyes and cast a look that everyone understood as he said wretchedly. Chapter 969. Li Zishuan was quite happy that his good friend was finally about to leave his singlehood. However, he did not know how far the two of them had progressed. What if they got pregnant before marriage and got married? That would be awkward. If that really happened, old man Mo would probably raise his sword and chop this brat up, right? Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it definitely wouldn't be to the point where chastity wasn't important. Wei Er went to the workshop. Yan Xiaoning replied gloomily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, oh, right. Xiao Xian. Faubert told me yesterday that the thing you asked him to make last time has been completed. Wei Er should be going to the workshop today to see that thing. Do you want to take a look too? Li Zishuan was stunned. He thought for a while before he remembered that when the workshop received a large batch of rubber, he gave Faubert 2 blueprints. One was a football, and the other was something even more awesome than a scooter. Really? Haha. Xiaoning, you shouldn't be busy now, right? Let's go take a look. Li Zishuan was excited as he looked at Yan Xiaoning. Yan Xiaoning actually wanted to go a long time ago. However, he knew that Li Zishuan would come to the academy to look for him today, so he was too embarrassed to go with Mo Lingwei. Hearing this, he immediately said, okay. I'll go with you to take a look. I also want to know what you asked Faubert to make. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't expose the little scheme in his heart. The two of them didn't ride horses and went down the mountain directly to the new workshop near the river. Hey! Xiao Xian, why are the farmers in Plum Village and the Han family village so secretive recently? Previously, when Wei Er and I went to the village to play, we felt like there were people watching us everywhere we went. Also, there were some places that we weren't allowed to go. Don't you think it's weird? Yan Xiaoning suddenly sighed when they passed by Plum Village. When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If he guessed correctly, the farmers were probably trying to prevent outsiders from stealing the secret of the greenhouse vegetables. He didn't organize this kind of thing. It should be the villagers who did it spontaneously. It seemed like these villagers had a strong sense of secrecy. Hee, I think you've been too tired recently and are hallucinating, right? The villagers all know the two of you, so why would they keep an eye on you? You're being paranoid. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and pretended that he didn't know anything. However, he deliberately emphasized the word tired to make it seem like there was a deeper meaning behind it. Too tired? No. Yan Xiaoning scratched his head in confusion. When he saw Li Zishuan looking at him with a smirk, he immediately realized what was going on and shouted angrily, fuck. Little Xian, you're becoming more and more naughty. You even dare to make such a joke. If we're talking about fatigue, shouldn't you be the one who's tired? Look at the dark circles under your eyes. You're the one who's tired. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, heh? I'm tired. I'm legitimately tired. I say, when you're with Ink Girl, you have to pay attention to safety measures. Don't give birth to a little Ning. Yan Xiaoning opened his mouth and his eyes were filled with fire. He wanted to punch Li Zishuan's shoulder. Fuck. There's nothing between me and Wei Er. Don't you dare taint our innocence. With a flash, Li Zishuan easily dodged Yan Xiaoning's punch and then said, haha. Just kidding. Brother, I'm just reminding you out of kindness. He was really reminding him out of kindness. When young boys and girls in puberty were together for a long time, it was hard to guarantee that nothing wonderful would happen. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, they arrived at the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. This new workshop was built with high standards. It integrated production, office, and research. In the future, as the scale of the workshop grew larger and larger, there would be more and more products. Li Zishuan planned to set up the headquarters of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce here as well. It would be more convenient for the distribution of resources and the exchange of information. Ah. 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 Just as they reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Zishuan and Yan Xiaoning heard a scream filled with terror. Then, they saw a young girl standing on a two-wheeled metal frame and rushing towards them unsteadily. Behind her was a panting Faubert. Ah! Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I can't control this car. That young girl was Mo Lingwei. When she saw Li Zishuan and Yan Xiaoning suddenly appear at the entrance of the courtyard, she hurriedly screamed. Yan Xiaoning was instantly dumbfounded. Firstly, he was dumbfounded by the two-wheeled car that Mo Lingwei was sitting on. Secondly, he was dumbfounded by the fact that Mo Lingwei was mysteriously in a dangerous situation. He stood there in a daze and even forgot to move his feet. In the blink of an eye. Seeing that Mo Lingwei and the car were about to crash into Yan Xiaoning, Li Zishuan gently pushed Yan Xiaoning 2 steps to the right with his right hand. Then, he used his left hand to precisely press on the center of the handlebar. The car that was about to crash into them could no longer move forward. The car stabilized, but the person on the car lost her balance at this time. Ah! Save! 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 Help! Mo Lingwei screamed and was about to fall to the ground in front of her right. Men and women should not touch each other. Besides, this was his brother's wife. Li Zishuan would rather watch Mo Lingwei fall to the ground than help her up. However, in this situation, there was a way to get the best of both worlds. His right leg hooked onto Yan Xiaoning's leg joint at lightning speed. Before Yan Xiaoning could react, he had already fallen to the ground before Mo Lingwei. The position where he fell was coincidentally where Mo Lingwei was about to fall. Bam! The collision between flesh and flesh produced a muffled sound, followed by a muffled groan and a scream. Oh! Ah ah! The muffled groan was naturally made by Yan Xiaoning, while the scream was made by Mo Lingwei. This girl thought that she would be disfigured if she fell face first, so she kept screaming. Little did she know that she had already landed safely. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. Wei, I'm the one who's injured. What are you screaming for? Hurry and get up. Yan Xiaoning was lying on the ground. At this time, he couldn't care less about having a soft and warm body in his arms. Oh, it should be on his back. He only felt that his old waist was about to be broken by Mo Lingwei. When he heard Mo Lingwei's scream, he grinned and said unhappily. Ah! Little Ningzi? Why are you below me? Are you trying to save me? Wow! So touching. I'll definitely reward you well later. Mo Lingwei only reacted when she heard Yan Xiaoning's muffled groan. She pressed her hands on Yan Xiaoning's old waist, propped herself up, and said, Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chapter 970. Yan Xiaoning's waist was already severely injured, and with Mo Lingwei's push, it could be said to be one disaster after another. He felt like his waist was about to fall apart. Actually, he wanted to say that he didn't mean to save her, but Mo Lingwei's second half of the sentence made him shut his mouth and dispel the thought of telling the truth. Oh. 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 Little Ning, how are you? Are you okay? I didn't mean to push you there. Mo Lingwei hurriedly stood up, tidied her clothes, and said apologetically. Cough cough. Yan Xiaoning struggled to get up from the ground. He first looked back at Li Zishuan bitterly, then forced a smile at Mo Lingwei. It's nothing. Wei Air, what's this? At this moment, he noticed the two-wheeled bicycle that Li Zishuan stopped, and couldn't help but feel strange. Mo Lingwei heard Yan Xiaoning mention the bicycle that she was playing with, and immediately became excited. Little Ning, this is the two-wheeled bicycle that Faubert just made. He said that this thing can be pedaled. I've been practicing this before, but I didn't expect the two-wheeled bicycle to suddenly lose control and almost hit you guys. Luckily, Yamacho helped me stop it. After saying that, she patted her chest with a face full of fear. Yan Xiaoning's face turned red, and he hurriedly turned his head. Hee hee. This is called a bicycle. Li Zishuan laughed. That's right, the second blueprint that he gave to Faubert was a bicycle. At that time, Faubert looked at the blueprint and thought that the structure of this thing was quite simple, so he thought that he would be able to give it to Li Zishuan in 10 days. Who knew that when he actually built it, he realized that this bicycle wasn't as simple as he thought. A bicycle can be simplified into a body, handlebars, pedals, chains, seats, wheels, and brakes. These basic parts were first invented in 1885 by the Englishman John Staley. Under his improvements, the bicycle had the basic form of a modern bicycle, a triangular frame, pedals in the middle, chain-driven, and brakes. But 1885, according to the classification of middle school textbooks, was already modern. At that time, the United Kingdom had already established a relatively complete industrial system, and the smelting technology of steel was also mature. It was not difficult to make bicycles. But this was the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had an underdeveloped industrial system. It would be quite difficult to make one or two bicycles. First, it was the frame. Modern bicycle frames were usually made of steel or aluminum alloy. Carbon fiber. Cough, cough, cough. It would be a bit of a bully to ask the ancients for this. However, if there were not too many requirements for the strength of the frame, bamboo or wood would be fine. It was just that they had to pay attention to fire and prevent insects from eating them. The front fork was relatively strong, so it could be made of cast iron or relatively hard wood. The bicycle in Li Zishuan's hand was made of iron. Next, it was the wheels. If Li Zishuan had not transmigrated, it would be impossible for him to make rubber tires in the Tang dynasty. This was because China had only planted rubber trees for about 100 years. Before the reform, there were not enough rubber trees to make condoms. Rich people had to wash their condoms before using them. That was why the wheels could only be made of wood. But it was different now. Under Li Zishuan's push, rubber was introduced to China more than 1,000 years earlier. At this time, it was not a problem for factories to make rubber tires. Not only did Uncle Fu make the rubber tires, but he also made the pump according to Li Zishuan's drawings. It could be said that he had a complete set of tools. The first two parts were not difficult to make, but the next part was the transmission of the bicycle, the chain. The chain was made up of an outer plate, an inner plate, a shaft, and a roller. From the perspective of modern people, it was not difficult at all. It was also very simple to make. Stainless steel or carbon steel. A machine would punch out a pile of steel plates and fasten them together. But in the Tang dynasty, steel could only be forged and processed. To hammer out hundreds of identical small steel plates would force the blacksmith's entire family to hang themselves. It was possible to use cast iron because the molten iron was poured into the mold. The shape and size would be similar, but the strength of cast iron. Let's put it this way. If an iron pot in your house broke into 8 pieces, it would be cast iron. As the transmission of the bicycle, the chain had to withstand a considerable amount of tension. The strength of cast iron was obviously not enough. Also, cast iron chains had another disadvantage. Once it touched water, it would rust to death. That was why Faubert had been worried about this for a long time. Later, He could not think of a better alternative, so he went to find Li Zishuan and explained the situation. Li Zishuan then realized that a simple chain in modern society would be so troublesome to make in ancient times. In fact, this problem was not unsolvable. A hydraulic stamping machine would be enough. However, the hydraulic punch machine required strong water power. The flow of the Ba River was relatively gentle. If he wanted to get strong water power, he needed a large water level difference. Then, he needed to build a dam to store water. The project was too big. He could do it in the future, but now, it was winter. In winter, the river might freeze. Even if he did it, it would be useless. At the beginning of October, he had planned to build a generator, but after the cholera and the telescope incident, he felt that it was too late. The river was about to freeze, so the generator blueprints he had drawn could only be locked in the cabinet for the time being. As for the chain, Li Zishuan decided to give up on using the chain because the conditions were not ripe yet. He chose to install the pedals on the front wheel and change it to a front-wheel drive. This form was already made by the Scots in 1839. Although it was more strenuous and easy to fall into a trap, at least it could be used on the road. As for the chain-driven bicycle, because it needed the hydraulic stamping machine, it would have to wait until next year. Coincidentally, he planned to update the workshop with a new batch of professional equipment. After Faubert got the plan, he immediately came back to lead the craftsmen to modify the bicycle. After more than half a month, this kind of front-wheel drive bicycle was finally made. Bicycle? Mo Lingwei heard Li Zishuan's words and her eyes lit up. She said, "This name is very appropriate. Bicycle, bicycle, a bicycle that can walk on its own. Hee hee. But Yamacho, your bicycle only has 2 wheels. It's not easy to ride at all. It's hard to stand still. I've fallen a few times." Yan Xiaoning chimed in, "Yeah, Xiaoxian, can't you make 3 wheels? It's too easy to fall with 2 wheels." Li Zishuan laughed. "Who said that it's not easy to stand still with 2 wheels? That's because you haven't mastered the balancing skills of this type of bicycle. I'll show you 2 later." Chapter 971. Young master, this bike is built, but no one in the workshop can control it. You have to be careful when you ride it. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to get on the bike, Faubert quickly came over and warned him. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Faubert, don't worry. With my skills, even if I ride with one hand, I won't fall." After saying that, he looked at Mo Lingwei and joked, "Ink girl, I think your skills are pretty good. Why didn't you just jump off the bike?" As the daughter of a martial arts master, Mo Lingwei knew martial arts, and her skills were pretty good. At least, it was more than enough to beat Yan Xiaoning up. A martial arts master would actually flip over when riding a bike? If this was spread out, people would probably laugh their heads off. Mo Lingwei came back to her senses. Her face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and said, I just forgot. Li Zishuan was stunned. He really didn't know what to say. Shaking his head, he walked to the side of the bike and said, "Look carefully, the bike shouldn't be ridden like that. Also, not only can you stand on the 2 wheels, you can stand very steadily." The 3 of them immediately focused their attention on Li Zishuan. Cough, cough. Because this bike was a front-wheel drive type, Li Zishuan could only step on one leg and sit on the bike seat while the bike was still. After feeling the flexibility of the steering, Li Zishuan stepped on the front foot of the bike. At first, the bike swayed a little, but then a familiar feeling returned to his body. The bike instantly regained its balance and began to move forward steadily. Wow! Yamacho is amazing. He can ride so steadily. Mo Lingwei saw that the bike that was swaying under her hands was like a well-behaved horse under Li Zishuan's control. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly screamed in excitement. TSK. If it were me, I would definitely be able to ride so steadily too. Seeing Mo Lingwei's excited look, Yan Xiaoning felt a little jealous and immediately began to brag. Hee hee. Little Ning, you really know how to brag. If you get on the bike, you'll definitely fall to the ground. Mo Lingwei stuck out her tongue and mercilessly attacked him. You! Yan Xiaoning's face turned red, and he pointed at Mo Lingwei. He wanted to say that she was insulting him, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. On the other side, Li was riding on the bike to ride. To be honest, it had been more than 2 years since he last rode a bicycle. Before he transmigrated to Tang Dynasty, bicycles were extremely popular in China. However, as an otaku, he rarely went out. Even if he did go out, he wouldn't choose to ride a bicycle. It had been more than 2 years since he last rode a bicycle. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, he could actually ride a bicycle. What a novel experience this was. Perhaps only Li Zishuan himself knew. Ha! Falbert, I'll ride this bike home first. The workshop needs to hurry up and produce a batch of bicycles. Li Zishuan rode his bicycle and circled the workshop's courtyard a few times. He was in a good mood as he laughed heartily and called out to Uncle Fu. Falbert nodded. Okay. I'll arrange it in the next few days. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect a 2-wheeled bike to be so stable. Hee hee. Li Zishuan smiled and said to Yan Xiaoning, I'll have to trouble you to send Big White back to Cheng and later. I'll take my leave first. Yan Xiaoning's face was filled with resentment. They walked together when they came. Why did he have to walk when he was riding a bike back? Although it seemed unfair, he had no choice. There was only one bike here. Even if there was another one, he wouldn't know how to ride it. Therefore, he could only nod his head sullenly. Mo Lingwei was unhappy. Hey! Yamacho, don't ride it away. I haven't had enough fun yet. However, Li Zishuan ignored the crazy girl. He rode his bicycle like a gust of wind and floated past the few of them. When he rode in front of Mo Lingwei, he purposely showed off his skills. He crossed his arms in front of his chest so that the bike could run faster without anyone controlling it. Mo Lingwei was envious of Li Zishuan's cool and easy operation. She chased after Li Zishuan and said, Wow. Yamacho, come down and let me play with you for a while. But just as she finished speaking, Li Zishuan had already dashed off into the distance. She could use her qinggong to catch up, but she felt that this was a little too absurd, so she could only gloomily stomp her feet on the spot. Falbert. You have to make another bike as soon as possible. In the end, the girl could only pin her hopes on Falbert. Okay. I'll do it as soon as possible. Falbert was unusually happy. Of course, Falbert was happy to see that the bike that he worked so hard on for more than a month was so popular. Moreover, the person who spoke was Mo Lingwei, Yan Xiaoning's fiancé. He had even more reason to be happy. Even though he no longer worked for the Yan family, he still had feelings for Yan Xiaoning after all these years. Seeing that Yan Xiaoning was finally enlightened and had the possibility of starting a family, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Oh, wow. Look. That big brother is riding a monster. On the road, a group of kids who were playing with scooters shouted in surprise when they saw Li Zishuan riding a bike towards them. Wow. The monster that big brother is riding is so fast. When the kids saw Li Zishuan and the bike, they were all excited. However, they were not stupid. They knew to stand on both sides and make way for Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan passed through them like the wind, the kids immediately turned their scooters around and chased after Li Zishuan while shouting, Big brother, wait for us. Big brother, where did you buy the monster? Big brother, make your monster run slower. Tang Dynasty's first bicycle was called a monster by the kids. However, the kids were not afraid of the monster. They all wanted to know where Li Zishuan bought the monster. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly when he heard the brats chirping. Although this kind of front-wheel drive bicycle was a bit ugly, it couldn't be a monster, right? Li Zishuan had no choice but to increase his speed in order to prevent the brats from encountering any danger during the chase. The ugly bicycle immediately ran at the speed of a fast horse, and in the blink of an eye, it had pulled a large distance away from the brats. The brats could only look at Lisa Schwann's back and howl in grief. Chapter 972. Lisa Schwann finally arrived at Chang'an City on his monster, after shaking off a few groups of naughty kids who were racing on the road. Looking at the oddly shaped bicycle, the pedestrians all looked at it in amazement. The first bicycle in Tang Dynasty had a 100% chance of turning their heads. Marquis, what is this? Dugu Feiying was on duty at the city gate today. When he saw Lisa Schwann pushing such a monster into the city, he asked in confusion. The ancient city gate officers were like the security guards at modern train stations and subway stations. They had the responsibility to check if the people entering the city were carrying any prohibited items, such as heavy crossbows. Haha. Feiying, this is a new bicycle made by my workshop. What do you think? Isn't it cool? Lisa Schwann laughed proudly. Dugu Feiying, who had been with Lisa Schwann for a long time, knew what cool meant. However, when he saw the oddly shaped bicycle, he frowned and said, cool? Let's just say it's cool. But how can a two-wheeled car stand stably? As they spoke, Lisa Schwann pushed the bicycle to the inner corridor of the city gate. Although Dugu Feiying couldn't figure out what kind of bicycle Lisa Schwann was pushing, he wouldn't go over to check. After all, they were acquaintances. Haha. Then Feiying, watch carefully. Lisa Schwann laughed and got on the bicycle. When the wheels started to turn, the bicycle started to move forward steadily. Dugu Feiying's eyes widened and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The pedestrians near the city gate also let out cries of surprise. What is this bicycle? Why does it look so strange? This two-wheeled bicycle can stand steadily? This is too amazing. It's very fast. The main thing is that it's convenient and doesn't take up much space. I just don't know where to buy this kind of bicycle. Hey! Isn't that the Marquis of Yongnan? It must be something new from Chitsu Pavilion. Wow! It really is the Marquis of Yongnan. No, I have to go to Chitsu Pavilion to see if they sell it. Forget it, save your breath. They definitely haven't started selling it yet. Why? Brother Zhao, have you asked? Not really. But if Chitsu Pavilion started selling this new toy, they would definitely announce it in Datong Daily. However, there hasn't been any news about this in the past 2 days. Brilliant. Brother Zhao is brilliant. After attracting a lot of attention, Lisa Schwann finally returned home. When Lan saw Lisa Schwann push the bicycle in, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she ran over happily and shouted, Brother! Brother! What is this thing? It's so fun. The Chitsu bicycle. She stood Lise was looking. She of course, the bicycle, the bicycle's bicycle as a child of the bicycle of. She of the lookings as the bicycles as bicycle. Did you ride this back? Lisa Schwann patted Lan's head. After hearing his wife's guess, he laughed and said, My wife is really smart. I rode this bicycle back. Lan looked up and said, Brother, what's this bicycle? Lan wants to ride it too. Lisa Schwann patted his sister's head and said, No. You can only ride it when you're this tall. Otherwise, you'll fall easily. When that happens, Lan, you'll become ugly. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand to his chest. Lan's little face instantly turned bitter. Lan doesn't want to become ugly. But when can Lan grow so tall? Han Yushi bent down and said to Lan, you're not tall enough to ride a bicycle, but you can take a car. Lan was overjoyed when she heard that. Okay. Brother, Lan wants to take a car. Quickly take me. Lisa Schwann had always agreed to his little sister's requests. He smiled and said, Okay. Then, he said to Han Yushi, Wife, help me hold the bicycle first. Han Yushi agreed with a smile. Lisa Schwann carried Lan to the back seat of the bicycle. Yes, this bicycle had a back seat and could carry people. Then, he took control of the bicycle from Han Yushi's hands. After getting on the bicycle, he shouted, "Lan, hold on tight." Yes, yes. Ah. Lan had just agreed when Lisa Schwan started the bicycle. She suddenly felt like she was on a small boat drifting in the sea. She was swaying, so she immediately screamed. However, when the bicycle stabilized, Lan's emotions calmed down when she felt the breeze and the speed of the bicycle. She began to enjoy the feeling of riding. Brother. Faster. Faster. Brother. Can you go faster? After Lan got used to riding the bicycle, she began to feel that it was slow. Lisa Schwan was helpless. This girl could no longer stay in the house. He could only say, "Let's go. Lan, sit tight. Brother will take you out for a walk." Okay. Lan was overjoyed when she heard that. Her two small canine teeth were exposed. Lisa Schwan bade farewell to his family members and rode his bicycle out of the mansion. Hee. Sean, do you want to ride your cousin's bicycle too? After Lisa Schwan left, Mrs. Li looked kindly at Yi Fashion and smiled. She asked because she noticed that Yi Fashion had been staring at Lisa Schwan's bicycle in a daze. Yi Fashion came back to his senses and hurriedly said, No, Aunt. Fashion was just thinking about why cousin's bicycle only has 2 wheels, but it can move smoothly. He thought to himself, I'm not a child anymore. How can I still think about playing? I want to save the world. Hee. So that's how it is. Mrs. Li looked at Yi Fashion with a faint smile. She didn't expose him, nor did she expose him. She just smiled and walked away. This bicycle has a weird shape, but it's much lighter than a horse carriage. It's also much faster. It's really a great tool for traveling. Yi Guozhong looked at the direction where Lisa Schwan and his sister had disappeared. He stroked his beard and sighed with emotion. Mrs. Yi laughed and said, That's my good grandson for you. You have so many ideas. One look and I can tell that this car is amazing. Lisa Schwan, who was outside the mansion, couldn't hear Mrs. Ye's praise. At that moment, he had already brought his sister out of Yongla Lane. The magical bicycle once again attracted the attention of passers-by. They were discussing and chasing after it. Wow! It's Marquis. Marquis is riding that strange bicycle again. Wow! This strange bicycle can carry people? It's amazing. It's so fast. The bicycle's appearance on the first day caused a huge commotion. It became the topic of many people's leisure conversations. Chapter 973. In fact, this bicycle wasn't easy to ride. It was even worse than a modern yellow car. Because the pedals of this bicycle were placed directly on the axle of the front wheel, the power of the bicycle was mainly driven by the crank connected to the pedals. When the pedals turned, the front wheel would also turn. Under such circumstances, it was too difficult to speed up the bicycle. If Li Zixuan didn't know martial arts, he would have been exhausted just from riding from Yunshan to Chang'an. How would he have the energy to drive Lan around? Because modern bicycles were driven by chains, there was a larger transmission ratio between the front and back gears. Under normal circumstances, when the pedals turned, the rear wheel would turn several times. The so-called speed-changing bicycles had a flywheel added to the rear wheel, which was a gear that could change the number of teeth. Y represented the gear ratio, C represented the number of teeth of the driving gear, and N represented the number of teeth of the passive gear. The relationship between them could be expressed by a formula, Y equals Cn. For example, if the wheel of a bicycle had 48 teeth and the flywheel had 16 teeth, then the gear ratio would be 3. In other words, when the pedals turned one round, the flywheel would turn 3 times, which meant that the rear wheel would turn 3 times. Although increasing the gear ratio could increase the bicycle's speed, one couldn't ignore the fact that the chain drive in this case was a laborious lever. The larger the gear ratio, the more laborious it would be to pedal. Based on this comprehensive consideration, in reality, regardless of the model of the bicycle, the gear ratio was around 2 to 4. Speed-changing bicycles relied on changing the gear ratio to adjust the transmission ratio, thereby saving energy or increasing speed. Another problem was that the workshop could only make roller bearings for the various rotating parts of the bicycle. They couldn't make ball bearings yet. The roller bearings also caused Li Zishuan's bicycle to be a little jerky. The handlebars weren't flexible enough, and the wheels lost a lot of kinetic energy due to friction. This made it even more laborious to ride. Brother! Look! Look! Isn't that Sister Changle and Brother Crown Prince? Lan suddenly shouted excitedly when they arrived at the entrance of the East Market. Screech! When Li Zishuan heard Lan's voice, he quickly pressed the brakes. A hoarse screech resounded through the street, and the bicycle immediately stopped. Ouch! Due to inertia, Lan's head hit Li Zishuan's back. The little girl couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Qingxian? Where is it? Li Zishuan used his right foot to support the bicycle and turned his head to ask. Humph. Stinky brother, why didn't you tell Lan when you stopped the car? Lana rubbed her head and pursed her lips. Of course, the little girl wasn't really angry. After complaining to Li Zishuan, she said, Hey, isn't that Brother Crown Prince An? Hey! Brother, they're coming our way. In fact, Li Zishuan had already found Li Qingxian and Changle in the crowd without her saying anything. There were 2 guards following behind the brother and sister. The guards were holding several brocade boxes in their hands. Presumably, the 2 of them had just finished shopping outside the palace. The horse-breaking sound from before had instantly attracted the attention of the siblings. Once they saw Li Zishuan and Lan, they approached them. Ah! Brother Xiaoxian. What kind of bicycle are you pushing? Changle jogged over and looked at the bicycle beside Li Zishuan with surprise. Yes. Xiaoxian. Why have I never seen this kind of bicycle before? Li Qingxian had also walked to Li Zishuan's side. Seeing Lan sitting on the oddly shaped bicycle, he also felt a wave of surprise and couldn't help but ask. Brother Crown Prince is so stupid. This bicycle is called a bicycle. It can run on its own, and it runs very fast. Seeing that Li Qingxian and Changle both looked like they hadn't seen the world, Lan suddenly felt a deep sense of superiority. She couldn't help but think, Mother said that Brother Crown Prince and Sister Changle were born in the royal family and had noble statuses. But now it seems that the royal family isn't as good as our family. The little girl's thoughts were always so simple and naive. Her family had a bicycle, but the royal family didn't. Clearly, her family was better than the royal family. Haha. That's right. This is a bicycle. The workshop just made it. It's normal that you haven't seen it before, Qingxian. Li Zishuan held the bicycle with one hand and patted Lan's head with the other. Bicycle? Can this bicycle really move on its own? Li Qingxian looked at the bicycle seriously and said with some disbelief. He always felt that this kind of bicycle would fall to the ground as soon as the driver let go. How could it move on its own? Actually, he couldn't be blamed for his lack of knowledge. The main thing was that ancient people often saw carriages and had formed a fixed mindset. A bicycle only had 2 wheels, and the 2 wheels were arranged in tandem. Naturally, it wasn't as stable as a carriage. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Lan couldn't help but retort, why can't it? Lan and Brother Crown Prince rode this bicycle over just now. Changle covered her mouth and laughed, Sister Lan, it should be Brother Xiaoxian who rode the bicycle. You rode the bicycle, right? Lan didn't blush and her heart didn't skip a beat, yes, yes. That's what I wanted to express. Sister Changle, you're so understanding. This girl's sweet mouth could make people sick to death. Changle was overjoyed by her sweetness. Haha. Lan, how does it feel to sit on this bicycle? Lan tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, yes. It's quite comfortable. It's just a little cold. Logically speaking, a bicycle was indeed faster than a carriage, but it definitely wasn't as warm as a carriage. After all, there was wind on all sides. This somewhat cute and quick-witted answer immediately made everyone laugh. Sister Changle, do you want to try it too? It's really comfortable. Lan saw that everyone was laughing and thought that they didn't believe her, so she said again. Changle's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of interest. Li Qingxian inadvertently glanced at Changle, and his heart suddenly thumped. He hurriedly said, ahem. Changle, it's not early anymore. If father and mother don't see you for a long time, they'll be anxious. As her elder brother, Li Zixuan had actually noticed that Changle's feelings towards Li Zixuan were a little different. He couldn't tell if it was because of her attachment to her elder brother or because of the feelings between a man and a woman, but no matter which it wasn't appropriate for Changle to get too close to Li Zixuan. As for things like riding the same bicycle, that was even more out of the question. Yes. Then. Brother Xiaoxian, Sister Lan, goodbye. Changle's thin lips moved as she spoke softly. Wearing a pink palace dress, she looked even more delicate and pitiful under the setting sun. Chapter 974. It's getting late. Changle, Qingxian, go back quickly. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed as he spoke. Changle tasted bitterness in her mouth when she heard that. She felt even more regretful, but she could only say, Brother Xiaoxian, Sister Lan, take care. Lan, said crisply, Sister Changle, take care too. Actually, this girl also felt regretful in her heart. However, she regretted that her bicycle didn't have the chance to shine in front of Changle and Li Qingxian. Cough, cough. In layman's terms, she didn't manage to act cool this time. She felt very uneasy. Changle, let's go. We still have a chance to leave the palace next time. Li Qingxian urged. Changle nodded and then turned to leave with Li Qingxian. Sigh. What a pity. After Li Qingxian and Changle left, Lan sighed softly like a little adult. Li Zixuan recovered from his thoughts and ruffled Lan's ponytail. They can go their own way. What's a little girl like you feeling regretful about? Lan stuck out her tongue and said vaguely, and nothing. Lan is just regretful that I can't play with Sister Changle for a while longer. Li Zixuan shook his head and then got on the carriage. He pedaled and brought Lan to Yongla Lane. Did Li Zixuan really not know about Changle's feelings? Obviously not. He had read so many transmigration novels in his previous life. Many characters who transmigrated to ancient times were like charmers. They had endless luck with women and were often chased by all kinds of beauties. However, the protagonists were basically all low in EQ. They couldn't sense that the beauties were interested in them. Only when the beauties confessed to them in person did they realize that the beauties were interested in them. Then, in order not to hurt the beauties' feelings, they accepted them half-heartedly. Although this was how it was in the novels, Li Zixuan wasn't the kind of person who liked to play dumb and wait for beauties to come to him. His EQ wasn't lacking at all. He had already sensed Changle's unusual feelings for him. However, like Li Qingxian, he didn't know whether Changle's feelings for him were brotherly or romantic. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, he would have to keep a distance from Changle in advance. It was undeniable that Changle was indeed a good girl, which could be judged from the history books. This was an extremely virtuous and good girl. Whoever could marry her would really have 8 lifetimes of dog shit luck. However, should he, Li Zixuan, marry a good girl just because she was his? This was not only unfair to Han Yushi, but also to Changle. He, Li Zixuan, was not a tyrant or a bandit who would snatch anything good from his home. He was also not a beast who would have strange thoughts about an 8 or 9-year-old girl. He only hoped that Changle, a kind-hearted and virtuous girl, could live a healthy and happy life to 100 years old, instead of dying of illness in her 20s as recorded in the history books. As for other aspects, he really hadn't thought about it yet. Anyway, he was very satisfied with his current family, so there was no need to complicate matters. Yamacho. Yamacho. I heard that the workshop has produced a new toy. I think it's called a bicycle. Let me see it. The next day, early in the morning, Li Tai, the little fatty, came to the Li mansion and made a fuss. Ching Chumo followed behind him. Li Zishuan had just woken up and was about to eat breakfast. Hearing this, he said with a straight face, Qingke, Chumo, why didn't you go to class today? Did you skip school? Ching Chumo stared and said, Yamacho, are you confused? It's Saturday today. Why do you still go to school? Yes, yes. Yamacho, don't deliberately change the topic. Hurry up and hand over that bicycle. Li Tai followed Ching Chumo and said. Li Zishuan just realized that today was Saturday. Recently, he had stayed in Chang'an City for so long that he even forgot the day. This kind of headmaster was really dereliction of duty. Hand it over? This bicycle is mine. Why should I hand it over? Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty and said with a half-smile. The little fatty was stunned. He wanted to swear, but when he saw that Li Zishuan's family was there, he tactfully swallowed the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay. It's just next to the stone table in the front yard. You guys go and have fun. Be careful. In order to prevent these two from harassing him, Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said. Li Tai and Ching Chumo did not expect Li Zishuan to be so easy to talk to today. They thought that they would have to pester him for a while before Li Zishuan would lend them the bicycle. Haha. Thank you, Yamacho. The two of them looked at each other and excitedly thanked him. Then, they rushed to the bicycle outside the house. Hee. It would be strange if Brother Qingke and Brother Cho Nyo didn't fall to the ground. Lan held her bowl and giggled. This little girl had been with Li Zishuan for a long time. She actually learned some of Li Zishuan's catchphrases. Mrs. Li glared at her daughter. Lan was so scared that she immediately shrunk her neck and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Yuju, those two children just now are. When Li Tai and Ching Chumo arrived, Yi Guizhong did not speak. Now, he asked. Mrs. Li quickly replied, Father, those two children just now, one is the current king of Wei, and the other is the eldest son of Duke Lu. They are both Xian, students at Yanhuang College. Yi Guizhong's hand, which was stroking his beard, paused and almost pulled it out. Before coming to Chang'an, he only knew that Li Zishuan was favored by the emperor. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so familiar with the princes and the sons of Duke Lu. Moreover, these people were very respectful to Li Zishuan. At this moment, he finally understood Li Zishuan's influence in Chang'an. Xian is really promising. Shan if you have time, you should learn from your cousin. Yes, grandmother. Li Tai and Ching Chumo did not know what was going on in the house. However, these two were really about to fall to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In the yard, people and bicycles flipped over frequently. Qingke, come down quickly. I personally trained many wild horses a few years ago. I don't believe that I can't tame this thing today. Ching Chumo urged in disbelief. Hey. Cho Nyo, wait a little longer. I can definitely do it this time. TSK. Hey. If you don't believe me, open your eyes and take a good look. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Li Tai once again fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. Chapter 975. Oh. Haha. Awesome. Too awesome. Riding a bicycle is so much better than riding a horse. Yamacho, lend me your bicycle for a spin. Facts have proven that if a person is lacking in one aspect, they will always be strong in another. Although Ching Chumo was not as good as Li Tai in terms of cultural studies, his talent in sports left Li Tai in the dust. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was already able to get on the bike and ride. After another quarter of an hour, he was already able to ride the bike steadily. Li Tai, who was watching from the side, was filled with envy and jealousy. F***ck. Ching Chumo, stop. What am I going to ride if you ride away? F***ck. Despicable. Li Tai, who was sitting on a stone bench in the front yard licking his wounds, quickly stood up and cursed angrily. Unfortunately, right after Ching Chumo said those words, he didn't wait for Li Zishuan's agreement before riding his bicycle out of the Li residence. Even if Li Tai had 4 legs, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Haha. Ching Ke, find a doctor to treat your wounds first. Ching Chumo's wild laughter was left in the air. Li Tai said angrily, F***ck. Ugly bull, just you wait. Wah. Brother Ching Ke, you're really going to shit yourself. At this moment, Lan had finished her breakfast. The little girl walked out and pointed at Li Tai. Li Tai opened his mouth. At this moment, his heart was about to break down. Lan, have you finished your homework? Hurry up and do your homework. Li Zishuan did not want to embarrass Li Tai too much. He walked over and said. In the past, Lan'er did have a tutor, but this girl was too mischievous and was not the type to study. That tutor did not stay in the Li family for long before he quit. Scholars in this era still had a lot of integrity. When they met out of rotten wood that could not be carved, no matter how much money the other party offered, they would not be moved by money. Later, under Li Zishuan's indulgence, Father Li and Mrs. Li did not find a teacher for Lan'er. It was not until Han Yushi married into the Li family that Lan'er's studies were handed over to Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi had not systematically received the official education of the Tang dynasty, it was more than enough to teach Lan'er. Brother. It's still early. Lan'er stuck out her tongue and said with a bitter face. Who would ask someone to do homework so early in the morning? Li Zishuan said helplessly, early? Do you know that the clumsy bird flies first? Quickly go and find Yushi. Oh. Lan'er pursed her lips and went into the house to play with Han Yushi. Ching Ke, are your injuries serious? Do you want to find an imperial physician to bandage it for you? Looking at Li Tai, who had a bump on his head, Li Zishuan said with concern. As for whether he was gloating in his heart, only God knew. Oh. No need, no need. Yamacho. It's all superficial injuries. Li Tai waved his hand awkwardly. He did not expect that he would almost be thrown to the ground when he came to test the bike. How embarrassing. You really don't need it? I really don't need it. Then why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to ask you to stay for lunch? Li Zishuan changed the topic and said angrily. Cough cough. Li Tai was stunned and almost choked to death. After a while, he said embarrassedly, Mountain Leader, I just want to ask if there are any bikes that are lower in height. The one just now was a little too high. The reason why he fell so miserably just now was not unrelated to the height of the bike. This first bike was designed according to Li Zishuan's height. Ching Chumo could barely ride it, but Li Tai could not even touch the ground after he got on it. Who else would fall if not him? Li Zishuan said with a smile, we don't have it now. Li Tai's eyes lit up and said excitedly, That means we can have it in the future? The little fatty was different from Li Zishuan and Ching Chumo. For some reason, Li Zishuan and Ching Chumo grew vertically since they were young, but he grew horizontally. Although he had lost most of his fat after a month of military training, he still could not get up with his height. Therefore, this first bike was full of malice to him. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and said with a smile, yes, but not necessary. Li Tai was pleasantly surprised at first, then confused, and finally angry. F***ck. What do you mean by not necessary? How is it not necessary? Hey. Yamacho, don't go. Awoo. As Ching Chumo rode his bicycle, he could feel the cool breeze blowing past his ears. This guy's intuition was so good that he couldn't help but wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf all the way. It was hard not to attract attention. Ha! Isn't this the two-wheeled bike that Marquis Yong and rode yesterday? Why is it in the hands of this young man? Haha. Zhao Lao, are you blind? That is obviously the eldest son of Lu Guogong's family. Do I need to tell you about his relationship with Marquis Yong'an? What's so strange about Marquis's two-wheeled bike being in his hands? Hee hee. So it's the eldest son of Ching Chimo. No wonder. No wonder. Speaking of which, this two-wheeled bike is really strange. It can run so fast without a horse. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen anything like this before. Yes, yes. This is my first time seeing it too. When this bike is released at Strange Interest Pavilion, I'll definitely buy one. Tisk. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to afford it. Humph. Meng Laosi, don't look down on me. Ching Chimo sped all the way, leaving behind a legend. Oh, no, it was a heated discussion. Through word of mouth, the people knew that Li Zishuan's family had a two-wheeled bike that could travel at high speeds without a horse. Many people who had never seen such a bike before started to gather around Yongla Lane, waiting for Ching Chimo to return the bike. However, this guy seemed to be having a little fun. It was already late in the morning, but he still did not return the bike. Ha! Brat, did you get the car from Little Xian? Ching Yao Jin returned from court. Coincidentally, Ching Chimo and Ching Chuliang were taking turns riding the bike in the courtyard. The old man was immediately amused. Ching Chimo stopped the bike, looked at his father, and asked, "Father, how did you know?" Old Ching took off his court attire and handed it to the maidservant beside him. Then, he walked quickly to Ching Chimo and slapped the latter's head twice, saying, "Hey! Your father heard yesterday that Little Xian rode a two-wheeled bike back from the workshop that can move on its own. Hurry up and get down here for me." Ching Chimo glared at him and said, "Father, what are you doing? I still have to return this bike later." Ching Yao Jin slapped his son's head twice again and said, "Hurry up and get lost. You don't need this bit of time anyway. Let me try this bike." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Ching Chimo down without any explanation. Hey, hey, hey. Father. Do you know how to ride it? This bike isn't that easy to ride. Don't fall and shit out like Chin K. Chapter 976. Would a martial arts expert at the Grandmaster level fall while riding a bicycle? The answer was obviously no. Ching Yao Jin demonstrated the answer to this question personally. Even though old Sheng had never ridden a bicycle before, and no one had ever taught him how to ride one, after he got on the bicycle, he relied on his strong control of his body's balance to imitate Ching Chimo's cycling movements just now. He was able to do it without a teacher. As he rode, he even left the handlebars with both hands and showed off his riding skills. Ching Chimo and Ching Chuliang were stunned. Haha. Good. Good. This bicycle is interesting. Although it's not as fast as a warhorse at full speed, this thing doesn't need to be fed grass. And there's no wear and tear. It's more convenient than a warhorse. After riding the bicycle and circling the front yard twice, Ching Yao Jin patted the seat of the bicycle, laughed, and praised. Dad, you're not thinking of using this bicycle to replace a warhorse, are you? Ching Chimo was a little confused when he heard that. When he thought of how the other side had thousands of soldiers and horses during the war, and how they were a team of bicycles, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Smack. This silly guy's scalp was still tingling, and then it hurt again because Ching Yao Jin had mercilessly slapped him on the head again. Rascal, when did this old man say that he wanted to use a bicycle to replace a warhorse? How can you play around with important matters of the country? Quickly return the bicycle to Little Xian. Ching Yao Jin was a little exasperated and said. Oh. I'll return it in a while. Ching Chimo rubbed his head and said gloomily. Ching Yao Jin glared and said, What do you mean in a while? Return it now. You rascal, haven't you had enough after playing for so long? Ching Chimo was helpless and could only say, Yes, Dad. I'll return it now. Big brother, let me help you return it? Ching Chuliang suddenly said. This time, it was Ching Chimo's turn to stare. Hey, little Yang, you're really dreaming. No way. After saying that, he quickly snatched the bicycle from Ching Yaojin's hand and said, Dad, I'll return the bicycle. Okay. Little Xian, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has a new two-wheeled carriage. Can I take a look at it? When it was close to noon, Wang Rinbiao arrived at the Li Zishuan's residence with his icily arrogant servant girl. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Rinbiao looked at Li Zishuan and explained his intentions. What? Is the Wang family interested in the bicycle business? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Wang Rinbiao nodded and said, That's right, the Wang family is very interested in this kind of vehicle that can move quickly without the help of animals. I can foresee that in the future, there will be more and more people riding such carriages in the Great Tang. After spending so much time with Li Zishuan, Wang Rinbiao knew Li Zishuan's character very well. Therefore, he didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. Haha. You have good taste. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in praise. A bicycle was logically much more convenient than a horse. In the future, as the living standards of the people of the Great Tang rose, bicycles would definitely enter every household. Thinking back to his previous life, in the first 20 to 30 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Phoenix bicycle was a popular product that the people of Suzhou, Zhejiang, and Shanghai scrambled for. In fact, there was a period where one could only buy one with a ticket. In 1978, owning a Phoenix or Forever brand bicycle was enough to make a family proud. After the 21st century, when a boy got married, he would need a house, a car, and an expensive betrothal gift. Furthermore, the house had to be renovated and the home appliances had to be complete. However, in the 70s and 80s, a bicycle was enough. Even though the current situation in Great Tang was different from that of China, the development of bicycles should be similar. Therefore, this was a market with great potential. However, that bicycle isn't at home now. It was borrowed by Chou Niu in the morning. Rinbiao, if you want to take a look, you can either wait here for a while or come back another day. Li Zishuan said to Wang Rinbiao after putting away his messy thoughts. Oh. That's really unfortunate. Hearing this, Wang Rinbiao did not suspect anything and said regretfully. Xiao Xian. I'm here to return the bicycle. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ching Chimo's voice could be heard from outside the courtyard. When there was no one around him, he would never call him Yamacho. Instead, he would call Li Zishuan by his name. Ha! Who said that it's unfortunate? Rinbiao, looks like you came at the right time. Li Zishuan said with a smile. As they spoke, Ching Chimo rode his bicycle into the courtyard. Xiao Xian, your bicycle. Yo! Isn't this Rinbiao? You're here too. The relationship between the Wang family and Li Zishuan was well known. Furthermore, Wang Rinbiao was a relative of the emperor and had been active in Chang'an for the past few years. Ching Chimo could still recognize him. Hee hee. What a coincidence. Chou Niu, how have you been? Wang Rinbiao stood up and clasped his hands. Ching Chimo laughed and waved his hand. I know that you must have something to discuss with Yamacho. I won't disturb you any further. Let's meet again. After that, he parked his bicycle beside the stone table in the front yard of the Li residence. This was where he got his bicycle in the morning. Then, he bid farewell and left. Although he looked like a brute, he was still very observant when it came to crucial moments. Here. Rinbiao, this is the bicycle that you wanted to see. I call it a bicycle. How does it feel? Wang Rinbiao nodded. It's amazing. Not only can this slender two-wheeled bicycle stand firm, it can also run very fast without the help of animals. If it's sold, it will definitely be very popular. I wonder if Xiao Xian is willing to share some of the goods with the Wang family. Li Zishuan did not hesitate and replied, of course. Not to mention that the Wang family is an important member of the Chamber of Commerce, just based on my friendship with Rinbiao. the Wang family will definitely get a large share of the goods. Moreover, the output of the bicycle will definitely surprise you. The new workshop now is no longer the same as before. Especially after he updated the equipment for the new workshop next year, the productivity will be even more amazing. Wang Renbiao said happily, That's great. To be honest, Xiao Xian, the Wang family will definitely not complain about the number of bicycles that you can produce. Li Zishuan smiled and did not say anything. After Wang Renbiao finished talking about the bicycle, he sighed faintly and said, Today, other than discussing this matter with you, Xiao Xian, I'm also here to say goodbye to you. Li Zishuan was surprised. Goodbye? Renbiao, where are you going? Wang Renbiao was silent for a while and replied, A few days ago, His Majesty appointed me as the governor of Qizhou. I will take office after the new year. At that time, it will be difficult to drink and chat with you. Chapter 977. There were 3 ways to select an official in the Tang dynasty: family background, mixed background, and imperial examinations. Everyone was familiar with the imperial examinations. Ever since Emperor Wen of Sui started the imperial examinations, China's selection system was gradually replaced by the imperial examinations. However, everything had a process. During the Tang dynasty, the imperial examinations weren't the most mainstream method to select an official. At this time, there were still many officials who relied on family background and mixed background to enter the imperial court. Of course, in the Tang dynasty, there were strict rules regarding who could become an official. Firstly, those who had a title could be inherited by their descendants. Secondly, relatives of the emperor could be given an official rank based on their relationship with the emperor. Thirdly, the great-grandson of a third-rank official or above, the grandson of a fifth-rank official or above, and the son of a second-rank official could become an official. Wang Renbiao's situation was the second type of official. He was appointed as a member of the imperial family, and immediately became the provincial governor of a province. His starting point was much higher than those from humble families, mainly because his mother was Princess Tongnan. Governor of Qizhou? Congratulations, Renbiao. I hope that Renbiao can benefit the people of the province and achieve great achievements. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands towards Wang Renbiao. Although he didn't know where Qizhou was, the governor of a province wasn't a small official. In modern times, it was equivalent to a high-ranking official. For a long time, the Tang dynasty used a 3-tiered administrative system of Dao, prefecture, and county. However, the actual authority of each Dao differed greatly, and there were many changes. Furthermore, the basis was the expansion of the regional commander's authority, so this system was often called the virtual 3 levels. At the beginning of Jingguan dynasty, Li Er divided the world into 10 Daos. The Qizhou that Wang Renbiao was about to go to belonged to Gongji province, also known as the Fengxiang prefecture. Its governing area was Yong County, and it governed 9 counties. It was relatively close to Chang'an, and its territory was relatively large. At the very least, this Qizhou was larger than the Sui province that Wang Renbiao's father managed, and it was closer to the political center of the Tang dynasty. It could be seen that Princess Tong'an had spent a lot of effort in front of Li Er for her son's future. At this moment, Wang Renbiao didn't have much joy on his face. He bitterly smiled and said, Being an official isn't Renbiao's specialty. I don't dare to ask for credit, but I don't want to make any mistakes. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Renbiao, don't be so pessimistic. You have the backing of the Wang family. After you take office, relying on the Wang family's resources to develop agriculture and commerce in Qizhou, it won't be difficult to make the people rich. As long as you serve the people wholeheartedly, the people will remember it in their hearts. Wang Renbiao nodded and cupped his hands, saying, I'll take advantage of your auspicious words, little Xian. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for advice on your experience as an official. In less than a year, you have managed your fiefs so well that the people can live and work in peace and contentment. You are truly a model for all the officials of the Great Tang. Everyone liked to hear good words, and Li Zishuan was no exception. Moreover, these were not only good words, but also the truth. He chuckled and said, You flatter me. I just can't bear to see the common people suffer. Rinbiao, as long as you treat the people well, I believe that after your term in Qizhou ends, the people will definitely see you off. Wang Rinbiao nodded solemnly and said, although I don't want to be an official in this life, since I'm an official now, I will do my best to benefit the people. Li Zishuan laughed and said, haha. If I come to Qizhou in the future, I will drink and chat with Rinbiao again. Wang Rinbiao cupped his hands and said, definitely. After that, he turned around and left. When Leng Yuyao passed by Li Zishuan, she hesitated for a moment, but still cupped her hands and said, Marquis, take care. You are a good official. See you again. At the beginning, she did not like Li Zishuan, but in the end, Li Zishuan's powerful martial arts strength and extraordinary charisma made her admire him. Her attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed a lot. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Miss Leng, take care too. Wang Rinbiao's family was not the only one eyeing the bicycle business. In the afternoon, the other shareholders of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Liao Shifan, and Zhang Jingyang all came to ask about the bicycle business. Back then, Liao Shifan had purchased 40,000 strings of coins worth of shares in the Chamber of Commerce, but 20,000 of them had been purchased for his good friend, Feng Zhihua. After Feng Zhihua had returned from the sea and heard of such a good deal, he had immediately given the 20,000 strings of coins to Liao Shifan without hesitation. Therefore, the first batch of members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce was supposed to be 6, but now it was 7. Li Zishuan did not say anything when he knew about it. After all, these people's private transactions were not his business. It was worth mentioning that Li Qingxian personally came to Yongla Lane to find Li Zishuan when it was close to evening. He was not only a shareholder of the Strange Interest Pavilion, but also the first batch of members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. What? Qingxian, you are also interested in bicycles? You are the crown prince, but you are doing business. I'm afraid it won't be good if word gets out, right? Li Zishuan could not help but ask when he saw Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian looked around with a guilty conscience and said, Little Xian, you can't say that. Father Emperor's many children all have their own shops. Although I can't personally participate in the matters of the merchants, the people below can still. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and nodded. He suddenly thought of something and frowned. Qingxian, could it be that you lack money? Actually, he wanted to ask if Li Qingxian had started to keep a male pet, but this was not something he could ask directly. He remembered that in the history books, Li Qingxian liked men and even kept a male pet called Qing Xian. Logically speaking, the dividends that the Strange Interest Pavilion gave Li Qingxian every month should be enough to cover the daily expenses of the Eastern Palace. Li Zishuan could not understand why Li Qingxian was lacking money, so he thought of that. Li Qingxian did not suspect anything and nodded honestly. Yes, I am a little short of money recently. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to ask, he directly said, the weather has been getting colder and colder. Mother's palace has not been renovated for many years, and once winter comes, Mother's illness relapses easily. Father's back has also suffered many injuries in the early years, and when the weather is cold, Father's old injuries relapse easily. I wanted to help Father and Mother repair the palace, and coincidentally saw your bicycle yesterday. I felt that it would be very popular, so I came to ask you for some goods. Oh. I see. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and looked a little embarrassed. He did not think that he would think Li Qingxian's filial piety was so dirty. That should not be. No problem. It is reasonable that when the time comes, Qingxian will have a share of the bicycles. You can rest assured. Chapter 978. All right. Thank you, Xiao Xian. I'll get someone to contact you later. That person's name is Su Haoguan. He's in charge of all the shops under me. Li Qingxian smiled and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan nodded lightly and said, I'll arrange it. Oh, right. Xiao Xian. When can the bicycle workshop produce the second one? Father and Mother wanted to see it for themselves after hearing about it yesterday. Li Qingxian suddenly said. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, it should be in the next 2 days. The workshop has enough manpower now, so the speed will be much faster than before. When the time comes, I'll get someone to send one over to you first. Li Qingxian said happily, thank you. After chatting for a while, Li Qingxian said goodbye. The next day. After breakfast, Li Zixuan was practicing his swordsmanship in the west courtyard. Han Yushi suddenly smiled and walked into the courtyard quickly. She shouted to Li Zixuan. Husband! Husband! Come and take a look. The beans have really sprouted. Swoosh! Li Zixuan's 5 senses were very sharp when he was practicing his swordsmanship. Although Han Yushi was far away, he still heard every word she said. He quickly put away the wind-chasing sword and took the sweat towel that Xiaoxi handed over. After wiping his sweat, he walked over and said happily, Wife, are you serious? Actually, counting the days, the beans that he soaked previously should have sprouted by now. It was just that Han Yushi had been changing the water for the beans these days, so he had forgotten about this matter. Husband, it's true. The beans that you soaked last time have all sprouted. They're as long as a finger. Han Yushi smiled happily. The beans had sprouted. This proved that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. It also proved that she could help Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said happily, all right. Let's go and take a look. The husband and wife quickly walked to the kitchen. Han Yushi led Li Zixuan to a table. She brought over a basin with a bamboo sieve on top of it. Han Yushi lifted the wet cloth covering the bamboo sieve, and a patch of white bean sprouts immediately appeared in front of Li Zixuan. Under the erosion of the water, the beans swelled up and became fat. Tender white sprouts emerged from the beans, fresh and juicy. Seeing such fresh vegetables in this season, Li Zixuan couldn't help but salivate. His appetite was immediately aroused. Haha. Good. 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 Auntie Zhao, pick some longer ones and prepare to fry some for father, mother, and grandmother to try. Li Zixuan, who had just finished breakfast, inexplicably felt a little hungry. Some people might think that being able to eat meat in ancient times was a kind of happiness, but to Li Zixuan in winter, fresh vegetables were the way to go. Eating fish and meat every day was really difficult to arouse his appetite. So when he saw bean sprouts now, he felt a little hungry. Yes, young master. Auntie Zhao responded and then said awkwardly, but young master, how do we fry this kind of thing? She had stayed in the Li residence for so long and learned a lot of cooking skills from Han Yushi. However, she really didn't know how to fry bean sprouts. Oh. Then Auntie Zhao, after you're done choosing, leave it first. I'll fry it myself later. Li Zixuan patted his head and said. Husband, why don't you say it and I'll do it? Han Yushi covered the bamboo sieve with the wet cloth and raised her head. Li Zixuan thought for a while and nodded, Actually, it's easy to make bean sprouts. I'll say it again. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. Han Yushi blinked and said, then please say it, husband. I'll remember it. First, put oil in a hot pan and fry the pepper. Then, put in chopped green onions and garlic and mung bean sprouts. Stir fry until the water is about to come out. Add salt and stir for a while. Sprinkle vinegar and stir fry until the fire is reduced. It's simple and doesn't lose the taste. Li Zixuan paced back and forth, speaking one sentence after another. I understand. Hee. I heard that Yushi is going to make a new dish today. This old woman is going to have good food again. At noon, in the main hall of the Li residence, the whole family gathered together. Yi Guizhong and old Madame Yi had the highest seniority, so naturally, they sat at the head of the table. There were 4 or 5 dishes on the table: fried chicken with black bean sauce, fresh shrimp with sweet wine, mushroom and chicken pot, fried crab meat with rice flavor, shrimp and scallops. It could be said that the fragrance was overflowing, but without exception, they were all meat dishes. Old Madame Yi said with a smile at this moment. After staying in the Li residence for so many days, Han Yushi's culinary skills had completely conquered her and Yi Guizhong. Even Yi Fashion, who had been practicing Taoism since he was young, had to admit that Han Yushi's culinary skills were superb. In front of these dishes made by Han Yushi, sometimes he even had the idea of eating and drinking in the Li residence for the rest of his life. This made him blame himself after the meal. He was determined to save the world. How could he give up his dream for the sake of good food? Hee. Little Xian is really lucky to have married this girl. I've traveled around the world in my early years and eaten a lot of delicacies from all over the world, but I didn't expect to become a greedy person when I came here. Haha. After old Madame Yi finished speaking, Yi Guozhong also stroked his beard and laughed. Mrs. Li said warmly, "Father, Mother, since you like the dishes made by Yushi, then stay here for a few more days." I'm coming. At this moment, Han Yushi's voice came in. She had already changed into the white dress that she usually wore. Usually, when she was cooking, she would change into clothes that were specially used for cooking. After she was done, she would change back. This way, she could avoid being contaminated with the smoke and fire in the kitchen. Han Yushi walked in with a smile. Behind her, Xiaohe helped her carry a plate of dishes. Yo! What dish is this? Why is it so fresh? The bean sprouts that had just come out of the pot were placed on the dining table. A fragrance immediately entered everyone's nostrils. Old Madame Yi looked at the tender and white bean sprouts on the plate and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Grandmother, this is stir-fried bean sprouts. Husband soaked some soybeans a few days ago. Today, the soybeans sprouted, so I stir-fried it. Grandmother, try it and see if it's edible." Han Yushi smiled. Entrance. It looks delicious just by looking at it. Old Madame Ye's face was full of smiles. As she spoke, she had already picked up her chopsticks, picked up a few white and tender bean sprouts from the plate, and put them into her mouth. A moment later, the old lady praised repeatedly, Good. It's crispy and delicious, and the heat is just right. It makes people salivate. This stir-fried bean sprouts is really appetizing. Yushi, your cooking skills are really getting better and better. Old Master, Yuzhu, Jing Mo, Shan, Xiao Xian, all of you quickly try it too. When everyone saw this, how could they be polite? After Yi Guozhong tasted the bean sprouts with his chopsticks, he praised, "I didn't expect that the sprouts of beans could be so delicious after stir-frying. It's really wonderful." Chapter 979. Yes. This bean sprout is really delicious. Lan will only eat this bean sprout in the future and won't eat meat. After Lan tasted the bean sprout with her chopsticks, she couldn't stop eating. The little girl's appetite hadn't been good recently. It was rare to see her eating so energetically. Madame Li saw this and was happy in her heart. Actually, bean sprout wasn't that delicious. Furthermore, there weren't any chili in the Tang dynasty, so it lacked a flavor when stir-fried. However, to people who couldn't eat fresh vegetables in the winter, bean sprout that just came out of the water was undoubtedly a top-notch delicacy. Even money couldn't buy it. Crispy, tender, juicy, and good taste. How can bean sprout be so delicious? Xian, you must have used a special method to make the bean sprout, right? After Li Jingma ate the bean sprout, he couldn't help but be moved. He thought for a moment and said with a smile. Li Zishuan replied, "Yes. Father. If these beans want to grow sweet and tender sprouts, they must go through a unique process. Since father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother all like to eat it so much, then I'll get the servants to make more. It's not good to just eat fish and meat in the winter. It's not good for the body. Before the greenhouse vegetables grow, our family must have bean sprout to eat every day. After soybean sprout, the carotene content would increase by 1 to 2 times, vitamin B2 by 2 to 4 times, vitamin B12 by 10 times, and vitamin E by 2 times. Niacin, folic acid, and other substances would also increase by a few times. After soybean sprout, the aspartic acid would increase sharply. Therefore, eating soybean sprout often could reduce the accumulation of lactic acid in the body and help relieve fatigue. The nutritional value of mung bean sprout was also not inferior. Not only did it contain protein, keratin, calcium, phosphorus, iron, and other minerals, it also contained rich vitamins, especially vitamin C, which was especially rich. Therefore, from a nutritional point of view, it was very necessary to eat bean sprout in the winter because these vitamins and minerals weren't found in fish. Husband, let this concubine do it. You have your own things to do. Han Yushi said warmly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's good. I'll have to trouble you then. In terms of food, he was at ease with Han Yushi doing things. In the past, he did like to cook, but he only cooked because the cooking method in this era was monotonous and the dishes he cooked were not delicious. In fact, Li Zishuan was still quite lazy deep down. Han Yushi took over the kitchen and the dishes she made were even more delicious than his. What reason did he have to refuse? Another day passed. This morning, Li Zishuan went out with Lan to walk the dog. It was their family's cheap dog, Little Gray. This little thing was really cheap sometimes. In the past, when Lan took it out to play, it often hooked up with other people's female dogs. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that it always hooked up with other people's male dogs when other people's female dogs and male dogs were doing something good. Naturally, wherever it went, there would be chaos. After that, Lan no longer dared to bring Little Gray out to play alone. Only when Li Zishuan was around would she pester Li Zishuan to go with her. Ink girl? You know how to ride a bicycle now? Seeing Mo Lingwei riding a bicycle valiantly towards them, Li Zishuan stopped and asked with a smile. When Mo Lingwei approached the Li residence, she squeezed the brakes. With a hoarse sound of metal rubbing, the bicycle steadily stopped in front of Li Zishuan and Lan Mo Lingwei jumped down from the bicycle and said proudly to Li Zishuan, "Humph. What's so difficult about this? It's just a bicycle. Isn't it a piece of cake for me?" This girl, who was it that almost fell and disfigured while learning how to ride a bicycle a few days ago? Li Zishuan felt inexplicably funny and said, hee hee. Ink girl is really talented and smart. In just a few days, she learned how to ride a bicycle. I really admire her, I really admire her. Haha. Among them, Li Zishuan emphasized the words, just a few days. After Mo Lingwei heard it, her little face blushed. She stomped her feet angrily and said, Aya. Good people really don't have good karma. I came over with good intentions to help Yamacho deliver the bicycle to you. Yamacho, you mocked me. Forget it, forget it. I won't be delivering the bicycle, I'll ride it back. After saying this, the girl really wanted to get on the bicycle and leave. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, cough cough. Wait, wait. Ink girl, you misunderstood me. I was sincerely praising you just now, I wasn't mocking you. Think about it. You can be considered the first girl in the Tang dynasty to learn how to ride a bicycle. Shouldn't I say that you're talented and smart? Isn't that right? Lan Yes, yes. Sister Wei is so amazing. Lan still doesn't know how to ride a bicycle. You're also the first sister that Lan has seen who knows how to ride a bicycle. Lan very cooperatively said in a crisp voice. Flattery won't work no matter how many times you try. Besides, Mo Lingwei was just putting on an act. She didn't really want to leave. Li Zishuan and Lan's words finally hit the nail on the head. She was instantly overjoyed. Really? Lan Sister, are you really that amazing? Yes, yes. Of course it's true. Lan even heard that Sister Wei made a telescope a while ago. I'm really impressed. When Lan grows up, I want to be as amazing as Sister Wei Lan blinked her eyes. Her naive and innocent look instantly made Mo Lingwei believe this girl. Hee hee. Lan is so obedient. The next time you come to Yun Mountain, sister will bring you to catch bird eggs, fish and prawns. This woman really gets into character easily. Li Zishuan shook his head and thought unhappily in his heart. Of course, Lan was a little drama queen. This girl even acted out his journey to the west in the spring. Okay. Lan loves to catch bird eggs. Lan wants to fish too. When Lan heard that, she instantly clapped her hands excitedly. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was really excited. Li Zishuan frowned. To be honest, he was a little worried that Lan would be led astray by Mo Lingwei. Listen, picking bird nests, fishing and catching prawns. Is this something a girl should do? He didn't want her to become a tough woman. Cough cough. Ink girl, this is the bicycle that I asked Faubert to rush out a few days ago. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and quickly interrupted the conversation between the two. Mo Lingwei smiled and touched Lan Er's ponytail. She replied, yes. Now that the bicycle is here, I should go back. But this place is so far away from Yun Mountain. Yamacho, you can't bear to let me walk back, right? Ha, woman. You're tricking me again. When Li Zishuan heard that, he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Chapter 980. Ink girl, you mean? In front of the Li residence, Li Zishuan's old face couldn't help but darken. Hee hee. Of course, I'm borrowing Yamacho's bicycle to use. Don't worry, I'll ask Xiao Ningzi to help me return it tomorrow. Mo Lingwei smiled and said. Li Zishuan was speechless. As expected, this woman wanted to trick him into giving her his bicycle again. Ahem. Since it's a long journey, why don't I borrow Ink Girl a horse to ride? Bicycles are very tiring to ride. No. Yamacho, I don't know how to ride a horse yet. Mo Lingwei pretended to be a weak woman and said. Li Zishuan almost spat in her face. He thought to himself, I don't believe you. If you don't know how to ride a horse, then no woman can ride a horse. But to be honest, Li Zishuan also understood that in terms of pestering, he couldn't compete with a woman. He could only helplessly say, okay. The bicycle is in the courtyard. You can go get it yourself. After saying that, he shook his head and was about to leave with Lan Er. Thank you, Yamacho. Sister Lan Er, do you want to go to Yunshan with me today to play? Mo Lingwei laughed and began to kidnap Lan Er. Not today, Lan will find Sister Wei Er another day to play. Lan thought about it and still rejected. It was rare for Li Zishuan to accompany her to walk the dog. Lan Er felt that this place was more important. Okay then. When you go to Yunshan next time, you must come and play with me. Mo Lingwei was a little reluctant to let go of Lan Er, this sweet little cutie. Yes. Of course. Before leaving to walk the dog, Li Zishuan had already ordered someone to send the bicycles sent by the workshop to Li Qingxian. These two bicycles were specially made for old Li. They were painted with a layer of gold and had a dragon pattern on them. Mo Lingwei could be said to be fearless due to her ignorance. She actually dared to openly ride this carriage into the city. What was even more miraculous was that no soldiers stopped her along the way. Since the journey was safe, Li Zishuan didn't say anything. Anyway, when Li Qingxian asked Li Er for a bicycle, he didn't say that it had to be a brand new one that was fresh from the factory. It was normal for it to be covered in dust during the transportation. Besides, Mo Lingwei was helping Li Er test the car, wasn't she? The Imperial Palace. When it was close to noon, Li Er finished his morning court session. He walked out of Taiji Palace and headed for Lijing Palace. Under normal circumstances, he would have lunch with Zhangsun Imperial Palace at noon. Imperial Father. I've already asked for a bicycle from the Marquis of Yong, and to specially gift it to Imperial Father. After entering the west court of the Imperial Palace, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Lijing Hall. However, they coincidentally ran into Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian bowed towards Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Oh? It's rare for Qingxian to have such filial piety. I'll accept it." It could be seen that Li Qingxian took the initiative to gift the bicycle to Li Er. At this moment, when he heard Li Er agree, Li Qingxian smiled slightly and waved his hand behind him. Immediately, a guard carried a golden bicycle down from a carriage. It was especially dazzling under the sun. The dragon pattern on the body of the bicycle was vivid and lifelike, causing the entire bicycle to be filled with a domineering aura. The black tires were stable and restrained. There wasn't a trace of dust on them. Presumably, after the Eastern Palace received the bicycle from Li Zishuan in the morning, they must have arranged for someone to thoroughly clean it. Not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan, this brat, is quite thoughtful this time. Push it over here and let me try it. After Li Er looked it up and down, the satisfaction in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. After a while, he pointed at the golden chariot and smiled. Li Qingxian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Imperial father, you absolutely can't. This bicycle is extremely unstable to ride. You need to master certain skills before you can officially ride it." Li Er said with some disbelief, "Back then, I wasn't afraid of the 18 rebellions. Now, how can a mere bicycle stump me? Qingxian, move aside. Today, I'll show you." After saying that, Old Li rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to take the golden chariot from the hands of the Eastern Palace Guard. He already knew of the existence of bicycles from the information provided by Zhao Song. As for the operating principles of bicycles, he also had a rough idea based on the information. At this moment, touching the cold handlebars of the golden chariot, Li Er easily got onto the seat with his left foot still on the ground. "Your Majesty, this bicycle only has 2 wheels. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for it to stand. You are the ruler of a country. Every word and action of yours affects the people of the world. How can you put yourself in danger?" Just as Li Er was about to step on the pedals of the bicycle to start the ride, Empress Zhongsun walked out of the palace. She glanced at the golden chariot and hurriedly went forward to persuade him. Li Er respected and loved Empress Zhongsun. Seeing this scene, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Guanin's servant, I have martial arts. Besides, there's Zhao Song and the others beside me. I'll ride slowly. Don't worry." He was used to riding in the imperial carriage. Suddenly seeing this bicycle that could move quickly with its own strength, he suddenly felt an unbearable itch and wanted to ride it himself. Zhang Sun looked at Zhao Song, who was standing at the side with his back bowed, and her heart calmed down. Empress Zhongsun was still very confident in the strength of this great eunuch who had followed Li Er for more than 20 years. Then your Majesty must be careful." Empress Zhongsun opened her mouth and finally responded. "Haha. Don't worry, Guanin's servant." Li Er laughed loudly and then stepped onto the bicycle without hesitation. However, good things didn't last long. Before he had gone 20 feet, the bicycle suddenly swerved to the left. "Your Majesty." "Father." Empress Zhongsun and Li Qingxian immediately let out a cry of surprise. Zhao Song had already gathered strength in the soles of his feet and was ready to fly over to save him. Bang! Everyone forgot that Li Er also had martial arts skills. Although he hadn't reached the level of a grandmaster, he wasn't far away. Almost at the instant Zhao Song moved, Li Er's left foot had already fiercely stepped on the ground, and the bicycle immediately stabilized. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Er was already slightly used to the way the bicycle balanced left and right. He didn't stop and continued to step on the pedals. This time, the bicycle actually started to move forward steadily. Haha. Interesting. This bicycle is really interesting. Refreshing. Li Er rode the bicycle and circled the open space in front of the Lijing Palace twice. However, no traffic accident occurred. This extreme carefree and feeling of being in control of everything made Li Er laugh uncontrollably. Father is really amazing. I heard that Qin Ke couldn't master this bicycle even after half a day of learning. I didn't expect father to learn it in less than 15 minutes. Li Qingxian stood beside Empress Zhongsun and said with sincere admiration. Empress Zhongsun patted her chest and said, Qingxian, you should bring this kind of thing in front of your father less in the future. Otherwise, Wei Zhucheng and the others will say something bad about your father again.